Hello one and all, and welcome to VX Online's presentation of Hours 12 to 18 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring, one of the biggest endurance races of the year in sim racing. 4 classes, 24 hours, one incredible German circuit. My name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box is Thomas Hins. Thomas, it's the Nürburgring 24.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome to the broadcast, joining us for the first time throughout its running. It's already been an amazing event. We've seen plenty of action already, plenty of moments, incidents, battles, all sorts, and team names as well. I'm sure we'll be looking at them throughout our part as well. Been an amazing event already. We've still got halfway to go, only halfway through. Think about that, and it's quite incredible to think we've still got another half of this race to go. So definitely see how these drivers handle the last 12 hours, start getting towards the end of this race. But I'm certainly keen to see how this all unfolds over our next stint anyway for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, certainly. It's a mammoth task to even think about racing in this event, and we have sim racing teams from all over the world doing this. Little update on the positions at the moment. We currently have 3 cars on the overall lead lap, all GT3s. Vendaval Sim Racing White is currently in the race lead, and they're just coming onto the Nordschleife section now. Pure Racing Team Black at the line was a minute 33 behind them. GT Ross SST Orange in 3rd place. Going into the Porsche class, 4th place overall, Thomas. Very impressive. Core Motorsports with Patrick Holzman at the wheel.
Yeah, indeed. No, we were mentioning this before we went on air. We were just mentioning how fantastic of a job they've been doing. They're really impressive. I mean, 4th overall, they're ahead, as we can see on the standings there. They are actually legitimately ahead of really most of the GT3 field, which is very impressive. I mean, as has been mentioned already, you know, the Porsche may be as fast as a GT3 in a straight line, but it's not got the same sort of handling prowess that the GT3s have. So really impressive that they're actually legitimately managing to be, you know, position. And also kudos out to Pure Racing Team Cup, who are 2nd in the pool at the moment. They're also 7th overall. They're battling the GT3s, which is quite interesting. We've already seen how it's been a little bit awkward for some of the GT3s to do with the Porsches and vice versa throughout this race. So I'm sure that will still continue to be a bit of a tale that will unfold for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, certainly. As you said, Pure Racing Team Cup in P2 in the Porsches. P3 is Team RSO, the number 297 car. Tino Häuser at the wheel of that machine. And we've got to go some way down the field to get to the Kias. 8 laps down on the overall lead. Pure Racing Team is leading the Kia class in the number 6 with Michael Schellbach at the wheel of that car. Torque Freak Racing is in 2nd place. Jake Robson at the wheel, and Team Mad Red in 3rd place in the Kias, with Maciek Sakovic, I believe is the pronunciation of his name, at the wheel of that. And the Kias have been giving the faster classes a run for their money in a straight line, haven't they, Thomas?
Yeah, no, indeed. We were just again, I was as I was mentioning to Reese before we went live, not a car I've actually raced in yet, but I have it, and I do want to have a race in this car at some point. I'm thinking the Global Cup, because they run the Kias. I'm thinking at some point when there's a good number of people who are racing in a race, I reckon I'll join up and have a go, because they do seem like they're just bonkers machines. Nearly 450 horsepower in a front-wheel drive car is just, it blows your mind, really. And that's why we have seen them almost keeping up with the likes of the GT3s down the straights, because they actually are quite powerful. They may look a bit sort of sedated and conservative, but they're anything but, from what I can tell, seeing them being driven. So yeah, they're certainly a bit of a unique challenge for the drivers, and certainly shout out to all the Kia teams who managed to make this far in that front-wheel drive monster. It's certainly an achievement itself to have made it this far into the race.
Yeah, certainly. And going into the MX-5 class, the bottom class in this race, but of course they are competing for their own victory in this event. Team Potato is currently leading. Stelian Chepelevsky at the wheel of that machine. Team RSO making another appearance on the podium in a class here at the iRacing Nürburgring 24 in the 397 car. Patrick Langau at the wheel, and Crown Racing in P3 in the MX-5s. Joshua Bannister there driving a very sorry-looking machine. Quite a few scrapes on that thing.
Yeah, no, indeed. We were mentioning, we're having a look through the field, and there's most of the cars at this point, which is fair enough because we're 12 hours in to the race. And we're looking at Joshua now, as you can see, the front end of that thing, not really looking like a Mazda. It's more looking like someone's tried to build a Mazda and just kind of planted some metal together, and that's kind of the result. But yeah,
And
most
then
of the cars
gotten at it with an axe.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, a lot of the cars looking pretty sorry. There's not many of them which are looking completely clean. But again, 12 hours into the race, certainly around the North Life
Oh,
roads,
look out.
you're gonna have
Oh.
a few scrapes. As one of the Kias, I think that's the third in class Kia, the Team Mad Red there coming up on them, and managing to get around them. Nearly a bit awkward there as they came up on them there through a bit of a blind spot there on the right hand. You're coming through there, and he sort of came on him where he would have been a bit blind there, so good stuff from both those two to get through. But yeah, definitely a few of the Mazdas looking a little bit sorry for themselves. I think I was looking before, and they're in the pits at the moment, but the P&D Mosconi car I was looking at before, that one is especially looking at the front end of that is dented in just a touch to be a massive understatement. But yeah, definitely a lot of the cars showing their war scars. But 12 hours into this race, that's kind of to be expected. And still halfway to go, so still, a lot of racing to be done. And I'm sure at this point, a lot of the drivers are just trying to coax the cars through this middle phase, because as we know in endurance racing, and anyone who's done any form of an endurance race, be it 6 hours, be it 12 hours, be it 24, whatever the length may be, any races like this, it's so easy, I think, in this phase, through the middle of the race, to just start to doze a bit. You just get a bit into the zone, you go, oh, we're going along okay. Certainly, maybe in the case of the guys leading, Porsche, the core guys, they might be leading, they're leading by a good margin, they might go, oh, we can have a bit of a cruise, just chill, and then before you know it, there goes the concentration, and you're in the race. So it's very easy to get out of that zone of racing, and I think you've got to have a special bit of talent, especially if you're leading cars, to keep in that zone and keep the intensity up throughout the whole length of the race.
Yeah, certainly. I want to report on a driver change in the lead car. Vendaval has put Matti Kaitasoya in that car, and now the gap for the lead has gone down to about 5 seconds, but I think Pure Racing Team is due in for a stop at any point now.
Yeah. So we're looking at P1 at the moment. Yep, they're as they're coming down, as they were on board with them. Towards the back end of the lap. What are we seeing, Reese?
I'm taking a look at the laps, and it looks like both of these cars have only recently had drivers put in them. Jens Fragona currently in the Pure Racing Team car, just crossing the line. Yeah, that's a bit odd. Matti Kaitasoya has completed his first lap of the circuit, just coming into turn 1 of the Grand Prix circuit now. But it looks like Clemens Fragona jumped out of the car for a stint, and then has jumped back in, I think, about 7 or so laps ago, which is... Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sorry, I'm still getting used to the fact that this track is so long.
yeah, no, it's something I think we would get used to now. Maybe the 8-minute laps.
Yeah.
It's just unlike any other.
Yeah, certainly. This track so long, so narrow as well, Thomas. With the multiclass aspect here is. You've got to exercise a bit of patience, but as we've seen earlier on in the race, a couple of drivers have done some interesting things to try and get past traffic. I remember last night near the start of the race, there was one Audi that came up to a couple of MX-5s running up to Arenberg, the really fast left-hander in the first quarter of the lap, and he took to the grass flat out round the outside. That was heart and mouth stuff, to say the least.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I remember that as well when I was having a look at the start of the race. Yeah, just deciding the brake pedal isn't something that exists, and instead of slowing down and just doing the patient, just flying around the outside and doing a bit of wall riding while he was at it. It was, yeah, I don't think it's quite how you multi-class, really. But, yeah, they managed to survive somehow. So I don't know how they managed to not explode, basically. They managed to survive and keep going, as we're focused on Ari at the moment. As one of the Mazdas, I think, just pitting as well. I'll see which one that is. That's the Crown Racing. That's Joshua, actually. And, ooh, his front end's looking even more sorry than when I last saw it. So I suspect he's had a spin somewhere, because that hasn't even got front end. And that is the innards of an MX-5 right there. So that's not good for Josh. He's obviously an instance somewhere, and that's why he's in the lane at the moment. But hopefully they can get that repaired and continue on and get to the end of the race, because they'll be their strategy. They are third in class too, so they probably don't want to be losing too much. Slothnon squad is next behind. They're a bit further back. They're probably just hitting this is the second half of the lap, so they've probably got a good 4 or 5 minutes to see if they can repair that car for the Crown squad. So we'll see if they can maybe get that repaired and get back out there. But yeah, definitely. You know, as we've, especially the Nordschleifer itself, the Grand Prix part isn't as bad. It's generally wide enough. But certainly the Nordschleifer itself, very thin circuit. Going too wide is generally risky enough, let alone when it's multi-class and you're trying to negotiate slower traffic. So certainly, we've already seen, as we've mentioned there, the cases of drivers maybe being a little bit adventurous with taking slower class cars. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch over this bit. This part of the race, this kind of middle phase, where drivers are just trying to stay in the groove, stay focused, to see how they handle traffic as we head towards the back end of the race.
Yeah, certainly. So we're focused on, at the moment, the Porsche of P9, sorry. Team RSO, sorry, P9, the number 297 car, as they come onto the Grand Prix circuit. Let's have a look at the lap times that they've been doing. Well, Tino should be coming towards the end of this stint at the moment. His last pit stop was on lap 78, and he is currently on lap 86. So I guess we'll be looking forward to seeing him coming in soon, probably at the end of this lap or at the end of next one.
Yeah, indeed. No, we should be seeing him popping in soon enough, as they sit third in class. They're on the same lap, actually, as the leaders in class. So curious, really, to the top 4 in the Porsche class. They're all still on the same lap, and they're only a lap down on the overall leaders, despite being in the slower, quote-unquote, class. So, yeah, very, very good effort from them, and then they've actually got quite a gap to the next one. We've got a few people that looks at having some issues with connections. They're dropping to unacceptable levels. Such a shame for those guys. Of course, they can get back in and continue on. But yeah, looking at SimRC.de Kiwi, they're the 5th in Porsche class. The next one's behind those 4. They're 2 laps down on their fellow Porsches. So as we're focused on them now, they're 13th overall. Just negotiating some traffic in the form of the keys there. And yeah, they're still going on quite well. I mean, again, as I mentioned, I think just being still on the race at this point, certainly, again, top split, so there's no mucking around here. This is the top of the line for this race, so just to be in this race still is achievement enough, really, at this point. But either way, they'll be trying to stay clean, I guess, try and keep ahead. They've got Wave Driving Revolution not too far back. They're on the same lap, although they do have a bit of a buffer to those guys, but they'll just be trying to continue on, keep plugging away. And obviously, if anyone has any instance ahead, certainly if their own classmates ahead have any instance, they're in a prime position to pick up the pieces afterwards.
They certainly are. Looking at P1 and P2, though, about 4.2 seconds, the gap between these guys at the moment. Of course, we've got to remember Pure Racing Team Black is going to have to take a pit stop at some point, but still, this is the closest battle for position we have on the track at the moment, as they come down through the incredibly windy and hilly back half of the circuit. Interesting fact, actually, Thomas, that I found when I was doing a bit of research on the Nürburgring. Apparently, when it was built in the 1920s, it was split into 4 different pieces, and a different contractor built every section of the circuit.
Huh.
So yeah, there was one contractor, one road builder company that built the first quarter of the circuit, one that built the second, one that built the third, one that built the fourth. So that probably goes some way to explaining why this track has so many distinct sections.
Yeah, indeed, it certainly explains the different styles between sections, yeah, for sure. I guess it's partially as well, I think it's kudos to them as well. Boy, one of the keys there is the lead car in class passing one of the keys, that is the Tryhards Racing 1 car. Both of the Audis get around him okay, but oh boy, that is a very sorry looking Kia right there. That's, well, the Kia is more just metal on four wheels, basically. And
Yeah.
someone's just beaten it's just beaten the daylights out of it over a
Yeah.
long period of time. But yeah, as all one Porsche's having to go around that little bit awkward spot, gets through okay. Yeah, I think it's also kudos to just the different sections actually working so well. Because obviously we've seen many examples of tracks even built by one designer, Tilka, that don't really work potentially as well as they could, or maybe not the most entertaining of tracks. But you know, it's quite kudos to these guys that there were so many different designers, and they still managed to mesh so well. I think that's very big kudos to those guys for managing to still make it work, even though there was 4 or 5 probably or more designers involved in making this track.
Yeah, I'm unsure as to whether it was 4 different designers, but yeah, for sure, definitely the actual building of the circuit was undertaken by 4 different companies. So yeah, as you said, just an incredible feat of engineering. This track, especially for the 1920s. This. That was the age of public road tracks that were hundreds of kilometers long, and this track was probably one that was considered relatively average length at the time.
Crazy to think now, average right then. At this point, this is just a monster. So yeah, it's quite incredible to think that as Tryhards finally get to the pit lane, they lift that car back. I'm sure they'll be getting some pretty monstrous repairs on that, because it does not look happy at all. As the Core Motorsports Porsche, lead Porsche pits as well. He just had to negotiate the key there, but gets through no worries. They'll be doing a scheduled stop, I'm sure. And I assume they'll probably keep the lead during that too, because they've got quite a gap back to the second in class. But yeah, no, quite amazing stuff there. And it's not a legendary track in motorsport for nothing, I guess, is it? So yeah, quite a good little fun fact though. I actually didn't know that. So yeah, there you go. The things you learn, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. This focused on P18 overall at the moment. Our favourite car, Thomas.
Yeah,
the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow 777 We Like Pizza and Racing car. Fabrice Cornelis at the wheel of this one. Best team name ever, right?
Oh yeah. Apart them, and as we were mentioning before, Team Pro as well, the two best names in the field by far. But I think the Will Vincent Fan Club deserves a special mention, especially as well because of the car being basically Will Vincent, mostly what I suspect a Porsche Will Vincent would be. It's big kudos to those guys. Really, it's great. I love seeing that sort of community in the racing. It's really great to see. They're doing pretty well. They're only 4 laps off the lead. They're still running, as I said, and these just to be still running at this phase is a great achievement. So they're still plugging along, which is very nice to see. And I'm sure they will continue going along as they are. Hashtag Will is the new hashtag I'm gonna try and push. That's my goal for this broadcast. So
yes, indeed.
As we go to P16, that's the Evolution Racing number 26, and there is a certain driver that we know, Reese, from Freakout Sculpts.
Yeah, certainly. Ethan Greg Galt there trying to make his way past a Kia at the moment. Evolution Racing Team, of course, one of the premier teams in the Australia-New Zealand community here on iRacing, and they've done pretty well, I have to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place in the Porsches, and yeah, where did they end up starting? Oh, P29 overall, and they're in P16 overall. So despite being 3 laps down, that's quite a good gain there from the 026.
Yeah, indeed, and also on the same lap as the two ahead of them in class, which is the SimRC.de Kiwi guys and the Wave Driving Revolution car. So they are thereabouts for the next ones as well. They are quite a ways back lap-wise, because you've got to keep in mind, obviously, with the long lap, if you're on the same lap, that doesn't necessarily mean you're within 30 seconds. You might actually be within 5 minutes of the next car, so can be quite a ways. But even so, they are still on the same lap as the two ahead in class, so if they can keep at it, if they can keep doing good pace, they may well be a chance for top 5 in class. I'm just looking at the times. They were quicker than the Wave Driving Porsche last lap by 4 seconds, which is pretty solid. The Sim RC guys, though, were quicker than them by a couple of seconds, but they do seem to be slowly but surely closing in, at least on the Wave Driving Revolution. So we'll see if maybe that can close up a bit more later on in the next few hours.
Yeah, certainly. Looking at the gap between the 797 and the 2, they're comparatively close on track at the moment. Currently going through Hatzenbach is Marco Asidiacono for Wave Driving Evolution, focused on him at the moment, and meanwhile the SimRC.de Kiwi is coming up to... not quite sure of the name of that corner, but it's the one where there's a huge compression and you go up the hill. So yeah, they're pretty close, only about a quarter, maybe a fifth of a lap apart. It'll be interesting to see how that battle pans out. Meanwhile, I'm having a look at the battle for the overall lead at the moment. Kaidasoya and Fragona up at the front. The gap is now under 4 seconds.
Yeah,
around 4 seconds.
Yeah, 3.8. It's actually closing, because it was 4.4 last time we said checked. It looks like Clements he's on a bit of a mission here. He is closing ever so slowly. He was quicker last lap by about 0.6. So they are, which again, considering it's a long lap, 0.6 is probably really a tenth, if that, for pretty much any other normal sort of size circuit by current day standards. So they're pretty much matching pace, but even so, he is closing, and now it looks like Matty's got a few Mazdas to deal with here. He's going to get round that one, no worries at all, and there's a Kia up ahead of him, so a bit of traffic here, and he caught that Mazda at a good time, and that's the Slothnom squad Mazda, which is probably one of the best, one of the cleanest of all the cars on circuit right now. It actually almost looks brand new from what I'm seeing, which is an incredible feat in and of itself. It looks like Clemens is coming up on it now. He's caught him in a bit of an awkward spot there, and he's going to nip by just there. Good stuff there. Gets through just before the little bit of a rhythm section down through here, so he shouldn't lose too much time. And actually, Matty's caught Kira at a bit of an awkward time as well.
Yeah, he's been stuck behind that one for a few corners.
And we know how quick Kia is, don't we? So it's not easy as passing the Mazda, because that Kia can go. So, and look at this, oh boy, this is just costing him time, and Clements has got to be rubbing his hands together at a chance of possibly getting the overall lead.
There we go. Matty finally gets by. Pure Racing team has got Vendaval Sim Racing in their sights. So, oh boy, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, indeed, we've focused on them now in that P2. They're just about to come up on the Kia now themselves, see if they can deal with them nicely. They've caught them at an okay spot. It's a bit awkward to try and pass cars here, because generally it's difficult enough going through this section on your own, let alone you're trying to pass traffic. And
that corner's terrifying.
Now. Yeah, in any car, nearly that section is you're kind of hanging on for dear life, but still can't get through the Kia. Not making it easy, of course. He doesn't have to just jump out of the way, but there you go, gets through. So I think if anything, that's probably neutralised a bit now. Although I think he's still close. I'm going to look at the gap. Well, I'll update when they cross the line, but I'd say he may have still gained a bit, possibly. We'll see, but they're trading lap times, and that's really good to see that these two are so close on pace up at the front.
Yeah, it's looking like live gap is about 4.5 seconds at the moment. So, if anything, the gap's sort of extended a little relative to when we first came to these guys a few minutes ago. But yeah, you see going down the straight, Clemens will see a little dot in the distance, and that is going to be Matti Kaidasoya. Very interesting battle brewing here. So we are going to go on board for a lap with Clemens Fragona in the Pure Racing team car. Going under the gantry at the moment, and coming up to this final section of the circuit. We'll cross the line very shortly, and you can have a tour around the Nürburgring. Yes, Strecker. Oh, he's going to go into the pits.
Of course. It's like he knew we were going to go on board. He's like, no, you're not. He goes.
Yeah. See,
Yeah,
I was saying before he'll be due into the pits at some point. So, yeah, that gap's going to go back out once again.
Yep, indeed, and yep, there we go. So back to the core motorsports car, the leading Porsche. They're just coming through the back end of the circuit themselves now, actually, and they're going along quite nicely. It'll be interesting to see where the Pure guys come out. They should pretty easily jump back out ahead of SST Orange. They're still going through that last sector. They've still probably got a good minute or so left in the lap, so I'd say they should come out ahead of them, but we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, cool, still going along nicely. We've got the number 5 car, well, the 5th in class. It's Mark Perez at the wheel of that. Sorry, 4th in class of the Audis. He's going along nicely there. In between the Porsches, he's in a sandwich position-wise. He's got the core motorsports ahead and the Pure Racing Team Cup car behind. Actually, that Pure Porsche is only just down the road from him, which is interesting to see. So I'll see if that either closes or extends on who's got the better pace. And you've got the SSD Orange guys that are 7th overall, but 5th in the Audi class. They're a bit further back down the field. It's a bit of a mix. After the top 3, it's a bit of a mix of Porsches and GT3s kind of intertwined together. So it's a bit interesting in terms of the class positions, trying to figure it out with all of them sort of scattered like they are.
Yeah, for certain. I'm seeing a puff of smoke somewhere. It's looking like Mark Perez might have had a little bit of an incident. Yeah, Mark Perez had a sort of a half spin. Focused on him at the moment. He had just come through the second carousel and lost the rear, giving the wall a very good bump. And yeah, that's put him back a bit of a ways, but he's managed to keep going regardless.
Yeah, indeed, and that's actually that's the Pure Racing Team Cup car that's actually just passed them for official position, I'm fairly sure. So I'm pretty sure that should put them up into 5th overall, so that's actually an effective pass overall positions-wise. Obviously different classes, so that doesn't really matter in that respect, but that does put them into 5th now. So top 5 overall for the 2 Porsches, leading Porsches, which is a pretty solid achievement, has to be said. But Perez still going, which is the main thing. You'll keep plugging away, still going to be 4th in class, which is the main thing there. So yeah, a bit of a shame for Intimacy. He pits, no, keeps going, so he's all good. So that could be a battle to watch, because I'm interested to see if that's going to change back, or if that's going to hold position where it is, because I'm fairly sure Perez was quicker than the Porsche, generally speaking. So we'll see if that turns into a class battle for the rest of the lap now.
Yeah, certainly. Well, let's have a look at qualifying times. Looks like the Iberica Racing Team car qualified with an 8-minute 12.675. Pure Racing Team qualified with an 8-minute 18.592, and you can see already that Audi is catching up to that Porsche through these long curves on the Grand Prix circuit. Of course, that rear-engine Porsche doesn't really like these long, sweeping curves. It prefers that old point-and-squirt sort of philosophy. Meanwhile, the Audi has that aero advantage and also has a lot more electronics, softer tyres, just a lot more grip available at their disposal, and you can see the gap is physically getting smaller now, this little dichotomy between the classes. He's going to try and outbrake. They are going to lift off and let him by. So Mark Perez continues on his way.
Indeed, but it's interesting to see this little battle. I think all should be safe anyway. Hopefully start to pull away. As you can see on the inside of the line there, out of the corner there onto the back straight, there's so much dirt off the line. There's so much dirt that's gathered there from people just going a little bit on the dirt, like I think Laureen did there. Just a little bit too much dirt, and that's just bringing so much dust and gunk onto the circuit there off the line. So definitely some of the drivers, I'm sure, are keeping it on as they all go around the outside of one of the Kias there. It was a bit close for the Pure Racing team. They got around it. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's interesting though as well with the 2 Porsches. They're actually not too far away, as we mentioned. Yeah, this gap's sort of possibly extending a bit in the core motorsports favour. They did a lap 6 seconds faster. Obviously, Pure had to deal with the Audi, but it's sort of opening up a little bit. But still, kudos to these two for being pretty much within effectively a sector of each other, 12 hours in the race. And the other thing I noticed is their quality, and probably explains why they're so close, is their quality times. They qualified more or less within 2/10 of each other around this circuit. That is so close. That is
around
just
a
crazy
circuit
close
that's
in terms
like,
of times.
how long is the Nürburgring? Like 24, 25 kilometers in this configuration? It's absolutely insane to think that the times are that close after what would be like 4 or 5 laps of a regular length circuit, or what would be considered to be a regular length circuit nowadays.
Yeah, for sure. That's just crazy. 210's even, certainly in GT cars and Porsches, a normal circuit would be close enough, but for it around here, it's just bonkers, really, to think that. So that probably explains why these two are as close as they are, as we're focused on P3 at the moment. That is the SST orange Audi going on quite nicely. Alex Arana at the wheel of that car at the moment, going along quite nicely in 8:17 last lap. Actually quickest of the 3 Audis in the top 3 of the field, so that's interesting. We'll see if they close up over the coming laps as we go along. And yeah, looking pretty good at the moment for them. We'll see if they can keep going on.
Yeah, quite an impressive time considering the state of that car. It's got a fair bit of panel damage. The rear wing isn't looking too ship-shape, so yeah, for Alex Arana to pull out a time like that at this stage in the race, you know, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely like something to keep an eye on. And as I said, they are actually going quicker than the 2 liters. So that's certainly a noteworthy little bit there. We'll see if they can maintain that pace. They are still a ways behind. Reading for me is just over 2 minutes off the lead, but they're not too far really off the second in class. They're probably about, I'd say about 40 seconds thereabouts, somewhere around there.
Oh, we got a spinner, sorry, Thomas. That is the Wave Driving Revolution car had a little bit of a spin in car number 2. I'm going to have a look at that. See what happened there. He just locked the rears, lost it under brakes.
Too
That's
deep,
a shame.
looks like. Yeah, just went in a bit too hot in the corners, tried to pull it up, and obviously in these Porsches, once you lock them up like that, it's generally going to go spearing into the walls. So we actually did well there to blow it up just before the wall there, so in the end it was just a bit of a case of wounded pride, probably more than anything else. So yeah, managed to keep it out of damage, which is the main thing. But what that is going to do is maybe give Ethan a bit of a hurry up in the Evolution Racing Team car, because again, as we mentioned, they're on the same lap. Obviously, Marco's probably a good half a lap ahead, but keeps having little mistakes like that. It's going to give the RT guys a bit of an incentive to maybe try and snatch that P5 in class.
Yeah, certainly, and all of these guys here, we're talking about the 797, the SimRC.de Kiwi car, Wave Driving Revolution number 2, and 026 Evolution Racing Team. I'm noticing they are all actually quite close comparatively on track at the moment. SimRC coming up to, where is he? He's nearly at Carousel at the moment. Meanwhile, the Wave Driving Revolution car is entering Carousel, so these guys are quite close on track at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. So that's something to keep an eye on. Let's keep an eye on that one. That's very close indeed, like that. So yeah, good to see a few of these cars are still within battling distance, despite it being obviously 2 hours into the race. And yeah, definitely Pure Racing Team Black and SST Orange, as I said, they are also relatively close in the last sector, both of them. I think Pure Racing Team Black was coming through that second carousel, mini carousel almost, onto that big, massive back straight, and SST Orange are just coming through into that section more or less now, so it's got to be a good 40-ish seconds thereabouts. That's good to see. Those two are also quite close. Good to see up in the lead of the classes. A lot of them are actually fairly close. I mean, keeping in mind all the way down to, let's have a look here. We'll go down to 20th overall, which is the MSP Phoenix Racing 69 car. They're all in 4 laps with each other, which again considering, I know it's a long lap, but considering 12 hours into this race, and we know how unforgiving this circuit is, that's pretty close, really. Considering that we're this far into the race, for this many cars to be within that sort of lap time frame of each other, that's this impressive performance from these guys.
And I'll tell you why the Sim RC and wave driving cars are so close. It's because the Sim RC car has had a driver change in the last lap or so. Evan Merrill is now at the wheel of that car.
Indeed, yeah, good spot there. So that's why those guys have closed up. Keep an eye on that there, because I'm not sure if Wave have the pace over them. I think, if anything, Sim RC seem to have a bit of an advantage, but keep an eye on it, because, yeah, they are quite close. And Sim RC will be trying to catch back up to them, so we'll see how much this is battling, because I'm not sure if they're on the same strategy or not.
Oh, Evan Merrill! Wow, yeah, goodness me.
Yeah, that can so easily go wrong if you go wide there. It was good, lucky that he kept that straight and didn't slide, because if you slide the grass on these Porsches, then you're basically gone. There's not much you can really do. So, good save there from him. Keep that going. But yeah, they should have the pace, you would think. But we'll see. We'll see. Their quality times actually were, yeah, interesting, because Wave Driving Evolution were actually 13 seconds faster. In quali, it would seem, which is interesting. Whether that was just a case of different drivers' performance, that kind of thing, I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see if that can close up. So it'd be good to see those two battling. That would be for, I believe, 5th in class. And so especially if they can start battling and they start holding each other up, again, that might give ERT even more motivation yet again to try and close up the top 5 in class.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be difficult for these guys, because hang on, let's have a look. So a lap in the a stint in the Porsche, sorry, around here at the Nürburgring looks to be about 7 or 8 laps, and it's looking like, I wonder if has Ethan Griggault gone in for a pit stop in the last lap or so. I'm not quite sure.
Here,
no way for me of telling. Well, if he hadn't pitted last time he crossed the line, he'll probably have to at the moment, because of course no safety cars in this race, so strategy is entirely determined by a combination of how fast you are and how much you can stay out of trouble. So with these pit stop times sort of being the way they are, looks like okay, so these guys are all taking their stops around about now, with Wave Driving probably due in the next couple of laps. So these gaps are going to stay relatively consistent, give or take a minute throughout the course of the race, unless one of these guys has a pretty bad incident, which would certainly spice things up if they need to repair some damage.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking at the laps actually to try and gauge if they've pitted. I think, yeah, way hard to tell with their laps. They're a little bit up and down, but I think they haven't pitted for a while. I think he's on about his 5th or 6th lap in the stint, so he's probably going to pit in the next lap or two. Looking at Ethan, it looks to me like he's actually probably getting right near the edge of the stint there. I reckon he's done, yeah, basically 7 laps from what I can tell. So if he's not going to pit this lap, I reckon he'll pit possibly the next lap. As I think he's just got into the car this stint, from what I can see from the lap times. So expect Ethan in pretty soon, if what I'm seeing there in the laps is anything to go by. Of note as well, so that gap at the front that I was mentioning, it pretty much is more or less 40 seconds. It's between Pure Racing Team Black and SST Orange there. Quite close on track, and I'm fairly sure that is effective, if I'm not mistaken, as I'll just look at laps and get an update. Yeah, that's pretty much more or less effective. It looks like Pure Racing Team are on a slightly different strategy, as they just pitted not long ago, but it's more or less that's effective position time-wise, from what I can see. Again, that's going to be one to watch to see how that pans out later on in the race, because depending on who's doing what and how that all works, one of the teams there might have a stop or two less at the very end, and that could be crucial in that battle for 2nd in class. As I think Sim Racing White actually seem to be on pretty much the same strategy as SST Orange, whereas Pure Racing Team are on a slightly different strategy. So whether that was because of an incident or just because of how it's all worked out for them fuel-wise and that kind of thing, we'll soon see. But yeah, a little bit interesting to see that little dynamic from the field.
Yeah, certainly. And I've got a bit of information from Brendan O'Brien, team manager at Evolution Racing Team, can confirm that it's an 8-lap stint for the Porsches.
There you go. Yep. And that would mean that, yeah, I would say that he should be in this lap, I would say, because I think he's on his 8th lap now. I'm fairly sure. So, yeah, I think it's his 8th lap. So, he doesn't pit this lap. Oh, no, I think he just pitted. Oh, yeah, he just pitted. There we go, for that lap time. So, I think he's just pitted then, Ethan. So, that should be him good now for another 8 laps. And then we'll probably see him in again. So, there you go. So, that answers that question. So, there we go. That's that result for us there. That has meant that Pure Racing Team Blue, which is one of the GT3s, has jumped them. You think they'll stay ahead? It's actually pretty good times in these guys. Doing 8:17.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
That's
yeah.
electric wool. Yeah. And I think actually, look at the times in quali. Yeah, they qualify on a pole, so I'm assuming they've had an incident throughout the race, and that's why they're further down. But they are coming through. So there, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little bit of a comeback charger to watch because they are lapping very fast indeed. Looks like they got pole by a good, almost a second as well from their from Sim Racing White, Dallas Racing White. So that's one to watch. We'll see them. He's next up for him is actually the 2 Porsches, the Wade Driving and the Sim Race or Sim RC guys. So we'll probably see him catching up to them very soon.
Yeah, certainly. Sven Palmqvist asks in the broadcast chat, how many cars are still in the race? Well, from what we can see, it's somewhere in the vicinity of 39, 40. So that seems to be... that seems to be the number. Yeah, just looking through the grid now, it looks like we've got 40 cars still running, still out on track. PND Mosconi is out of the pits, and they are going very nicely as they get past by a Porsche. So yeah, that's 35 laps in general. All right, 42 to be exact. We've just been told. So yeah, 42 cars still in this race, which is quite impressive after 12 hours around the Nürburgring.
Yeah, as we were saying before, we had 58 or 56, I believe, starters in this race. So to still have the majority of the field still going in such a grueling race is quite an achievement, it has to be said. So kudos to everybody who is still running. It's very, very nice to see that so many of them are still out there and that we haven't just had, half the field explode in the first half of the race. So that's very good to see. As we're focused on P12 in class, that is the MSP Phoenix Racing 24 car. I believe it's the lead Phoenix Racing car at the moment. In P12 overall, just behind a few other cars. They've got another class car just ahead of them as well, which is good to see on the same lap too. So we'll see if that changes. And again, those two, the 11th and 12th overall, qualify within a couple of tenths of each other, which again, amazing to see. And the car behind them, which is actually another one of the Audis, another 10th. So good to see them all so close.
Wow.
But yeah, we've got 42, as we said, still going. I think we've got one of the Mazda's, the AGT drivers, BJ Sim Racing car. They're in the pits. They've still got the Tryhards Racing 1 car. They're down in 45th overall, behind a couple of cars have retired recently, but they are still going, which is the main thing, as they continue to push on at the moment, being last of the cars, which is still running.
Yep, and I've got a little bit more Porsche strategy information from Mr. O'Brien. Not taking tyres saves about 26 seconds. You can 2 or even 3 stint on one set of tyres. Our newer guys took tyres every stop for the first 9 pits, so that goes part of the way to explaining why Evolution Racing Team is so far down.
Indeed, there you go, sort of a strategic mishap possibly earlier in the race, but yeah, as we said, plenty of time. Obviously, still got just over 11 hours to go in this race, so plenty of time for them to get back up the field. As I said, I think they're certainly, I would say, from what I've seen lap times, I was actually have a quick look again. Well, it was Ethan. Looked like he almost went flying on my screen with a bit like that. They're going quicker than the Wade Driving guys. The Wade Driving Evolution guys are sort of averaging a bit up and down, but generally 8-minute 40s thereabouts. Whereas the RT guys are pretty much banging in constant 8-minute 32s, 33s. Well, Ethan has in his stint so far, which is quite impressive consistency, it has to be said, from Ethan, that we know his talent in the V8s. And the SimRC guys, they're pretty much matching ERT. So if anything, I think those two are going to probably catch the Wave Driving guys over the coming hours. So that'll be interesting to see if that fight for P5 in the Porsches is going to come to light in the coming few hours.
Yeah, certainly. Looking forward to seeing how that turns out. Wave Driving is now going down the back straight. Meanwhile, Sim RC is also going down the back straight. So these guys are very close on track at the moment. Let's have a look at how far Marco is into his stint. Looks to be about 5 or 6 laps into his stint. Meanwhile, Sim RC has basically only just jumped back into the car, so I would definitely expect SimRC to pass Wave Driving, at least when Wave Driving takes a pit stop in the next couple of laps. We'll see what happens. They're coming up to the pit entry now. Not going to enter the pits this time is Marco.
No, indeed. I'll just look at these times. I think he might have... Oh! On the radio there, a bit of some interesting words. Okay, we'll jump on board with the lap with Mark, I believe is. Yeah, look at it. SimRC, they are right there. They were 4 seconds faster last lap by, and I reckon that gap is basically 4 seconds. So I'd almost say maybe go on board with Evan here as he closes in on the Wave Driving Solutions. They come through the Grand Prix section of the track right now. A lot more space here than the Nordschleife section. You can definitely tell when you reach the Nordschleife part of the tracks that just get that much narrower than the Grand Prix section. But yeah, I think Evan, sorry, he might actually do a stop. I reckon next lap will be stuck because he's been out there for a good 7 laps or so. So I wouldn't be surprised if he pits soon. The Wave Driving guys, I think they're probably about halfway through the stint, so he's still got about 4 laps Marco for. He probably also kind of gets for a refuel.
Yeah, something like that. SimRC, Evan Merrill's only just set his first full lap time of this stint, having pitted 2 laps ago. Interesting to note, though, Thomas, while you were talking about the Grand Prix circuit versus the Nordschleife, I actually really enjoy the Grand Prix circuit here. It's one of my favourite quote-unquote modern venues. It was built in the early 1980s, opened in '84. Yeah, it's no patch on the Nordschleife, obviously, but it's certainly got what it takes to be a very good racing circuit in its own right. But of course, our Porsches are now jumping onto the Nordschleife now, and that very difficult first turn. That's caused me so many problems in the past, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree. The camera pulls the corner, kind of pulls away from you. The car just wants to drift and drift and drift and drift until you go off the track, which is the around the Nordschleife are basically a common problem throughout. Just asking who's in the core car at the moment. The core car at the moment is being driven by Patrick Holtzman, is in that car at the moment, in the lead of the Porsche class. So there you go, Sven. That's a nice look there for you. They're leading, as I said, leading that class currently. Lap down off the lead in Porsche, as mentioned, is a pretty fantastic achievement. They're managing to stay so close so far and ahead of the majority of the GT3 field in that car. But yeah, again, we're on board as those of you watch the broadcast there. We're on board with the Wave Driving guys at the moment. They come through the sweeping left-hander here. Again, very easy to get it wrong through there. It's drift a bit too wide, and that can really screw up your run into the sweeping right-hander here. So you go through here again, just kind of waiting when you put the throttle on. So there's a bit of a guessing game sometimes when you want to put it on, especially in these Porsches. If you put it on too early, a bit of a slide on, it can just be you spinning around the walls. So you've got to watch those who come through this section. A little bit of famous section is uphill left-hander, so easy to pop into the wall, and then just find yourself in a lot of trouble. But Marco doing a good job at the moment. He's actually, if anything, it looks like he's basically holding Evan at bay at this point in the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I believe we are on board with the SimRC guys at the moment, Thomas. So he's a little bit behind, but hey, we get to experience that little section again.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, probably I think because my trading paints is not updating skin swapping, I suppose I told it to refresh, but it's apparently decided to conk out and not work for me. It looked like yellow livery, and at the moment, the Wave Driving looks yellow to me with that stock livery, so apologies there, my bad. But yes, we are watching Evan close in, and I don't know, yeah, as I said, it's more or less stable. It looks like it is roughly 4 seconds thereabouts, and if anything, yeah, as I said, Marco looks to be keeping it about even, although, yeah, Marco's been... Yeah, he's been generally doing sort of 32s, 33s. He's been a bit up and down last stint, actually. Last stint he was, or this stint, sorry, he's been a bit up and down pace-wise. I'm not sure if that's been incidents or traffic or what have you, but it looks like when he's on song, he can set, he did 31 last stint, so the pace is there. That may explain why this gap is pretty much holding at the moment. We'll see if that stays. I think his car's a little bit sorrier looking than Evans, although, as with most cars in the field, they're both a bit banged up, to say the least.
Yeah, the car's currently going through the corner where Niki Lauda crashed in 76, and now they come up to Bergwerk, which is one of my favourite corners on the circuit. Just that tight right-hander that sort of opens a bit on the exit, and you can just blast off down this straight. This is Kesselchen, I think it's called, or Kesselchen. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but it's one of the most dangerous parts of the circuit. Those walls creep up on you, and if you have even the slightest bit of understeer in your car, it's basically lap over, race over, sometimes life over if you crash hard enough in real life. Then this very scary set of turns, just a little tap of the brakes here from Evan, staying in fifth gear. Oh, careful, calm your farm, Evan. There was an Audi behind him. There we go. That explains that. And then that's the style Strecker turn. You might have noticed a little bit of a road splitting off before he turned in. That was the style Streck, an alternate route of the Nordschleife that was a super steep hill. This is Carousel, one of the most legendary corners in world motorsport. Actually, fun fact about Carousel, I think it was Rudolf Caracciola, one of the earliest Grand Prix drivers in the 1930s, basically invented that corner, because it used to be the flat section on the outside was where the actual road was, but there was a little bit of a drainage ditch on the inside. Caracciola, and I apologize if I'm talking about the wrong driver here, but he would hook the car into that drainage ditch and get a bit of an edge on his competitors. Eventually everyone started doing it. The drainage ditch started widening because all of the cars were using it, and eventually the people running the track decided, screw it, we're just going to pave it over, go on, use it. And that's how Carousel was born.
There you go, yeah, and I was just thinking, Reece, you're doing some great info. There's great fun facts for us throughout this our stint. It's good. We do good bits of information for all the viewers, which is great. Obviously, it's always a lot of info, of course, in this track, because it's such an extensive history in the Nordschleife. So it's always good to learn a bit more about the track as we go along. And I was just thinking of Carousel. It is a legendary corner, but I think it's probably one of my worst corners on this track. So I swear every time I have raced around here, and I haven't raced it too much to be fair, but when I have raced it, primarily I did race it when the Porsches actually come to think of them were here in the official series. I swear I was always losing time through the Carousel. I think I'm just the way it is, the way the banking is, I just couldn't comfortably get through there quickly. And I swear every time I went through there, the guys behind would just close up like an absolute freight train. It was so annoying. I just couldn't, and then I'd push it, go off this Carousel, I just lose more time. It's so annoying. But yeah, definitely one of the most legendary corners on the track, and a great fun. I mean, how many other circuits can you think of that have a carousel section like that in them?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's me having a bit of lag. I think it is me having a bit of lag. Probably just there's a bit of issues with the game connected to the iRacing server. Hopefully it'll sort out at my end pretty soon.
All good. We saw Evan Merrill there as he went down that roller coaster section. He had to serve a bit of a slowdown, so he's lost a bit of time to Wave Driving Revolution as they come down this super long straight and passing under the bridge that is used for the starting point of those legendary bridge to gantry laps, through this flat out kink, scary corner in the Porsche, and then down through these super fast sweepers towards the end of the lap. Hard braking down into second, run across the curb. Wave Driving Revolution is exiting the final corner, and they are entering the pits now. So that's going to be Sim RC's position to take. Evan Merrill completes the lap of the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke.
Indeed, yeah, and that's them back into the lane, so hopefully they'll have a good little quick stop there and keep plugging away at their stint. And yeah, good to see that the battle there in the Porsches is as close as it is, because yeah, it's, as I said, it's been 12 hours. It's been quite a long while when you think about it. and they are still quite close up to the top there. And even as the GT3s, they're quite close. And I know the Mazdas are certainly early on. The Mazdas had a great little duel there with the top four. They were having a great little duke it out in the opening hours, and they're still going quite nicely as well, which is good to see. So it's all a bit calmer after the initial initial sort of cars coming through the traffic those early hours of the race, and it's a little bit more spread out now, which hopefully is a bit more of a calming time for the drivers. As I said, they just try and keep their keep the concentration levels up as they plug away here in the middle phase of the race.
Yeah, certainly. It's the middle of the night in Europe at the moment, and it's getting towards the middle of the night in the United States and North America and South America, for that matter, as well. So this is the point where a lot of international teams will be putting in their Australian drivers or their Asian drivers that for which it's the middle of the day, and it's sort of the Zen mode. It is the nighttime portion of the race, but of course, in iRacing, we currently have perpetual morning, so it must be a bit strange for those guys who are up in the middle of the night racing.
Yeah, seeing it being pure day, certainly if they're within Europe and based in Europe, it'd be a bit interesting trying to go in the Nürburgring while it's light in game but dark outside. But they'll keep plugging away. So yeah, just seeing that corner there onto the back straight of the Grand Prix circuit. There's just so much dirt off the line there. It's just crazy to see how much dirt is there. And again, that's just a case of people, and we're seeing it almost from actually a lot of the drivers just dipping a few wheels on the dirt. And obviously with iRacing having those dirt physically, that just keeps bringing bits and bits of dirt off the racing line. And so that would mean if you're trying to get a pass done through there and you're on the inside, I would imagine there is pretty much no grip. And you're effectively rallycrossing from seeing how much dirt is there. There's just so much there that it's basically a rallycross course off the line through there.
Yeah. Currently focused on position 1 in the MX-5s at the moment. Team Potatoes still leading as they have been since we started broadcasting, but they have changed drivers. Nicholas Taymans is now at the wheel of that little machine. Where is he on track at the moment? I recognize that section. He's just come past the big compression corner, and he's up on his way in the northern part of the circuit.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, just going through the middle phase of the circuit.
And Audi passing him.
Yeah, there you go. Audi putting a lap down or another lap down on him. And yeah, some tricky dirt confirmed on that corner in the Grand Prix circuit, and a few others. I think I've seen a few others have a lot of dirt off the line. So yes, that is dirt confirmed right there. So there you go. Yep. But yes, Team Potato doing very well. Yes, and again, as we mentioned, along with the Will Vincent team, they've probably got the best team name. It's good to see them going along well. They were leading early on as well, and they had a good little battle with the top 4 in the Mazdas. But obviously, things are a bit spaced out now. And still going along quite nicely. As I said, I think any of the Mazdas really deserve extra respect for being still going, because obviously in the Mazdas not as fast for sure as pretty much all the other classes. We said the Kias are actually quite speedy in a straight line, so for all the Mazdas that are still going to still be going and not be wiped out or anything like that is a special kudos in itself, because it's very scary being the slower class car, especially in the case of the Mazda when it's so much slower than the other cars. It's a bit scary, I'm sure, when the GT3s or the Porsches come up and they start swarming your mirrors. It can be easy to sort of lose concentration and be off. So again, kudos to all the Mazdas that are still running for keeping it on track so far.
Yeah, certainly. A little bit of an update, meanwhile, on the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow 777 We Like Pizza and Racing car. It looks like Cohen Klopman's internet woes have continued, because I noticed that in the server log, his received throughput fell to an unacceptable level once again, and Fabrice Cornelis is now in that car, as it is in the pits, probably still towing. With an excruciatingly long tow time, probably, because this is the Nordschleife. So that's a bit of a shame for them. Cohen Klopman only made it a couple of laps before he disconnected again. So that's a real shame for them. Hopefully Cohen can get that sorted out so he can keep going.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, hopefully they can keep plugging away. I'm sure they will. Obviously, they're trying to get to the end. Just keep plugging away. They're a bit off the other Porsches at the moment, but they are still running as they're finally back in the game, so that's good. But yes, no, they'll keep plugging away, keep going as they are. As again, finishing this race on its own would be really for anyone achievement in and of itself. So no matter where you finish, so I think just keep plugging away, keep going along, even with these disconnects. They can at least try and get to the end of the race, and that saying you finished this race alone is quite an amazing achievement. So hopefully they can keep plugging away and at least stay in this one and get to the end of it.
Certainly. Focusing on P7 overall, that's the Iberica Racing Team car. Pablo Lopez is now at the wheel of that car. Pablo GoPro Lopez. Very popular sim racing YouTuber in his own right, and a very successful sim racer as well. Just a small update. We'll stay focused on Pablo, but the Vendaval sim racing white car has just taken a pit stop, and Matty has stayed in that car. But back to Iberica Racing Team. Pablo Lopez at the wheel. Let's have a look at how far ahead the GT Ross car is ahead of them. Looks like it's not that far, in all honesty. It's about a quarter of a lap, I'd say. Pablo's just come out of Carousel, and meanwhile Daniel Quattrapani is coming through the latter part of the lap, coming up to the second Carousel. So interesting to see how this battle turns out. I'm just going to have a look at their pit times and their lap times. Looks like Daniel last pitted on lap 84. They got a minute 30 between them at the moment, so Daniel is about 6 or 7 laps into his stint. Meanwhile, Pablo is pretty much just gotten in the car. He's currently on his third lap in this stint.
Indeed, yeah, going along quite nicely. And yeah, it looks like that could be a close battle that may unfold. Although at the moment they're basically trading lap times. From I can see, Pablo did a high 20 last lap, and the SST silver car did a high 19. So a little bit quicker from Daniel there. I'll see when he last pitted. I would assume, yeah, it's been. He's about 4 or 5 laps in the stint, so getting part of the stint. Obviously, Pablo, as you say, just came out of the pits the last couple of laps, so he's just starting a stint, and his stint in the car at the moment just took over from Mark Perez, who was driving that machine. So we'll see how that goes as we get into these next few hours.
We've got 11 hours to go. Wow.
First hour.
Only 5 hours left for us before we hand over back to race spot for the final quarter of the race.
It has flown by though, really. It does not feel like it's been an hour, I've got to be honest. Feels like maybe half an hour, not an hour. So this has been great. Been a lot of fun already, and we've still got 5 hours to go. And even though there's not, as we've been sort of, as you've probably been seeing from the stream, there's not any real direct battles going on right now. It's a few that are pretty close though. And obviously this phase, it's more about trying to keep it on the track more than battling between cars, and just kind of prepping yourself in terms of each team's case for that last few hours and being in the right spot at the right time when we get to the last hours. I know a few commentators, Joshua Anderson likes to say the power hour. He loves his power hour. I'm sure the drivers are going to be looking forward to that when that comes in at the back end of the race.
Yeah, certainly. And while we have this little bit of a lull in the action, I do want to extend an invitation to people in the broadcast chat. If you have any questions for me or Thomas, be sure to ask them in the broadcast chat, and we'll get around to answering them when we can. You can ask us basically anything about, the features iRacing has, the race, the track, ourselves, V8s Online. If you have any questions about that, be sure to ask them in the broadcast chat. Also, tweet us, so at V8s Online on Twitter. And be sure to give us a follow. And like us on Facebook as well, actually. V8s Online on Facebook. If you want to follow our other exploits, we broadcast quite a few Australian sim racing series. And it's a real honour to be broadcasting this top-of-the-line international event for iRacing.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. It's been great so far, certainly. Even though you could say we're in probably one of the lulls of the race. It's still been great fun to commentate on, and it's still just a fantastic seeing all the cars going around the circuit. That in itself is, I find, entertaining enough, to be honest. It doesn't have to be, any battles going on. And yeah, no, it's great to be involved in the broadcasting for this event. And as we've seen, just some great quality drivers out there and some great quality driving as well. And also some fantastic liveries as well. I'm able to finally see a few of them, having to reconnect there. The trading paints decided to actually load a few of them. Again, not all of them have loaded because why would they? But a few of them have loaded at least, so I can see a few of the paints. There's some very nice ones. It's actually a very nice, I like the Momentum Endurance. They're actually sitting P4 in the Porsche's class. Very eye-catching livery, a lot of pink there, and I like it, actually, to be honest. It's good to see some good colours again. I always like a nice vibrant grid. In any form of racing, it's great to see a few of these teams having some great vibrant colours racing around the track. It just makes it all the more eye-catching, I think, and all the more fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly. We'll have a look at that Momentum Endurance car soon. Our director has gone for a bit of a pit stop, and the camera is currently trained on P1, I believe. At least that's what we've been informed.
Yep, indeed, it is indeed. That's Matty still at the wheel of that car. I'll have a look how much into his stint he is. Yeah, he's about 6 laps or so into his stint, so getting into the back end of that stint for him. And also he's first, he's just got in the car for the stint, so should be probably pitting pretty soon, probably the next lap or two, maybe pit this lap potentially. We'll see how long he goes on that car. Saving fuel. Chris Tipper there asking in the chat. I think, I know it was mentioned at the start, the race, when Race Sport obviously did the first 6 hours of the race. I know the Mazdas it was mentioned that there is some fuel saving that goes on there, because you can extend them, get an extra lap out of them if you fuel save correctly. And certainly early on when there was those top 4, when they were all sort of lying astern, I think there was some strategy going on there. It's probably not as critical or as being done as much at this point, because the cars are just that much spread out that you can't really use the slipstream to do that. But I do think if there's any going on, it's probably the Mazdas, because I think they're the ones that you can possibly get one more lap out of them if you can sort of coax the fuel a little bit. That might be something that a few of these teams are doing, the Mazdas, just to try and get an advantage over their opponents.
Yeah, certainly, and as I mentioned before, there's no cautions in this event, no safety cars, so that's one opportunity to save fuel gone for these guys. So any fuel saving you can do, I suppose, would be a benefit. A couple of less seconds spent in the pit lane never fails to help you out in a race like this. So yeah, I guess it all depends on how hard you're battling with someone and how much of a lead you've got.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. It's sort of, it depends basically on how comfortable we are, I guess, and how much the gap is. I mean, I think Team Potato is still leading that as class, doing a very good job indeed. They actually have, I'm trying to gauge how much they have. They're on the same lap as the Team RSO car behind them, but they have about, what is that? I'm trying to, I don't have too much. It's about maybe, I guessed about a minute thereabouts on the car behind, so they're pretty close. And again, considering that we are this far into the race, it's quite incredible that they are as close as they are. But they have a little bit of a buffer, so they might be watching it, keeping an eye on it, because they are on the same lap at least, so they do have to at least watching brief over that. But in the case, and even actually Pure Racing Team Kia and the Talk Freak Racing, they're also again on the same lap. So this is quite fascinating to see that all the classes, the leaders are on the same lap in every class. Although I think Talk Freak and Pure Racing there in the Kias are probably the most apart, because Talk Freak are just starting another lap. They're 84th lap. Whereas Pure Racing Team Kia are about probably heading towards the halfway mark of the lap right about now. So
yeah,
that's
on the way towards
one of the
Bergberg.
Yeah. So that's probably a good 3 or 4 minutes. So that might be, Pure Racing Team might be not quite as watching the fuel, because they do have a little bit of a buffer there that they can push and not have to worry too much about being too strategic on the pit stops there.
Yeah, certainly. Another question from the broadcast chat from Callum McInnes. Anyone know where I can get a cheap G27? eBay. or something
Exactly,
like that.
yes. Yeah.
Logitech doesn't make the G27 anymore, I believe. They've shifted focus to the G920. So yeah, ask around. You might be able to find a used one in your local area. Check your local classifieds or something like that. But of course, I'm sure some online electronics retailers will have a few in stock. Just check around, and you might be able to find yourself a good deal.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, it's just eBay or anything like that's probably where to find them because they are not being built anymore. I think actually the one I've got here is one of the last that was probably built. To be honest, I think I had a G27 originally, and the one I had some issues, so I had to get a replacement. I think the one I got was one of the last, certainly where I am, because I actually had to get it through the online store. Where I got it from, and I think they were saying to me it was the last one they had. It was just the last they had, I think, around at all in my area anyway.
Wow.
So yeah, so I
End
got
of an
pretty
era.
lucky getting that. Yeah. So I feel a bit like this might be a little bit special wheel because this might be one of the last ones that was done potentially. So yeah, so yeah, definitely eBay's probably the main look at, but anything like that you can probably find a good one. As obviously G29 is their current project. But yeah, no, it's yeah, a good one to keep an eye on. A good little middle range wheel, of course. You know, G27's got a lot of pros over the years, being a nice middle range wheel, sort of between not right at the bottom, but then not right at the top. A nice little middle ground wheel to get you into sim racing if you're looking to be a bit more serious about it. So that's certainly something to look at. But we're just under 11 hours to go now in this race. I think we're still. Oh, as we're looking at P2, there we go. So race director is back from his pit stop. Looking at Pure Racing Team Black now. They're within 20 seconds of the leaders, but again, I think it's because the leaders just pitted recently. And that gap between second and third, I'll tell you what, actually, just looking at GT Ross, Alex Arana, 8:15 last lap. Pretty solid lap time. Actually, 3 seconds faster than seconds. That's a pretty impressive lap time from those guys. I'm just going to look back at Pure Racing Team Blue, again, remembering that they qualified on pole. Obviously had some issues, and that's why they're further down the field. They did 8:20 last. They've got Patrick Wolf at the wheel of that car. He's been at the wheel for a long time, actually. Wow, he's been at the wheel for a good 30 laps from what I can see here. Coming up on 40 pretty soon, so he has had a very long stint. Actually, Maximilian Benecker was at the wheel for 32 laps initially, so these guys are doing the heavy lifting in that car. But he's been doing, consistent. Last lap was one of the slower ones. I assume traffic was involved in that. But he's been doing consistent sort of 8:18s, 8:17s, and 8:16 last lap. So their pace is certainly up there. They've just got to keep plugging away, I guess, and try and get back up the GT3 field over the coming hours.
Yeah, certainly. I got another question from the broadcast chat by the Dr. Tupi. Where do you guys show position? We do have position overlays, but we don't show them all the time. We'll see what we can do about getting them back up so that we can have a look at the positions in the race. May not be able to, but we'll see. They're up now. So, yeah, if you want a bit of a readout of where everyone is in the race, there you go. And meanwhile, while there is still this lull in the action, I think it would be a good idea to do a little bit of an interview. We've got Brenton O'Brien from Evolution Racing Team in the waiting for interview booth, and he just messaged me saying, "Are you guys doing interviews?" So we may indulge that. I cannot pull him in.
See if I can. Do I have the...
There we go. That's better. Welcome to the commentary booth, Brenton O'Brien, head of Evolution Racing Team. You guys are going pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, g'day Reese, Swansea, and Tom. It's good to be here. Yeah, we're steadily going along, aren't we? It's we're learning the car more as we go. Like apart from Neck, who's going to be stepping into the car later on, none of us are really Porsche drivers at all. Ethan just loves this track, so he put his hat in the ring late yesterday to have a go at this. So we're trying to get ourselves in the top 5 in class, and we're going to be knocking on the door by the end of it.
Yeah, certainly. You did mention to me earlier, though, that you took tyres when you probably shouldn't have and lost a bit of time there.
Yeah, about every second stop when we shouldn't have. So that's probably, let's face it. Yeah, we've had some guys racing this car pretty much for the first time, and it's a confidence thing. We have one guy's done the very first time he's driven the track. So it's a confidence thing. If they feel more confident on brand new wheels, well, yeah, chuck them on and keep the
Yeah, of
laps
course.
going. You know what I mean? It's better than being in the pits.
Yeah, certainly. And speaking of that, you know, I guess you guys must be well chuffed with the fact that you've made it past the halfway point and you're still circulating.
Yep, we are. Had some slight damage you can probably see on the car at the front. That was from really early on with an Audi having a slight spin in front of us, had nowhere to go with Tom Jones. So, yeah, we're carrying around optional repairs of about a minute generally. It's come down from a minute 30 before. So, yeah, Ethan's doing a fantastic job considering he doesn't drive Porsches at all. And yeah, as I said before to someone, yeah, we're not ever going to be the quickest car, are we? Like, let's face it, the guys we're racing against, it's their version of Bathurst, isn't it? They live and breathe this track, whereas, for us out of towners as such, it's good just to get some laps done, get some circulated, get some coverage, of course. But, just a good experience to be in such a prestigious event.
Yeah, certainly. And I suppose some of the sponsors are very happy to be getting that level of exposure.
Doesn't hurt, does it? Doesn't hurt with guys like yourselves at V8's Online and affiliated places doing the broadcast, and to get in the top splits, awesome for us. It's to be honest with you, it probably wasn't our original plan, and we've been thrown in the deep end a little bit, but we are where we are, and really enjoying it. That's the most important thing is right now we're actually really enjoying this race, chasing down heavily the car in front of us, the Wave Revolution car. We're not that far behind, and maybe we can get sneaky top 5 in the class, and top 15 overall would be an outstanding result for our team.
Yeah, certainly. I'm noticing actually. Yeah, you guys are very, very close to them. You guys are just coming through Hutzenbach, and Wave Driving Evolution is coming up to Flugplatz, so that's not very far at all, and it's an interesting battle to watch. Well, I guess we'll let you go, Brenton. But do you want to give any shout-outs before you go?
Yeah, well, we're actually just 12 seconds behind, so yeah, keep half an eye on that. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to Race Spot, thanks to GSRC, and for broadcasting this event. Like, we got some great sponsors. We know those: Logitech G, MPMS Racing Simulators, just to name but a few. Joel Real Timing is awesome for these events. But just for you guys, and also to the guys who stay up in the middle of the night. We had guys like Tom Jones, Mick Cracknell, doesn't race Porsches, but stayed up all hours of the night, and Scott Lanark, brand new to our team, again stayed up all night putting in some laps. So fantastic effort for those guys to be putting in such a big effort.
Fantastic stuff, Brenton. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. We'll keep an eye on you guys. One of the teams representing the Aussie contingent in this event, and I guess we'll talk to you again soon.
Cheers, Reese.
That was Brenton O'Brien there from Evolution Racing Team, currently running in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in the Porsche class here at the Nürburgring 24 on iRacing.
Indeed, yeah, as he mentioned there, 12 seconds of the car ahead, so they're certainly one to watch as he keeps plugging away. As you said, yeah, pretty impressive, has to be said, that they are here in top split alone. It's obviously very, very competitive drivers that all are competing in this VLN 23 hours across all the splits that are currently racing. So again, kudos to those guys for making the top split, and for, again, still being in the race at this point is a huge kudos, especially when a lot of those guys are not regular Porsche drivers. It's certainly a huge kudos to them. And yeah, I hope they can keep plugging away and possibly get a couple more positions. They certainly seem to have pace to go a bit further, and hopefully for their sake that can keep going, and maybe, who knows, get a top 5 possibly. As you said, those 5th, 6th and 7th in the Porsche class are actually all sort of lapping sort of similar. They're all relatively close, so certainly if one of them has an issue in the coming hours, that could be positions gained for them.
Yeah, certainly. And if you guys, if any of the people racing out there, if you're a teammate of one of the guys racing in this race and you want to get interviewed, well, we are on the Race Spot TeamSpeak at the moment. So if you want to interview, have a bit of a talk about your race, go to ts.racespot.tv, port 9988, and then we'll see what we can do about slotting you in for a little bit of a chat during the broadcast. I think now would probably be a good time to take a 5-minute break, Thomas. We've been broadcasting for an hour and a bit now, and yeah, I think both of us probably need to restock, take a bit of a pit stop.
Yes, indeed. I think that would be cool. And then we'll come back and we can continue our coverage of this middle phase of the Nords 24 on iRacing.
Yep, certainly. You are watching hours 12 to 18 of the Nordschleife of the Nürburgring 24 hours, on iRacing.com, presented by V8s Online, the best race here. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, one and all. V8's Online's live broadcast of hours 12 to 18 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring. We're back from our little pit stop. Thomas and I both have some delicious coffee in our hands as we prepare to continue bringing you the action from this third quarter of one of the world's greatest endurance races in the sim world. And there hasn't been much changing in the last couple of minutes, has it, Thomas? Vendaval is still leading with Pure Racing Team, and GT Ross not too far behind.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's all, as we mentioned before, it's a bit of a lull at the moment in terms of the on-track battles, as all teams just try to keep themselves going, keep themselves motivated, I guess, to plug away at this middle phase and try and get through to those last few critical hours when everything is all to play for, really. And it's all going to come to a head of having the pace and people probably pushing as well, even harder, trying to catch back those gaps if they're within range for wins and class.
Tell you one thing though, we've got a battle on our hands. Evolution Racing Team and Wave Driving Revolution are on track at the moment. We've got some action. We're focused on them at the moment. Now, this, I've been looking for, goodness me. Whoa, hello. Spun Kia. That's not a sight you want to see coming over that hill.
Oh, yeah, I'm just looking back. So it's the BAM Esports car. Yeah, I think the ERT car just touched the wall. It looks like the Kia just went on the grass. He's gone on the grass and then turned into the corner, and then obviously he's been on the grass, so it's unsettled the car. He's gone around, hit the wall pretty hard. So, oh my goodness, that is I mean,
Wow.
if he'd crashed a couple of seconds later, I think that both those Porsches would have gone into him. So that is just very lucky that those two happened to come across him when they did, because that was so close to being a double retirement possibly there from those Porsches. So very lucky, but the battle continues.
Yep, Ethan Griggold is now in the slipstream of Mattia Fuligni, who is now at the wheel of the Wave Driving Revolution car. They're going to go side by side down the straight here at the Nürburgring. Nürburg Castle in the distance there, just ahead of them. And that is the pass made. Wave Driving Revolution getting into the slipstream of the ERT car almost instantly in an attempt to get some straight line speed out of that thing. It looks like they got a fair bit of front end damage, so they want to try and minimize that as much as possible. But as they come into the last section of the lap here, it looks like Ethan Griggold has got it covered.
Yeah, indeed, I'd say that just by the looks of that, I reckon, and that may explain as well why the Wave guys' pace has been a little bit off in recent times. Looks like, as you can see just visually, the car looks very second-hand right now, and I think that's why they lost that so easily there. Is that I don't think they've got the straight line speed right now, as you can clearly see there from Ethan. I mean, he had the slipstream, sure, but even when Mattia there was in the slipstream of Ethan, he still couldn't get up to it, which I think shows how much time these guys are losing with the straight line speed. They just got none of it, thanks to how damaged that car is. So that may explain why their pace has been a little bit wavering, maybe not quite at their optimum in recent times. So now drops them, I believe, to 4, 5, 7th class now. And now that puts Evolution into 6th. Next on the list will be Sim RC, the Kiwi team. Evan's still at the wheel of that car, and they are slapping very nicely indeed. So, and they are quite a ways up the road. They're a good, probably half a lap, which obviously around this track translates to about 4 minutes ahead. So there you go,
2 minutes 30.
Okay, well, close than I thought, but yeah, so there's still quite a ways though, and there's quite a lot to catch up. And as I said, I think the Sim RC guys look a little bit quicker from what I can see. So even so, as I said, you know, Evolution, as they said, they're not, most of them aren't really Porsche drivers. So to be 6th in class in top split in this race is a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, certainly, especially starting from P29 overall. That's quite an achievement nonetheless. But yeah. The moment, looks like that little battle is done and finished.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, Evolution come out on top. I think Wave at this point might be just trying to finish, because I think that car's very, very, very second-hand. I think they're just trying to get to the end at this point, because it's not really looking much like a Porsche. It was just a lock up there as they enter the Nordschleife section of the circuit. And yeah, I think he's just trying to get to the end at the moment. So yeah, hopefully for their sake it can be a clean race until then.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I think some of the closest cars on track at the moment are P1 and 2 actually. Vendeval Sim Racing White leading the race, with Pure Racing Team Black about 20 seconds behind them.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. It looks like that might be a battle to watch.
Yep, certainly, as Pure Racing Team passes one of the MX-5s. Let's have a look at when they last pitted. There's another driver change for Pure Racing Team. Daniel Schueck is now in the car on his 7th lap, it looks like, and he's coming into the pits. So that's stint over for Daniel Schueck once again. Pretty short stints here in this GT3 car, only 7 laps long or so. So let's see what does that mean for Vendeval. Their last pit stop was only 4 or 5 laps ago, so they've got an extra couple of laps up their sleeves. So when they pit next, the gap will come back down. Got pit stop time up on screen for Pure Racing Team Black. Give you a little bit of a... Florian Voiter is now in the car for Pure Racing Team, it seems.
Indeed, well, interesting to see how his pace goes compared to his compatriots, and we'll see if he can match the pace up at the front of the field, because as we've seen, they're all lapping pretty consistently and all lapping pretty quickly in those top 3 positions. So we'll see if he can keep plugging away and keep those guys in with a shout of even an overall win if things go wrong for the lead cars, or even just overall podium, I guess, for staying on the podium, as long as they can keep it clean. But as we know, with the Nordschleife, multiple class cars, 11 hours plus still to go, plenty can go wrong, and generally does.
Oh, it certainly
So,
can.
yeah, so there's still plenty of time for them for things to possibly change. So I'm sure again they'll just be trying to maintain things at the moment. As there is
So that's a
68
second.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thomas. 68-second pit stop for Florian Voiter in the Pure Racing Team Black car. They are now out on track. P3 at the moment for them, so they have been overtaken by the GT Ross SST orange machine. Just having a look. Florian Voiter's last stint was from lap 25 to lap 48, so he's been out of the car for quite some time. Just getting back in now, and with the car still in a podium position, I guess now all he needs to do is just continue on circulating, stay out of trouble, and away he's going to go.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, as we said, I mean, we all just about trying to keep clean and probably just keep within range of everyone around you. I think for them they'll just be trying to stay top three. Again, podium top split is absolutely nothing to sneeze at for sure. But obviously the win, you want to get the win if you can. So I think they'll try and keep the nose clean throughout the next few hours. And try and be there with a chance of striking for the win maybe at the end. That'll be kind of their goal, I think, to be in the best position they can be for those last few hours. They can really start to try and attack for the win.
Yeah, certainly. So P2 and P3 overall are quite close at the moment. Alex Arana in the GT Ross car has just exited turn one of the Nordschleife. Meanwhile, Florian Voiter is now entering that corner himself, so they're only about 8 or so seconds apart. So looking forward to seeing how that turns out. Going to take a look at when the GT Ross car last pitted. Looks like Alex Arana is on lap 5 or lap 6 of his stint at the moment. So he'll be coming to the end of his stint soon, and that field will be cleansed once again.
Great, the great cleansing, as always. Gotta love the cleansing, yes. And then they'll resort the top three as well. Then we'll have the obviously effective order once again, probably of the top three. Although again, as I said, those three, two of them are on similar strategies, but one of them is a little bit separate, I think, in terms of strategy. They're a little bit in the middle of those two. And that interesting thing for me is going to be at the end. Where that puts them, on whether that's actually going to be an advantage for them or whether it may not be. It's all going to kind of flesh itself out probably in the last even half hour, I'd say, of the race. So we'll see on whether they've actually got an advantage from being seemingly out of sync with the other two, or if they're actually going to have a disadvantage by being out of sync. That could be something that could play a crucial part in either the battle for the lead or even the battle for P2 overall.
Yeah, certainly. We've got another stop in the Porsches. Evan Merrill has just left pit lane. Meanwhile, over in Iberica Racing Team, currently in P4, I believe. No, they've gone down to P5 now as GT Ross has passed them. Ade Koba Lopez is now at the wheel of the Iberica Racing Team Audi, taking over from Pablo Lopez.
And up there, focusing them as well. And yeah, Pablo stint from him. I think he had some really nice pace from what I saw throughout his stint. So he's now having another rest from the car. And obviously he'll probably be back later on in the stint. But yeah, so I think I was just happy to see one of the Kias come out of the pit lane there as well. Didn't see which one that was, but yeah, Maximilian Benecki in the car once again after, as I said, he had a super long initial stint. I think it was something like 20 or 30 laps he had in that first stint, and a few of them actually in that car are having very, very long stints. So again, that might be because they only have 3 or 4 drivers, I suspect. They might have fewer drivers, or even they're just trying to prioritise their best drivers. And have them in the car, as much as they can, obviously, for pace-wise and that kind of thing. I'm just going to actually have a look at Sim Racing, where are they? I think it was Sim Racing White, were, I think, similar. They had a lot of guys having a lot of long stints throughout, and actually Matty has been in the car for a while now. I think how many? He's 10 laps by the looks of what I'm seeing here, so he's about 10th or 11th lap in the car. And it looks to me like they're doing, depending on the driver, I guess, usually about 15 to 20 laps per driver, it looks like. those guys in the overall lead. That's the Sim Racing White car is manning the wheel right now. So he's probably about heading towards the back end of his stint. So you think possibly next stop he might sub out. Either for well, there's actually 3 drivers that might sub in. So we'll see who potentially subs into that car in the coming minutes even for them.
Yep, certainly. And looks like sorry, I'm just going through some extra information. It looks like I'm probably going to butcher this pronunciation because I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce Turkish names, but Cenk Sioglu is currently in the undercover sim racing Audi, which is sitting in the pits. So I'm just noticing driver changes happening throughout the field. Peter Kiermaier is replacing Jan Sendkowski. Not sure what car they're in. They're in the Team Hosigveld Engineering Audi. They've come in for a pit stop.
Yep.
Ethan Briggolt has just taken another pit stop, left pit lane.
Yep. And he's quite a ways into his stint as well. It's about 13, 14 laps. So I'd assume you'd think that this might be his last stint in the car, you'd think, and then he might switch out. We'll see though, because I am noticing. Actually, no, earlier on they were pretty short stints. The Tom Jones, as was mentioned by Brennan, he did 24 laps to start the car. Very, very well done from him. That's a super long stint around here. So good stuff from him. But yeah, Ethan's been in the car for a while, so you'd think that pretty soon he'll probably sub out. They'll get somebody else in there because there's a pretty long stint right there. And a few of them are having that as well. Again, Lauren Henrik there, who's leading, by the way, Pure Racing Team Cup Porsche. I actually think he may have the longest stint I've seen so far. Came in lap 54, and it's now lap 95 for him. 40 laps around here. That is...
And they didn't take tyres on that last stop, we're hearing as well.
Juicy battle at the front then.
39-second stop. Wow, 39-second stop versus 1 minute for the rest of them. But yeah, Lauren Heinrich just absolutely smashing it out there now. Interesting to note that he also started the race and drove until lap 27, from which he was taken over by Patrick Pickler. And wow, that's quite a bit of driving to do on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think, again, same sort of thing for the core guys at the front. Patrick Holtzman has been at the wheel of that car for a good 25 laps or so he's also had a pretty long stint. And the same with their guys are all having sort of 25 lap or so stints. So it's interesting to see the top guys there really extending their drive stints. And again, that does possibly help with shorter stops. But yeah, it's quite incredible those guys are still managing this because it is, it's such a demanding circuit. And doing those sort of length of stints throughout this race is just, it's, again, kudos for them big time for being able to do them and do them at the pace they are. Because again, they're at the front of the Porsche field, lapping or being in amongst all the GT3s, so it's a massive kudos to those guys. And we know how demanding the Porsche is. It's not the easiest car to drive, let's say. So yeah, massive kudos to those guys to be able to pump out the laps they are for such a long period of time.
Yeah, Angelo and Michelle at the wheel of the Hosingveld Core Motorsports machine. Seeing some more driver changing info. Joshua Bannister has replaced Christopher Block. I believe that's one of the MX-5s.
Yes, I believe so. I think that is... Which one is it? I'll see if I can find which one. I remember that because I remember they were having some issues earlier on, I think. From memory? That's the
Crown Racing.
Yeah. Actually, I think... no, he's just got out, it looks like. Christopher Block in again. I think he's actually... Christopher was in last time, so it looks like Christopher and Josh might be doing the night stints for the Crown guys, because it was Josh in, and Christopher, and then Josh just then again, and now Christopher again. So I'm guessing that they're covering the night stint, and I would assume that once that's done, I think Mads Graveson and Dirk Fenderman are going to be, or Federman are going to be back in again to finish the race, I'm guessing, judging from their driver stints. So yeah, good stuff there. And they'll keep going again, they're a bit further back in the Mazda field. But they are still, again, they're still going along, and that's the main thing. And they are within striking distance potentially of a Sloth Nom squad if they have any issues ahead of them.
Yeah, certainly. Christopher Block out of the pit lane, having taken over the Crown Racing MX-5. And an Audi passing him round the outside in those first turns. That is one of the most annoying turns I've ever experienced, that first chicane. I absolutely despise it. Just saying.
It is awkward though, isn't it? Because it is obviously cuts off that extended section there of the Grand Prix circuit. And yeah, it's definitely an awkward corner. It feels very odd to do, and of course, in the run, you've got that runoff there, which goes very wide because of it connecting back on the sort of traditional Grand Prix circuit. It's a bit of a very odd corner to get through. Certainly earlier on in the opening laps of races, when you got other cars around you as well, it just makes it a bit more annoying, I guess, to try and negotiate it. But yeah, it looks like stuff for everyone to get through their Norris at the moment. Again, update at the front. Second, third, pretty close at the moment. Looks like it's about 15 or so seconds. Although I think Pure... oh no, yeah, they're still about 17 or so seconds. I think Pure Racing Team Black just pitted recently by the looks of it. Yeah, Florian Wout there is in the car, just taken over from Daniel. That's his stint. And again, it looks like him and actually him, Clements and Daniel all sort of covering the night stint, it would seem, for them. But so yeah, he's going on again, nicely in P3 overall, and again within striking distance of possibly second. I reckon that battle for second might run to watch later on, because it does look like they're sort of trading lap times, and certainly if one of them has a few issues, then that could close up even more.
Yeah, certainly. News of another driver change in the MX-5 class for Team RSO. Elmar Erlakotter has taken over from Patrick Lankow. So the 397 car has a new driver as he descends those excellent turns in the Grand Prix circuit. Really a big fan of those turns, but... yeah, Elmar, looks like Patrick Lankow and Elmar Erlakotter are swapping stints. I noticed earlier in the race, around lap 40 to lap 50, Tobias Zerny was driving the number 397. A good old friend of the Australian community is Tobias. He was active in the official iRacing V8 Supercar Series for quite some time on the old Monday night split, and he was quite a popular figure. He is very much missed in the AusNZ community, I have to say, but it's good to see him back out there.
Yeah, indeed, good to see him having again top split in this endurance race is a great achievement just to be in top split. Really, let alone be competitive there. And yeah, no, great to see him having a good time here in the 24. Have a bit of a crack, and again, if he just keep clean, keep plugging away, that is the main thing. As I was just looking at one of the Audis there was passing. Yeah, I was just actually watching. For the 15th, we got a bit of a pass. I'm actually just watching one of the keys being lapped by a couple of classes, and that was a bit interesting. But yes, we've got. That's actually that's the one I was watching. There you go. So that was that's the Sim Race RC and the Pure Racing team cars. I think the Pure Racing just got past them there. Probably utilising the traffic a bit as well. One of the keys there they're having to pass. Used him to good effect, and that now puts him back up into 14th overall. Again, obviously different class, so that doesn't actually help them in terms of class, but that's the guys, as I said, Patrick Wolf still at the wheel. They're the guys that are trying to come back through the field as they can. They're actually sort of matching the Prickon Racing car ahead of them. That's the next one for them, both on track and in class. And they actually did an 817 Gunner at the wheel of that car at the moment. And again, he's doing pretty regular 817s, 819s. Again, traffic playing into that. But yeah, Patrick's pretty similar pace. So that's interesting to see that, despite the fact these guys, again, qualified on pole. I'm not sure if Patrick is there. It looks like obviously Maximilian Benecker is, I think, their sort of primary driver. But Patrick is doing well. Solid stuff. Again, those lap times are certainly nothing to sneeze at. But yeah, interesting to note that they're maybe not catching the guys ahead quite as quickly as they would like.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it's going to be an uphill battle for Pure Racing Team for sure, but we'll definitely be tracking their progress over the next few hours. Meanwhile, just having a look at Pure Racing Black versus GT Ross Orange, they're still quite close. Having a look at how far they are apart, looks like about 20 or so seconds still. So the gap is staying relatively consistent. Alex Arana, his last lap was an 8-minute 13.5. Florian, haven't seen a last lap time for him because he's just gotten in the car, but Florian is certainly a force to be reckoned with in GT3 cars. I know he's had quite a bit of success, various series over the years, so interesting to see how this battle turns out. Still not quite in the sights of Florian is Alex in the GT Ross car, as he comes up to carousel number 2 towards the end of the lap, just before the very long straight.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at lap times. Yeah, the 8:13 is very quick. He actually, so that's his best lap of this stint. But he's doing 8:15s, 8:16s, and 8:14s. He's actually been getting a little bit quicker as the stint's gone on, and that is, I think he might be the quickest car on the field right now, because the leaders, Vendavel, they're doing 8:18s, 8:17s, what seems to be a sort of average pace for the GT3 field when I'm seeing. So yeah, the SST orange guys are not hanging about. He's definitely lapping very quickly, and which is quite impressive considering that car looks to be in a little bit of a sorry state. It's got a few scrapes to say the least. So I'm not sure if that's actually his prime state at the moment. He's still lapping very, very impressively. We'll see if Florian see what his lap is this time by. They're both on the long back straight, so they're within the same section of track here. We'll see what they do. I might just keep an eye, Alex. They're hitting 267. In the straight. It looks like, yeah, Florian's similar pace. So obviously that damage must be looks a bit worse than it actually is, because his top speed didn't seem to suffer too much there.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on Florian as you keep an eye on Alex as they come up to the end of the lap. So yeah, Alex coming into the pits.
Yeah. Yep.
So this means that Florian is going to make the pass, and that's going to elevate Pure Racing Team back to P2 in the race.
Indeed, yeah, and that's, I believe so that means they're actually on similar sort of strategies then, because obviously Florian just got in, so they're within about a lap of each other, or two, strategy-wise, looks to be what they're going on. But there goes Alex into his pit bay, Florian 8:18, so yeah, not the same pace as what Alex is doing, so, if Alex can keep his pace up, he might well be able to fight back to Pure Racing Black, because I think ineffective, I'm pretty sure by looks of it, Pure Racing Team Black are effectively ahead, I would say, in P2 by looks
driver
of it.
Change.
Yep,
driver change for GT Ross, so that's Jairo Villa getting into the car there. Sorry to interrupt.
All good. See, he now gets, that's Alex's stint over. I think he only did two stints there for him. And Yari's only did the one before this, so we'll see how long he's in the car for. It looks like I think that was his only stint. Yeah, he's only done 2 stints. This is only Yario's second stint in the car. So yeah, he hasn't really driven it too much as of yet. We'll see what his pace is like. He was doing, again, pretty much the average pace again. It looks like all the GT3s are all doing roughly 8:17s, 8:18s, certainly in the top part of the field. So that seems to be the average thereabouts, and that's what he was setting in his first stint. But yeah, also add a Cobalt Lopez in the Iberica Racing Team car. They're sitting 7th overall, 5th in GT3. He's just recently gone in as well from Pablo Lopez, and he's going along well by the looks of it. Just doing his first lap, I believe now. We'll see what his pace is like. They're all doing. He did a double stint last time. Mark Perez and Pablo Lopez did the 1 stint each. So just interesting to see the difference here, I think, because it looks like GT3s, a lot of them doing sort of 1 or 2 stints, whereas again those top 2 in the Porsches, they've done what a good 4 or 5 stints in one go. So it's interesting to see that. We've got 2 seconds apparently between those 2 cars, so potential battle might be happening soon.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to seeing how that turns out.
Yeah, battle for battle for the leading class. This is the lead Porsches, possibly battling out for the win here. So that's Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team Cup. Now I'll tell you what, Pure Racing Team, we're in Heinrich at the wheel, flying 8:24. Is his time, only 6 seconds off what they didn't quali. And this is again race situation or race fuel on. That is very impressive. So this may be a pass for the lead in Porsche class very soon.
Yeah, certainly will. I'm just going back to see if Lauren pitted. Nah, I think we can expect Lauren in at the end of this lap. He's currently on his 8th lap of this stint.
Ah, that makes sense, right? I was wondering why they got so close to his lap times at first. Were they? He's done pretty consistent 8:24s, 25s. He had an 8:28 there, but I'm guessing that was with traffic. And look at this, wow, it's just closing up like you wouldn't believe. This is again end of stint. Keep in mind, I don't know how fresh the tyres are. They might be fresh rubber for this stint, but either way, look at this. He's just flying.
Yeah, that's incredible
right now. Yeah,
and for
really
as much
bodes well.
time as he's spent in this car, he's been in this car since lap 54, and it's lap 98. So hold on a minute. I'm going to, as these cars get very close in Hartzenbach, I'm just going to work that out.
Fair enough. Yeah,
98 minus 44 laps.
Have a look at this. I'll keep an eye on it. As he's going to pass him surely soon. You wouldn't think that Angelo would fight too hard because again they are on separate stints or separate fuel strategies, so there isn't really much point in fighting it. But let's have a look here as he goes around the outside. See if Angelo backs out. Yeah,
lets him through as they go over Flugplatz, and I've just done some extremely rough calculations. Looks like Lauren has spent the better part of 6 hours in that car. 6 hours straight, and he's just made a pass for the lead. It's only going to be temporary, but man, what an effort.
Yeah, I mean it's been hit. As well on board with Angelo now, as he'll probably see Lauren walk away in the distance, no doubt. Wow, he's only building a bit more there, Lauren. He's certainly not holding back, but that's crazy. And I'm just looking at the cars. It's only been 2. It's been Lauren and Patrick Pickler have been the 2 drivers. There's only 2 of them so far. There's no other drivers that have been going along in that car, and I assume that they must be the only 2. So you would think if they'd had anyone else, they would have used them by now. So that is mental. It's just crazy that they're doing that. I'll see if I can find them. Yeah, there's just 2 of them. It's just two of them, 24 hours. That's mental.
Yeah,
crazy.
That's crazy. And interesting question has been raised in the broadcast chat by Okeanos86. Lauren Heinrich, possibly a Formula 4 driver. I've just done a quick Google search. And it looks like Lauren is a driver in ADAC Formula 4. So he's and ADAC, of course, does races on the Nordschleife. So maybe he's doing this race to get a bit of experience on the Nordschleife as he progresses up the ladder in his racing career. Well, he's getting a hell of an experience driving a Porsche around the Nordschleife for 6 hours. Goodness me.
Yeah, wow, and it's there you go. So apparently Brennan O'Brien there in the chat. Thanks for the info there. Just saying disconnected before, so that may explain why they're not leading class basically. So they're disconnected and they're probably if they keep this up, they may well be taking the actual effective class lead soon enough. So that's crazy. That's just mental.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the other end of the spectrum because I was just looking through drivers out of curiosity, see who's got what. And the Iberica racing team are the other end of the spectrum because by the looks of their team, I'm pretty sure if they're all actually signed up, I think they have something like, is that 8 or 9 drivers? They have a lot of drivers signed up. So it's interesting to see the difference. You've got guys who have a couple, I think the average is looking to be something like sort of 4 thereabouts, which is about right for a 24-hour race, but you've got some which have 8, 9 drivers. It's such a different spread in terms of workload for the teams, and I guess it just depends on the driver who's willing to do what on the stints, and I guess those guys, they're willing to just the 2 of them push through. So I mean the fact that if they can just get to the end, which if they keep this up, they should be good on that. If they can just get to the end, that's just an achievement in itself, let alone being able to possibly win in class. That's just that's bonkers. I can't even comprehend. As we have 10 hours to go. There we go, just ticked over.
Very nice. So that's a third of our commentary stint done, Thomas.
Yep, indeed. Again, flown by. It doesn't feel like 2 hours, to be honest. So it's been fun. Again, despite it being a lull, it's been great fun, and I'm sure the next 4 hours for us will be just as fun and fly by just as quickly. I'm sure we'll be sitting here, and all of a sudden it'll be what'll effectively be almost the start of the evening for us over here in the land down under, and I'll be just going, wow, day, where'd it go? It's been great fun. So it's good to, again, good stuff to see all these different classes taking going along around here. And yeah, well, hopefully, I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised. We'll keep an eye on that battle for the Porsche lead, but I wouldn't be surprised if even before we're done here, he might well, if Lauren keeps this up, he might well be able to actually effectively take that back in the coming few hours.
Yeah, we'll see. More stuff from the broadcast chat. Moritz Lerner, Formula 4 is not driving on the Nordschleife. Well, yep, that's fair enough. I can completely understand why. Single seaters in the Nordschleife, they don't really mix anymore. So, yeah, that's a fair enough point to make. But yeah, still. It's pretty cool to see these real racing drivers taking part in these events for sure, definitely. Because yeah, I mean, a laser scanned Nordschleife, definitely nothing to sneeze at in any sim. And you know, who'd pass up the opportunity to drive in a Nürburgring 24-hour?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. It's one of those things that you just want to tick off the bucket list, isn't it? You just go, yep, did that, and tick it off. I know. I mean, well, I don't know if I have the metal to do it for so long, but it'd be good to try one day. It'd certainly be a fun experience. As I said, I'm not really as well versed as maybe others are in the Nordschleife, but you know, I mean, it's one of those things, you know, you just love to do. I think any proper racer would probably love to do this kind of thing. Just one of those things. Yeah, as I said, everyone going along quite nicely at the moment. And yeah, I'm just looking through. Again, no real changes as of yet. Again, they're pretty close to the front, more or less. Pure Racer Team Black going along nicely, about just under minutes off the lead. Last check, although I think the Van der Velde car pitted recently. Yeah, it did. Looks like they just had another stop, which is why that battle at the front has closed up once again. So again, there's this interesting dynamic between the top few, and a few of them are a little bit different on strategy, and this is all something that will kind of come to a head in the last hour, where we will see who's is actually better, because obviously right now we can't really tell because we've still got, you know, just under 10 hours to go. So yeah, that's something that I'm sure we'll see and be watching with interest in those last few hours when Race Sport come back on to bring us home.
Yeah, certainly. So Juan E. Lopez is now at the wheel of the Van der Waal Sim Racing white car. And the racing team in P2, obviously, GT Ross, SST Orange. In P3, those are your top three positions. We'll run through the top three of every class at the moment, just to keep you guys updated. Hosingveld Core Motorsports has taken back the lead of the Porsche class, as Lauren Heinrich has now pitted in his Porsche, and it looks like he's staying in the car still. I don't understand how he's managing to go for that long. My body would have given up in protest a very long time ago. So credit to you, Lauren. Team RSO, meanwhile, is in P3 in Porsches with Philip Schallenberg at the wheel of that machine. In the Kia class, Pure Racing Team still leads with Torque Freak Racing in second place. Team Mad Red in third place. Maciek Sakovic at the wheel of that. And Team Potato continues to lead the MX-5 class. Nicholas Taymans there. RSO 397 in P2. And Sloth Nom Squad number 40 with John Vitrano at the wheel in P3 in the MX-5 class. You know, one thing I've noticed, Thomas, we haven't really given much airtime to some of the other guys in the MX-5 field, and I'm noticing some very committed individuals in this class here. PND Mosconi, of course, looks to be one of the last circulating MX-5s from what I can see. All the other ones that I'm having a look at are in the pit lane. So Fabio Guglielmon is crossing the line at the moment in the PND Mosconi car. 10-minute 46 lap time. He is currently on lap 60. Pit Demons GT in position number 5 in the MX-5 class with Omar Soto Jr. at the wheel of that car. Looks like some very nice times getting set by that machine. Matching the leader, actually, on his last lap. Good stuff from Omar Soto.
Yeah, indeed. I was just thinking I think those top four, they were, a few of them, probably most of those guys there in the top of the Mazda class were having that lovely battle at the start of the race when they were trading lap times and just battling in general for the early phase of that race, and there was just some great slipstreaming going on and that kind of thing. Again, curious, I feel like an extra shout should be said to P&D because as we can see, like there, as you can visually see, that car is not really a Mazda much. It's kind of maybe a quarter of a Mazda at the moment. It's got that many dents in it. And I can see in the cockpit there's obviously a little bit of lag at mine involved, but you can see that is crabbing to the right really bad. That's I'm sure not particularly pleasant to drive. But again, as you said, very, very big shout out to those guys just for continuing on. Despite the fact that they're not maybe with the shout of winning, they're still wanting to get to the end of the race. And as I said, if you can get to the end of this thing and finish, I think that is enough of an achievement in and of itself and a huge pound on the back to anyone involved in each team that gets to the end. So, big kudos to those guys for continuing on despite, I'm sure, that car being anything but the most fun to drive.
Yeah, certainly.
But yeah, it's all going along well. I just got passed there by, I think, the Speedworks racing team Orange Audi. I think there might be one of the last GT3s going along at the moment. I think they've only got the Osnoz Sim Racing crew behind them on track, but they are, again, still plugging along. By looks of their car, I assume they've had a few instances. That rear wing is, it's not really a rear wing, it's just a bit of a panel that's kind of hanging on for dear life off the rear of that Audi. So
what downforce?
Yeah, yeah, it's a bit of a compromised downforce a wee bit, but they are still going, as I said, and again, that's the main thing, so they're going along quite nicely, and yeah, as we said, it's just a case at this point of keeping on it, as the Kia is also obviously going along quite nicely. I'm just going to look at the gaps there. Where's he at? Yeah, it's about, again, still about sort of probably half a lap or so between the lead Kias at the moment. And probably about a quarter, actually, if that, about the length of the Grand Prix circuit between Torque Freak Racing and Team Mad Red. So those two are relatively close as well. So it's all quite nice there. And yeah, again, I'm really interested to see that battle in the Porsche lead, because I think that's the one that might be closest to changing over the coming sort of hours, because I think the top 3 GT3s, as I said, I think that's all going to sort of be ironing out at the end with the strategies, because they're all relatively spaced out at the moment. And the similar sort of thing with the rest of the classes. So I think that Porsche lead was the one to keep an eye on in the next few hours until we get towards the end.
Yeah, certainly, I agree. Closest cars on track are currently P6 and P7 overall. That's P4 and P5 in GT3s. That's GT Ross Silver and Iberica Racing Team.
Yeah, indeed. I think actually... Yeah, I think one of them just potentially pitted recently, judging from the... Oh, no, yeah, that's there. That's Adecoba Lopez, who's just got in that car, and the GT Ross SST Silver. I think, yeah, Daniel Quadropani just got back in that car again. So he's fresh boots in that one, from what I can see. And so yeah, that's, I think that's why they're actually behind the Iberica guys. I'm fairly sure that that's just an update from the pit stop. But yeah, that's probably, as you say, one to watch. Again, they qualified within a second of each other time-wise, so they and actually qualified 11th, 12th, so they were next to each other on the grid as well. So those two have, I guess, been in a bit of a constant ebb and flow battle throughout this race. So we'll see if that maybe changes again, closes up in the coming few hours. The battle for P4 in GT3 class.
Yep. Having a look at Adecoba Lopez in the number 5 Iberica car. He's coming up to a little bit of traffic at the moment. Coming up to Evan Merrill in that old SimRC.de car. And looks like there is another Porsche ahead of them. It's the Momentum Endurance car. I believe we mentioned this car while our director was taking his pit stop. We were talking about the striking pink paint job on that car. Efkan Berkier in that machine as they come down the fastback section. And it's a very, very twisty part of the circuit coming up here. So Adecoba Lopez is going to have his work cut out for him passing these guys.
Yeah, indeed. And I think actually, yeah, Evan, they're actually matching time. They're within 0.3 of each other, Evan and Efkan, in the last lap. So that's interesting to see. They're pretty much trading lap times, although they are 5 positions separate from each other in the standings. So yeah, we'll see how Ade goes. He's just finally, more or less, there's possibly a little leap there through the carousel, loses a bit of time. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, and actually, yeah, it looks like Evan this lap at least is catching Efkan at a pretty rapid rate of knots. And again, Afghan is ahead on the track, but I'm sure he won't want to fight too hard because he'll probably want to try and keep going. As I've actually just noticed, I think they may have just got going again. There's the Black Adder Motorsports Kia 666. Jake Fox at the wheel. They're down in 49th overall, 78 laps off the lead. And I'm assuming they must have had a big incident and possibly even retired for a little bit, and they've decided to keep going. Possibly had got the damage they had repaired if they had any. And yeah, so he's managed to get going. I just noticed that then. So yeah, it's good to see that possibly a car that was retired for a while there has managed to get back in the race. It's good to see. There's a good commitment there once again from the drivers here.
Yeah, good decision there to get out there and start circulating again. He's only on lap 22 of his race. And at the very least, he's not in last place. Oh my goodness. I've just noticed, very fittingly, there is one Kia that did not take the grid, and it's aptly called Chicane. That's, yeah, that's a good team name. I like that.
Indeed, no, there's some good, as we said, there's some really good team names out there in this field, so that's good to see that. Yeah, that a lot of them, as I said, still going. As we've seen in that during this time at least, hasn't really. I don't think there's been any retirements. Maybe one. I think actually I saw the Will Williamson team. Unfortunately, it looks like they may have disconnected again. I haven't seen them reconnect, so I don't know if they've called it quits or not. Big shame. They have, but aside from that, I think everyone else pretty much just kept going. So as you can see, the attrition rates sort of stabilised throughout its middle phase of the race. So it's good to see that it's all. A lot of the cars are still running. It's just being over this track. It's so easy to have an issue or an incident and then possibly retire throughout it. So it's good to see that most of the field is continuing, and that a few guys who possibly retired early on have decided to get back going again. So it's again good commitment from everyone here involved.
Yeah, certainly. Oh. 30 seconds currently separates positions 1 and 2 overall. Let's have a look at lap times. We've got them on screen at the moment. An 8:19 from Florian Voiter, and Juani Lopez has yet to set a lap time. He's currently going through the part of the circuit leading up to Bergwerk and Nicky Lauda turn. I wouldn't discount Juan Lopez either. He's an incredibly good driver in his own right. Now to Bergwerk. I've said it before, but I absolutely love that turn. And then this super fast section, starting the second half of the lap of the Nordschleife.
It's as you say, Juan, obviously very talented driver in his own rights, and it'll be interesting to see if he can bring them further up the field over the coming few hours, and possibly later on as well, as I'm sure he'll be in the car later as well, potentially, unless he's not be covering the night stint, which I guess would be fair enough. Obviously, covering the night stint and do your stints then, you'll probably want a good rest after that. And we'll see how they go as they're battling up towards the front end of that GT3 field, which again, good to, again, shout out to, I guess, all the, as we mentioned near the start, with all this top end of each class being still within, at least a lap of each other, which after this long of a race, that's a really good achievement, I think, in this top split.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking through the field to see if there's any cars that are close. Looking like it's still Iberica and GT Ross that are closest at the moment. Adecoba Lopez coming onto the Nordschleife, and Daniel Quattrapani coming onto the backstretch of the Grand Prix circuit. Looking like P10 and P11 overall are the closest on track. That's Momentum Endurance Porsche and the MSP Phoenix Racing 24 machine. That's in the GT3 class, so they will come up to pass that Porsche very, very soon. Yasin Alpay at the wheel of the MSP Phoenix racing car. Looks like he is about midway through this stint.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, we'll see if that battle gets close, because it's only a little bit between it. We'll see if that possibly turns into an actual direct battle soon. It'd be good, because yeah, we've seen a few of them. Again, that lead the Porsche, for example, was quite close, but again, they were sort of on different strategies, so it's something else that we've got to keep in mind with all this. And again, we're not really going to know how that's all going to pan out until probably the last hour, or even last half hour, in the case of some of the cars, depending on obviously how long they can do fuel stint wise. So yeah, that'll be something to watch at the end to see where this all irons out, because during these middle phases we can't really tell at this point what that's all going to mean. But yeah, it's certainly something to keep an eye out for when it all gets to the crunch time, and we can see what strategy was the best, because there seems to be quite a few in terms of fuel, but I think part of it's probably because of incidents occurring, that kind of thing. But certainly something to watch once the race starts to into that closing phase, the last hour or so.
Yep, there's been another position swap, meanwhile, down in the Porsche class between Evolution Racing Team and Wave Driving Revolution. Wave Driving just pitted on that last lap, and Mattia Foligny is now coming around to set his first proper lap time of this stint. Rig Galt, meanwhile, is halfway through this stint on this fuel tank. So that's a 10.02 from Mattia Foligny. Basically super fast MX-5 pace, so that's taking into account his time touring through the pit lane as he comes up to a Kia on the Grand Prix circuit. I haven't actually seen a Porsche pass a Kia on the Grand Prix circuit, so it will be interesting to see how this turns out. Have a look at the differences between these cars, where the Porsche can gain an advantage and a disadvantage. Certainly the Kia seems to have it covered somewhat at the corner exit, but the Porsche just has that straight line through. Mattia goes as Jake Robson of Torque Freak Racing lets him by.
Yeah, indeed. Just have a look at that. Yep, so Torque Freak, of course, plodding along nicely, and yep, looks like he's let him through. He's got another Audi coming up. That's actually the race leaders. Got Nicola. Oh no, sorry. Yep, one obviously at the wheel of that. It looks like he's gonna pass for the lead, or pass the Kia pretty soon, through the back end of the Grand Prix circuit, through the dirt confirmed corner. And we will see if it gets through. There you go. Yep. No fight there from the Kia, which is good. Obviously, they're just trying to keep their nose clean there, Jake. The wheel of that one. And now looks like Mattia might be having to deal with the lead Audi pretty soon, which is probably one of the, apart from maybe one or two of the Mazdas, probably one of the cleanest looking cars right now, and one of the least damaged out of all the field, which may explain why they're leading.
Oh, look out! Oh
boy,
that was a little bit more of a bump than either of them probably wanted. But there we go. That's that pass completed, and Juan Lopez is now traveling at 110% breakneck pace through Hutzenbach.
Yeah, indeed, and he's certainly holding back. He's obviously maybe possibly aware of the strategy. Obviously, the teams have probably worked out strategy-wise, potentially what they're doing pit stop-wise and that kind of thing. And yeah, it's currently, I think, 30 seconds between the top two, but again, that's considering pit stops and all that kind of thing. Again, they're sort of a bit out of sync, each of the top three, so you've got different sort of things going on at that point. I'm actually going to check if Angelo, I know he's only just started his stint, so he's about, I think, 4 laps in, so he's got a bit to go. So that is the effective gap between those two, and it is quite large. As wow, yeah, Loren's not holding back. You can see, I can see him through the corners, is using every bit of track. And he has a it's not too bad actually. He's within, so he's just entered the long back straight. The Core Motorsports car is just going through the first chicane now, so that's not bad, and that should be the effective gap. And we know how quick Loren is going. I mean, he did, well, let's have a look here. He did 3 second, oh no, he just pitted, sorry, that's not going to be effective, but I mean, he's regularly lapping a good 3 or 4 seconds faster than what Angelo is managing. So, yeah, as I said, I can just see that being a potentially really nice battle, possibly even before we finish up here for our stint on the booth.
Yeah, certainly. Looking forward to seeing how that turns out. Well, I think we might take this opportunity to go on another short break, recover ourselves, and get back to bringing you the action once again very, very soon. You're watching the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours 12 to 18, presented by V8's Online. The best race here. We'll be back very, very soon.
I've just got to.
And we are back. Welcome back to V8's Online's live coverage of hours 12 to 18 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring. If you're just joining us, we are covering the third quarter of the race. My name is Reese Gardiner, and joining me in the commentary box is Thomas Hinz. And Thomas, it's been an interesting stint for us so far commentating this race.
Yeah, indeed, we've had it's been, as we've mentioned before, it's been pretty stable so far. Not too many big movers and shakers. We have had it, as we've mentioned, the key one at the moment that we've been keeping an eye on is that battle for the Porsche Cup lead within basically the Grand Prix circuit of each other, which is a pretty short part of this lap. So you're looking at something like probably 30 or 40 seconds between the two, and that is effective. As we've mentioned, Henri Lorraine, probably one of the superstars of this stint, has been in that car for 54. Let me have a look. He's actually coming up on 50 laps in that car, which is just mind-blowing, because that is a lot of hours to be covering. But I guess he's taken on the night stint, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because he's doing so many laps. I wonder if he's going to have anything left to do at the end. I'd assume so. I'm guessing that he'll give it back to Patrick and then maybe come in at the end is my guess. But yeah, we'll see. But it's been a very interesting stint. As I said, I think just interesting one in terms of drivers trying to keep it on track more than on track battling. It's been a tale of consistency, I guess, from drivers and just trying to keep themselves going, keep the consistency up while they just get through this middle phase more or less to be in that place they want to be for the end of the last few hours.
Yeah, certainly. Have a look at the overall lead. It's still at around about half a minute that Vendaval Sim Racing White has over Pure Racing Team Black. Let's compare lap times. An 8:16.67 from Florian Voiter on the last lap in P2. And meanwhile, the P1 car's last lap was an 8-minute 18.565. So Florian gained a little bit on that last lap, but let's have a look at their lap times full stop. Juani Lopez, his first lap out in this stint was an 8:14.6. And Florian hasn't quite been able to do that, so I don't know. We'll see what happens there, but for the moment it looks like Vendaval still has the edge here.
Indeed, and I'm just noticing something I've been keeping an eye on. One of the guys we're keeping an eye on to come back through the field, that's the Pure Racing Team Blue car, qualified on pole. This one obviously had some issues, and they're currently 3 laps down and 15th overall. But they're coming back through. They're seeing some decent pace, nothing too outrageous, but just nice and consistent laps. And we're just focused on them now. They just dispatched one of the other Audis, it's the undercover Sim Racing Audi. Just dispatched them to put them down on the lap. And yeah, they're going on quite nicely. I've noticed that Patrick's been there for quite a while. He's been in from lap 54 to what is for him lap 99. So he's also coming up on 50 laps in that car. So he's obviously covering the night stint for those guys. And yeah, so he's also having a mighty long stint. And again, doing pretty well. As I say, he's been consistently lapping, generally in the mid to high teens. If it keeps us up, he should hopefully keep them in the shot, maybe getting some positions back later on in the race.
Yeah, certainly. We're seeing some mammoth stints here in the night hours of the race. Night in Europe, anyway. It's the middle of the day here in Australia.
Yeah, indeed. Now we're having it was just about 2 p.m. or so for me, anyway. Down under, so yeah, just in the sun's out, it's the all brightness here at the moment, while it's obviously all darkened down in Europe. But it's been as we've said, an interesting stint for us so far. Various things to keep an eye on. I think for just looking at the Kias, we've sort of probably been focusing mostly on the Porsches and GT3s because they're probably the closest of the battles. The Kias and the Mazdas are pretty spaced out. At the moment, Pure Racing Team Kia leading the Kia class And they've got a good lap on the Talk Freak Racing guys, who have also got a lap themselves on the Team Mad Red guys, who are third in the Kia class. Sea Potato continues to lead the Mazdas and is one of the top guys in terms of the team names as well, of course. And they're leading by a good lap over the Team RSO guys. And then they've also, again, got a lap on the Sloth Bomb squad. So the lower classes is a bit spread out right now. It's more a case of just keeping on track for them. And yeah, as I said, the main battle is probably going to be that Porsche Cup lead, and then how that GT3 battle for the top 3 pans out later on the race.
Yeah, another battle to continue keeping an eye on is the battle between GT Ross SST Silver and Iberica Racing Team. They are within 30 seconds of each other as well. GT Ross just coming through. I forget what this section is called. I do know a fair bit about the Nordschleife, but you can never know enough when it comes to this track. There's always something that you end up forgetting. As Daniel comes up to an MX-5, that's the that is the Crown Racing car that he's passed there. So Quattrapani passed there. Meanwhile, Iberica Racing Team Adecoba Lopez coming into Bergwerk. So that's round about half a minute there between these people. Probably even a bit less.
Yeah, no, it does look like Florian did 8:15 last lap. He's actually been doing some really nice laps throughout his stint. Although, again, Juan has also been doing pretty similar lap times, really actually slightly quicker if anything. They're pretty much trading lap times overall, which is good to see. I'll just have a look at SST Orange, Ciaro at the wheel of that car. Yeah, he's not quite as quick. He's doing sort of high teens to low 20s, not quite at the pace of the top two. And that's possibly going to be a bit crucial later on when things get a bit tighter with the strategy potentially. So, yeah, good to see that's pretty close to the front. It's Florian was 9/10 slower than the one. And again, as we've discussed, a second around here is probably a couple of tenths at a traditional size track. So yeah, interesting to see how close these two are lapping with each other right now.
Yeah, certainly. Meanwhile, Philip Morton in the Fitzstye Motorsport N24 entry exits his pit bay. They are currently 6th place in the GT3 class, so they'll be quite happy with where they are at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, they're going along quite nicely, just behind. Yeah, they're sort of in. They're a lap behind the GT Ross SST Silvers, but again, doing well. As I said, 6th in GT3, very very nice indeed, and there is still quite a number of the GT3s going. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's only been 2.
Oh, Philip Morton!
Oh, yeah.
Goodness me, half spin there.
Close. Yeah.
Careful, don't want to do that on your outlap, especially at the Nordschleife. Goodness me. Fortunately, he's managed to get that together and continue on, but that'd be a little bit of a scare, I think.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Yeah, he just touched the grass, and we saw, I think, early in the race, actually. I think on the first lap, one of the Porsches had that. He just touched the grass there, and the car just went on him. And the moment you're braking on the grass, the car will not grip because it's just the way it works. And yeah, he's lucky to catch that, because generally with the Audi, if you slide, it's generally going to be gone. But really good job to actually catch that slide. That was quite impressive control there from Philip. Hopefully, for his sake, he can sort it out a bit. There will be a bit of a hair racer for him. Yeah, fingers crossed for his sake. It's a nice and smooth stint for the rest of his time in the car.
Yep. Meanwhile, update on the number 11 car, the Prickon Racing Machine R8 GT3 with Gunnar Meeson at the wheel of that car. He's just gotten another lap back from the Core Motorsports Porsche, which is currently leading the Porsche class. So, Prickon Racing making moves.
Yeah, indeed, they're looking very nice there, coming through the field. It's a good sign as well that they've managed to get past that lead Porsche, because you know that the two Porsches are definitely not mucking around in terms of pace. That's good stuff. As they're trying to catch the number 4 entry, the Team Engineering car there. They 8/16s actually. They got Jan at the wheel of that car, who's just recently got in. He's kind of, I think, towards the end of his stint, looking at the laps. And yeah, he's doing some good pace. 8:16 last lap. Again, averaging probably 8:17s on average. But again, pretty solid pace from him. And they are a bit behind the next in class. That's the MSP Phoenix Racing 24 car. That's their next target. They're on the same lap, so that's one to possibly keep an eye on. Again, as the strategies all play out, as we'll see how that all goes later on. But just watch. Oh, as I just happened to switch to the Iberica Racing team, they are pitting now. Ade into the pits for his next stop. This is his first stint, so we'll see if he changes. They have been pretty much changing mostly after one stint, sometimes two. It looks like the max they've done is 2 stints at an absolute peak. And again, this is the team I mentioned before. They have about 8 or 9 drivers signed up, so they have plenty of drivers at their disposal. We'll see if Ade stays at the wheel. I would assume so. The last stint he did 2 stints, and it looks like he will stay at the car.
Looking like it. Well, we'll see where that puts them. Meanwhile, the Vendaval Sim Racing white car is just continuing to pound out the quick pace here, as Juan Lopez did an 8:14 on his last lap. So yeah, he's gotten back into the swing of things after that 8:18 on lap 102. A very, very good race being driven by the Vendaval Sim Racing squad at the moment. Let's have a look at how far Juan is into the stint. He is currently on his 5th lap.
There we go. Yep. So yeah, so that is, and again we saw Maddie there did 2 stints by the looks of it. So, and yeah, it looks like they're pretty much consistently doing 2 or 3. In fact, Juan's last time was a triple stint, so he might do 3. We'll see. I reckon he'll do 2 or 3 because it looks like they're pretty consistently doing 2 or 3 stints for the drivers, which is probably it was a really good way to do it, I suspect, because obviously not tiring drivers out too much, and they've got a little bit of flexibility there. Because I think they've got 4 drivers in the car. Just have a look. Actually, 5. They've got 5 drivers signed for the car, so they've got some good rotations they can do there, so they don't overwork the drivers like the core team and the pure racing team seems to just pretty much have to do with only 2 drivers. So that's good for them to have that flexibility that they can put in a fresh driver when they see fit there in these closing hours.
Yeah, certainly. Big thing about these endurance races, like we talked before our break about how there were some real heroic deeds being done with these drivers driving for like 6 hours at a time, and if they're able to do that, then more power to them for sure. But of course, you do afford to gain a bit of an edge by running 4, 5, maybe even 6 or so drivers in a car. Keep your drivers nice and fresh, and if they're all around the same pace and they're all quick, then why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, exactly. That's the advantage of that, is especially if you have those consistent driver lineup where they're all pretty similarly quick as a big help. So I'm actually just watching Evan Merrill's having a couple of flashes here as he comes up to the back of a Kia. That'd be a little bit heart-raising for that Kia. I think that might actually be the which one is it? It's the Blackadder guys who rejoined the race after I think having some issues earlier on. Managed to get past though, and the connection's smoothed out for the moment anyway. So that's good stuff to see. But yeah, definitely. I think, as I mentioned, 4 or 5 is probably where you want it. Ideally, that's probably about right. You can then even split the drivers, so you can have a couple of them cover the night stint, and then have the other couple covering the day stint, so to speak. As I said, in terms of choice, I think Iberica have the most choice because, as I said, they have about 8 or so drivers signed up, so they have plenty of choice in that regard. And I think a couple of them actually, there's a few of them, I think it's about 4 of them they're connected, so I'm guessing a couple of them are doing some spotting duties. So they may actually only have 6 or 7, but even so, that is a lot of drivers to choose from. But again, good stuff for them in terms of having nice, fresh drivers. I think they've regularly, if I go and find them, I think they've been regularly doing even 1 stint, not even doing 2 with most of the drivers. Yeah, I think Mark Perez and Pablo Lopez and Ade seem to be their main guys. And Ade he's on his first stint at the moment, probably closing in on pitting pretty soon. And we'll see, because Mark and Pablo before him only did the 1 stint. So we'll see if they maybe change again, or if maybe Ade's going to do a double stint in this one like he did last time he was in the car.
Yep. Question from the broadcast chat from Noggin41. How do they change drivers? Well, iRacing's driver changing functionality functions a little bit differently to other sims that have driver swaps. Basically, iRacing, whenever they run a driver change event, they run it as a dedicated team event. So it's not It's not in the vein of, say, R Factor 2, where what you do is you basically join as a spectator and then ride with a driver and then take over the car at the pit stop. No, in iRacing, team events are their own thing, and drivers in a team all register as that team for the one session, and whenever a driver pulls into the pits, they have the option to basically just get out of the car, and any of their teammates who are currently registered in the session will just press the button and away they go. They're in the car, and they wait for the driver swap time to finish, and away they go. They've taken over the car. It's I personally think it's one of the best implemented systems out of any sim currently. It works nicely, and it's easy to understand. Very good system.
Yeah, indeed. No, I have to agree. I think it's as P1415 was getting word closest on track at the moment. We'll just keep an eye on them. Yep, there you go. I can see it's Pure Racing Team Blue and the SimRC car. They're within probably similar, almost the same straight with. It's got to be a good 20-30 seconds between the two. And again, that's Patrick Wolf still at the wheel of that car. He's been at the wheel of it for, I'm pretty sure, that would be 50 laps now, if I'm not mistaken, or over that, because he has been at the wheel since lap 54 according to my laps, and yeah, he's at lap 100, so very nearly 50 laps in the next couple for him. So another one who's doing a bit of a heroic night stint here, being the night watchman for these guys, covering the night shift. As P2, P3, we're hearing very close, and it is indeed. I reckon Pure Team Black must have just pitted, and that's potentially why that's close. Actually, no, or Yari did, possibly, but either way, they're very close. Although I think Pure Team Black should gallop away, because I think Florian's got a bit more pace than the GT Ross guys at the moment. So you would think he should start to pull away from him. I'll just try and figure out who did the stop. Although no, Florian hasn't stopped, so Florian should be stopping very soon, so I'm assuming it's the GT Ross guys who potentially pitted there. But either way, that should be P2 effective for them. But yes, driver swaps, I do think iRacing probably does the best. Also, I think with the way it works, it kind of helps with people who maybe, like us Aussies, unfortunately, who maybe don't have the best connections. It just eliminates, I think, any issues with that, which I know that some of the other sims do have issues with people who may not have the best connection. The way the swaps work can cause issues with that kind of thing. So I definitely agree that it's probably the best driver swap system that's currently available out of all the sims.
Yeah, certainly, and of course it's enabled events like this to be run as well on these laser scan tracks, which is always exciting.
Definitely is. I think we now have we're about to come up on 9 hours to go, so we're nearly halfway through our stint in the booth, and we are about to enter we're getting close to entering that last portion of the race. So time is ticking over quite fast. Again, as I said, I mean, it may seem a little bit like we're in a little bit of a lull, and I guess in the terms of the race we kind of are, but I'm certainly still having a great time here in the booth.
My coffee is cold.
That's the story of our booth. I think it's the story of our booth. The coffee's going cold. That's our story, I think.
There we go. Force the rest of it down. Energized. I'm ready to go.
you just neck it. You just take the pain. It's worth it in the end.
Yeah, of course. So GT Ross and Pure Racing Team still quite close on track, only a corner apart basically. Hyrovia chasing down Florian Voiter. They come up to this section of track, which I'm a big fan of, the left and then the right and then the left and the right, all flat out, and then through this turn it compresses and you tap the brakes, go through that very fast left-hander at the top of the hill. Walls are close at all times, and then just slowing down, and this left-right chicane with very, very high curbs. An incredibly entertaining part of the circuit.
Yeah, definitely, and as I mentioned before, that top of the hill there, it's just so easy to go too deep into there and whack the wall on the outside. It's something that I know I've seen many do throughout various races I've had here. Certainly, as I said, the Porsche Cups that I did a few races of around here when they were racing here in the first season of them when they were implemented. Plenty of crashes at the top of that hill where people just pushing too hard and found themselves in the wall. It's so easy to do through there. You just get a bit too confident. Certainly the Porsches, obviously, how floaty they are, as a car. So certainly in their case, not so much GT3s, they're obviously a little bit more grippier, got more aerodynamics, but certainly in the case of something like the Porsche, or even the Kia as well, and the Mazdas, it can be so easy to just push you like a bit too much. And obviously once you're on the grass, you're basically a passenger 90% of the time, so it can go wrong so very easily at that part of the circuit.
Yeah, definitely.
As we're just keeping an eye on things. Florian does look like he's... I say he's getting away, although Yaro is keeping with him. I thought he was getting away, and then I looked at where VL is, and he seems to be, if anything, closing. I know they had a Mazda to pass on. I think, yeah, 2.2 between them. I know Florian had the Mazda to pass. I think that was the Slothnom squad. They passed them, and I suspect that Florian probably got the short end of the bargain there, because it seemed like he got a little bit held as it was at the top of the hill when he passed him. But I'll tell you what, the area is looking pretty solid here. Florian's been regularly lapping faster, but I don't know if Yaro's got a bit of a hurry up here, having seen him in sight. Maybe he wants to have a bit of a battle, spice things up there in third place. I mean, I don't know if it'll be effective, but hey, I'm not going to say no to it.
Yeah, certainly not. Got a bit of drama, meanwhile, on the Grand Prix circuit. Looking at Momentum Endurance, they've just been lapped, and they are in the process of lapping a Kia. And it looks like Ayankan Guven had a little bit of an advantage over Philip Schallenberg in the RSO car, as Philip was slowing down to sort of make a move on the Kia. So those two are very, very close. Few laps
Indeed.
apart, obviously, but nonetheless.
Yeah, no, for sure. Florian obviously is... Philip is ahead on track, but...
Well, a lap apart.
And lap apart, yeah, and I'll tell you what, yeah, they're, Philip seems to be good. I'll just have a look here. Ekin's doing regular kind of low 30s, whereas, yeah, Philip's kind of doing 27s, 28s. So Philip, you would think, should get away, but we'll see. Maybe Ekin can just... Oh, no, it's not Ekin at the wheel. Sorry, it's Ahazson. I probably butchered the Ebony Loving Daylights out of that, so apologies on that there. But, yeah, the Momentum car, oh, boy, is he on the limit there. Nice little drift out of the left-hander there. Get the initial D pumping. And yeah, it looks like he might try and learn a thing or two. Maybe he'll try and tail with Philip here and just kind of see what lines he's doing. Maybe try and find some places where he can find some speed. Sort of look at the lines, go, oh, okay, there's a line I haven't retried. I'll give that a go. Might find some more pace potentially if he just kind of has a bit of a watch and brief behind Philip at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. Look at how much he gains on entry. That's crazy through Hatzenbach there.
Looks like he's possibly taking a tighter line, isn't he? He's kind of diving for the apex more than what Philip is. Taking a bit more of a traditional line, perhaps.
Yeah, and Philip's doing a bit better on the straights as well. I do notice that Philip has a straighter rear wing, so that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like that little bit there that's poked up on that Momentum car, probably giving a bit extra drag. As Philip had a little bit of a flicker there. Oh, flickers likes as well. Oh, the Mazda on the kind of the Mazda ahead. That's I believe the P2. Oh no,
Oh dear,
Team
this is going to be
RSO,
interesting.
Yeah, it's the P2 in class Mazda, and here he goes. He's got two Porsches coming at him, and oh, here we go. Let's see what they do.
Philip's going to wait till exit.
Yep, good play, and yeah, oh boy, as well. The Momentum car just kind of sweeps past the Mazda. That was probably a little bit closer than it really needed to be, but they get through in the end. Yeah, look at this. They're not hanging around. The Momentum car, he's nearly. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh, careful. Not something that you want to be doing here.
Yeah, they're not. He's not holding back. Is Guven here? He's definitely going 10/10ths at least, I would say.
Yeah, certainly. Probably just trying to stay holed up behind Philip here, get a bit of draft, save a bit of fuel, get a bit of lap time back. He has just been lapped, but at the same time, it's as you said before, like learning lines and stuff like that. It can pay to stay behind a car that's just lapped you.
Yeah, indeed. As I'm just watching. So I think they've just pitted. Yeah, there we go. So it looks like, Yario's just pitted. Because looking at the gaps, and it's gotten pretty close, but Yario's just pulled in to the lane. I think he's, just entering now. I'll see how many laps he's done. I think he's done the one stint, has he? Yeah, one stint. And he did the one stint last time. We'll see if he changes, if maybe Alex Arana gets back in. Alex definitely the quicker of the drivers, it would seem. As I said, doing 16s and 15s, and there, yep, Alex is in. There we go.
Yep.
So Alex entering that car. Was doing, again, that last 2 stints that he did was really quick, like doing, as I said, 8.16s, 15s, and even did an 8.14, and 8.13 even at one stage. So the pace for Alex was very good. So obviously they're wanting to try and maximise their chance at fighting for those top 2 positions.
For sure. So Alex Arana, as you said, back into the GT Ross machine. They're going to go back to position number 3 overall. Currently the last car on the lead lap.
And indeed, is the Core Motorsports car also. Pits there, nearly got a bit loose on the entry. A little bit close to the line and had a little bit of a wobble, but managed to sort that out. We'll see where they end up, because remember, the Porsche Pure Racing Team Cup car was relatively close. Although I think it looks like the Pure guys might have pitted recently. Perhaps on going down the straight. Yeah, this should be close. We'll see where they are. I think the Pure guys were just ahead, remember, in the last stint. So let's see if there's any change, because if they manage to gain quite a bit here, the Pure guys, and that's going to give that signal that we're thinking they might be a little bit quicker here, and that can support that potentially the Pure guys might catch up, maybe, before the end. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's keep eyes trained on these 2 cars because, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out. Angelo Michel is going to stay in that car. I've noticed the Core Motorsports guys have been going for up to 3 or 4 stints as he exits his pit box, and Pure Racing Team is just coming through the last part of the lap now. Final apex. And they are on the start-finish straight as Core Motorsports exits the pits and returns to the racing surface, braking for turn 1. So, as Pure Racing Team Cup passes that MX-5, we do have a bit of a battle on our hands, it seems.
Yeah, indeed. No, yeah, it's interesting, because I reckon Pure, I swear I remember them passing them earlier on, so I wonder if Pure took tyres in the last stint, because I know they passed the Core guys before they stopped last time, and I'm looking at lap times, and Loreen has definitely been faster. Again, somehow, I don't know how he's still doing this kind of times when he's been in the car for now 50 laps. Don't know how they're doing it, but they've been quicker by a good 2 or 3 seconds on average. Oh, yeah, generally been quicker, I think, over a whole stint, or at least matching. And it's interesting to see that suddenly Angelo's jumped back ahead. So that, to me, shows that the Pure guys possibly have taken tyres, and the Core guys have not. So again, another dynamic that you can add to this battle, which could really be quite juicy come the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to turn out. Of course, we've only got about 3 hours left in our broadcast to do, but for the final 6 hours of the race, we'll be handing it back to the good folks at Race Spot TV, and they will be taking you through to the finish of this race, so you'll be able to see the conclusion of that battle between Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team for the lead in the Porsche class. Meanwhile...
I was just going to say, I just noticed that Evolution had a drive change. I just noticed Ethan disconnecting and Michael Hammond now at the wheel for the Evolution Racing Team. So there you go. So there's a drive change that was, just then. Ethan just finished his stint. He was in the car. Yeah, not bad for a good 22-3 laps. So solid stint there from Ethan to get them through what would be technically the 9th stint of this race.
Yeah, certainly, and a very good position they are in indeed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th place moment for Evolution Racing Team. Michael Hammond, not a regular driver for Evolution Racing Team. He usually drives with Laser Racing, so interesting to see him in an ERT machine for this race. A special arrangement, I suppose.
Yeah, obviously, maybe Michael saw the chance to do this race and thought, you know what, may as well. I think he does do Porsches on a relatively regular basis from what I've seen, so he must have just thought, you know what, I might as well let it go. And obviously Laser maybe weren't too keen to have a crack, so that's why he might be with that team. I also noticed another one I know is generally with Laser in terms of the V8s at least, is Jason Bentz, and he's obviously driving for Undercover Racing today. So it looks like a few of the Laser guys possibly were keen to do this, but maybe the rest of the team weren't, so they just made some special arrangements to be able to racing this 24 hours, which is good to see. Good to see the different teams kind of coming together to be able to compete in this one. Just shows the camaraderie, I think, in the community for this race.
Yeah, certainly. These big endurance races tend to have a way of bringing together people in unlikely partnerships and building a bit of team spirit, which is never a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it's good to see that from the various different teams. And yeah, we'll see how this all goes. Evolution, of course, now past Wave Driving Revolution. I'm just trying to see where they are. Yeah, Wave are fair way behind, so I think they are effectively now ahead, Evolution, so it's good to see them manage to effectively take that spot. They have quite a ways to go, though, if they want to catch up to Sim RC. They're going along nicely. They've been doing some good laps. Evans had a pretty solid stint, and it's going to be, I'll be watching Michael. It's interesting to see what his pace is going to be. Again, as they mentioned, not really regular drivers, a lot of them, in that team. So it's going to be interesting to see his pace. Ethan was doing... sort of low 30s, 32s, 30s, 31s maybe, was kind of his pace, so we'll see what Michael can do here in his stint.
Yeah, and we've just noticed that there's been a driver change for the Sim RC car. Sven Demmel is now at the wheel of that machine, taking over from Evan Merrill, who, his stint was quite good, have to say. It was a pleasure watching him go around and set those times and do a pretty solid job in that 797 car, but now the car is back in the hands of Sven Demmel, who is from his club is Diach, so he's either from Germany, Austria, or Switzerland.
I'll take your pick, I guess. It's it's there's coming up on one of the Kias I'm noticing. It's the Armadi Racing Team Kia, a bit of a beat-up Kia, though again, as we mentioned, it's kind of a running theme throughout much of the field. Hammond actually, managed to pull away a bit from the GT3. It's the German simracing.de white car. I think Hammond there obviously got a bit better speed as that GT3 car, looking a little bit sorry for itself. I think Hammond's just going to let him possibly have, I think, the Kia there pulling into the pits, so that deals with that nicely. But again, look at this, he's on the inside. Look at this, Hammond's basically matching him in straight line speed. And again, this is something we know with the Porsche, it's just as quick as GT3 is in a straight line. It's the corners where it loses it. Looks like, oh boy, there's Michael all over the back of him there as the GT3 finally gets past. That should be him through. I'll keep an eye on Michael because I'm just curious to see what sort of pace he does compared to his rivals in those Porsches.
Yeah, certainly.
Just looking through, I'll tell you what, Florian is doing some great times, doing 8:16 last lap by. We'll see what he's doing, and he's been in the car for a fairly decent amount, not too bad. Been coming up on 10 laps now, so again, these guys looking like they're doing some shorter stints, which, as we mentioned before, that's good for them. They get to have fresh drives at the wheel. Florian doing some very nice times, has to be said. 8:16s, 8:15s, and I think he is. I'll just see if I can find Alex. So Alex obviously just got in the car, so they'll not have done a representative time just yet. But we'll see what they're doing, because Alex was, as I mentioned before, they were doing some brilliant times earlier on, and possibly even bringing those guys back into the fight for P2. So we'll see if that is going to continue to be a running theme in this stint here.
We got a spinner, sorry. GT Ross SST Silver. Daniel Quattrapani, car 114, had a spin, fortunately without any cars around. I didn't quite catch that incident because his car wasn't loaded for me until he started spinning. So, sorry about that, but gave the wall a bit of a kiss and has managed to get going again, albeit with a little bit more damage.
It adds to the scrapes, I guess. As we said, every car's got at least a wall wound of some kind, I think. At least a couple of scrapes on pretty much every car at this point. But it looks like the damage is pretty minor, so that's good. So we got to keep plugging away. P6 overall and P4 in the GT3s. Again, behind those two Porsches, which, as we've mentioned, just doing such a great job in managing to keep those two positions. Although they should be being caught by the Silver and Iberca cars. So if they do catch them, that's going to be interesting, seeing how that goes. Because obviously those guys will be fighting, and so will the Porsches, and we already can see how close that is with the leading Porsches. So I doubt they'll be too willing to let them go. So yeah, that could be a little bit of an interesting dynamic. We've already seen earlier on, there's been a couple of instances I saw earlier on with GT3s and Porsches in the opening hours of the race. So we'll see how that plays out. That could be a bit of a interesting one, and fingers crossed there's nothing that comes of it, but there could be shenanigans, but fingers crossed there isn't.
Yeah, certainly could be. Well, Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team in the Porsches, they're still very close on track. It was an 8:26.7 from Lauren Heinrich last time by. Angelo Michel has just come out of the pits, as evidenced by his last lap time of 9 minutes 21. So we're going to have to wait and see what a good representative lap time from him is going to be on this stint. But looking at his last stint, he was hovering around kind of all over the place, actually, running the gamut from 8 minute 25 to 8 minute 31, with roughly a second difference every single lap. So I don't know. Yeah. Meanwhile, it looks like Heinrich has been relatively consistent in, the 8 minute 26s to the 8 minute 24s. So we might see him gain a bit more ground.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure, to see how that develops over the coming laps. You'd assume that Lauren would close, because I think Lauren's been a little bit more consistent and just generally quicker than what Angelo's done, but yeah, we'll see. As we said, that's a battle that's, I think, gonna really come to a head later on. But it could be interesting. Hopefully, we get some good battling. I think Lorien might well catch up this stint, depending on when he stops. Let's have a look at that. Actually, come to think of it, he actually should be close to a stop. He's probably within a lap or two of stopping, so that might neutralise that once again. But yeah, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy on that one. But Lorien's got to be. I mean, surely he's got to be out soon. He's literally been in, as I said, for now over 50 laps, just over it now. So,
man,
got to rest soon. I mean, I'm just wondering, he must be so fit, because there's no way I could do 50 laps. I'd be pretty much done after like 20. So that's, again, superhuman effort from him. And as we've mentioned, there's been a few of them. Patrick Wolf's another one who's doing a very good job in that GT3 car. Further back, the Pure Racing Team Blue has been in for about 50 laps now as well. So really good stuff from them. Obviously, they're being asked to cover the night stint for the team, and big kudos for them for taking it on, because it's driving this track when you're in peak is hard enough, let alone when you've been at it for 50 laps, when it's so easy just to lose concentration for a second and then you're done. So big kudos to those guys.
Yeah, certainly the Nordschleife is a track where you really have to drive every corner as it comes, A lot of race tracks you can sort of switch off and get on autopilot a little bit, because you know the track, you know all the corners, you know exactly what you need to do, and you can just sit there and do laps till the cows come home. But here at the Nürburgring, it's quite difficult to do that. Not only is the lap super long, but every corner is different. Like a mistakeless lap at the Nürburgring is very rare, if not outright impossible. So definitely, as you said, huge kudos to the drivers who managed to drive for this long and this consistently.
Definitely, for sure. And I'm just noticing, actually, the guys in 9th overall, that's Philip Morton. We saw him nearly spin it out of on his out lap. I noticed his lap times have not been although he's done laps in his previous stints. He's obviously just had 2 laps of either a couple of moments or some traffic, because he did 2 8:37s the last 2 laps of this stint, which as we know for the GT3s, they're usually managing at best sort of mid-teens. Probably, it looks to me from what I'm seeing from most of the field, they're mostly doing kind of high teens, low 20s. So I'm not sure if he's had any incidents or something like that, but a couple of sort of sluggish laps from what I'm seeing from Philip. So curious to see what this lap will be, because if he's continuing to struggle a bit on pace, that might give MSP Phoenix Racing 24 car a possible sniff. He is quite a ways off. He's a good, I'd say, 3/4 of a lap probably behind. So I've got a ways to catch up. But as we've said, I mean, it all counts in the end. You know, endurance racing, every second you can gain does count come the end of the race. So if Philip can't up that pace a bit, that might be some valuable time they lose to the number 86 car.
So Vendaval and Pure Racing Team, looking at the gap between the leaders, it's probably going to be a bit lower still now because Juan Lopez has just exited the first chicane. Meanwhile, Florian Voita is passing under the bridge. So a little bit of time gain there. 44 seconds is the live gap between them.
And I think Juan there just pitted that lap, it looks like, judging from that lap time. So he's just come out of the pits. That's why that has closed in. But again, definitely one to watch. As I said, Florian hasn't been in for too long. Again, I feel like Pure Racing Team Black are doing their stints quite well. They're not pushing any of their drivers too much. They're generally actually doing one stint per driver. I think with the way the fuel and tyres are, from what I understand, driver swaps don't really cost anything for this race anyway. Obviously for other formulas it kind of does, like V8s for example, but in this format with these cars it doesn't seem to cost too much, so that's why they're regularly switching out. So that's certainly helping them out quite a lot, although Florian is doing 2 stints this time. I think it's the first time the double stint nearly all race. Yeah, Florian was the last. In fact, Florian's been the one who's been doing most of the work in that car so far, and it looks like he's doing it again here for this middle part of the race. But again, he's doing some great laps. 8:16. He was actually 3/10 that last lap within each time. And then earlier on in this stint, or sorry, the last stint, he was did a couple laps within, again, a few tenths. In fact, he did 101, 102 within a tenth of each other. So he's doing mighty fine here, Florian. Very consistent, has to be said. And again, this is with traffic and all that kind of thing involved as well. This is a very nice drive, I've got to say, from Florian so far.
Yes, certainly is. I'm quite impressed to see that. Meanwhile, focusing again on the battle between Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team for the lead of the Porsche class. I'm noticing there's still the gap is still staying relatively consistent. I'm noticing. I'm just going to check the live gap now. 6 seconds, we're being told. 6 seconds between those two drivers. Angelo Michel focused on P5 overall at the moment. That's Lauren Heinrich once again. Superhuman drive, as always. Having driven for probably well over 6 hours straight, which is absolutely insane. Let's have a look at his laps. When did he last pit? Lap 99, so he should be due in any lap now. If not this one, then the next one. Meanwhile, Angelo Michel has just come out of the pits. This is his second lap at the moment. On this stint, so he's going to continue on past the pit lane. Meanwhile, as we focus on Lauren Heinrich, see if he decides to peel right. He exits this corner. 8 minute 26 once again on that last lap. No, he's going to go for one more.
And 8 minute 28 from Angelo, so he's quicker than Angelo by a couple of seconds, which is interesting to see. So as we focus on Angelo now, leading, of course, the Porsche class at the moment. But yeah, Lorraine looking strong, 8:27 now and a half. So he's only half a second faster than Angelo actually that lap. So not much, but he is slowly gaining. Again, obviously going to have to pit probably, I would say, this lap, because he has been going for a good 6 or 7 laps in this stint. So he's probably maybe got 2 max, I would say. But he'll probably pit this lap potentially for him. That will reset that gap to possibly what it actually is. Again, this is another one which they've got 2 different strategies, so it could end up being that this is the gap at the end, which I really hope, if it is, that'd be amazing. So you have an awesome battle in the Porsches for the end. But we'll have to see. Again, this is something that will all kind of become clear in the last possibly hour of the race.
Yeah, certainly. I would do some calculations to see how many stints it would be to the end, but I still think it's a bit too early for that. We've got
Yep.
about around about 8 or 9 hours to go. Not quite sure how much time we have left, but it's somewhere in that vicinity. 8 hours 45. We've just been told, so 8 hours and 45 minutes to go in this race. And I got to tell you, as you said, Thomas, that dirt-confirmed corner coming onto the backstretch of the GP circuit, it's looking like the Sahara Desert out there.
I know, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. It's just quite interesting to watch. I'm actually just watching the Prick-On Racing guys are just about to come through it just so I can have another look at it. But yeah, there is an awful lot of dirt on the inside. It is rallycross. You go offline, that is just rallycross. So there's that much dirt. And it carries on for quite some time. But obviously, again, that's the iRacing has the dirt physics like that, which carries dirt on from the track in a realistic manner. And yeah, it's just the amount of time, and again, over the 24-hour race especially, it just becomes so prominent, especially at that corner where it's generally, a lot of the time it's so easy to run wide, just clip the dirt on the outside of the curbing. That's what a lot of drivers have done, and that's why there's just so much dirt offline now. I mean, if you go offline, that would be pretty much a skating ring, I would suspect. So, yeah, it's thankfully obviously not, you're probably not really, unless you're lapping a car, there's not really many times you'll probably be too wide through that corner, but yeah, if you are, you'd better hope you're not on the inside, because yeah, that would be extremely slidey even in the GT3s with the TC and all the electronic aids they have on them.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't checked in on the MX-5 class in quite some time. Let's have a look at those guys. Team Potato is still leading with Giuseppe Iannucci. The wheel looks like Blackadder Motorsport 66 is just is behind them on track at the moment. Or no, I think they've just passed them. Not quite sure. Blackadder in that number 66 Kia making their way up 18 laps down. So Team RSO, meanwhile, remains in second place as they let a Porsche by. I believe that is the Wave driving machine. And Sloth Nom Squad is currently in the pits. Eric Winter at the wheel of that car at the moment will have taken over from John Vitrano. So he's taking that stop. Where's the Crown Racing machine? Quite a ways behind. It's just in Hutzenbach now, but I think they are a further lap down on them. So Crown Racing still plugging away there. They're one lap down on the Sloth Nom Squad machine. Meanwhile, Pit Demons GT in car 333. Ivan Gomez in that car at the moment on lap 86 of their race. Another lap down, while PND Mosconi has returned to the pits, and it looks like they're just sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, not sure if they're... We'll see how they go. I'm not sure if they've... I mean, there's no... Looks like the car's not up on the jack, so it looks like they've either done their stop, or they might be considering possibly pulling in maybe. I mean, that car's we've already, as you can see, it's an MX-5. It's just a jumble of metal put together very, very roughly and then beaten multiple times for a few hours is kind of what that looks like. So whether they're deciding whether to stop or maybe have a bit of a break, I'm not sure, but fingers crossed for their sake they can keep plugging away and hopefully try and get to the end. I was just going to say shout out to Sloth Nom, because I'm pretty sure that is the cleanest car I can see on the track. Like, I don't even think I see a scratch on it. It is somehow still brand new. I don't know how they managed it, but it looks brand new still, and I'm pretty sure they were at least in a few fights early on. So shout out to those guys. That is an achievement to have a car that does not have a scratch on it at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I was taking a look at them earlier, and I thought, hang on a minute, like, are you kidding me? There has to be some kind of damage on that thing, but there's not. So yeah, fantastic job to those guys for being P3 in class, which is certainly nothing to sneeze at. Only a lap down on the class leaders with no damage at all. More power to yous.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. Especially as we mentioned, in the Mazdas, you're sort of probably just trying to hold on for dear life when other cars come up on you, because obviously the speed difference is quite great for the Mazdas compared to the other classes. So kudos to those guys for keeping out of trouble and just driving a very smooth race, it would seem, to keep the car as perfectly conditioned as it is. So yeah, good stuff. As we said, yeah, P3 only a lap off the lead, so they certainly had a very nice race for them. But yeah, we'll just have a look at the Kias as well. Again, we've sort of been not too much going on in that class, which is why I've really been focusing on too much. But yeah, Pure Racing Team Kia still leading the way. They've got a lap over Talk Freak Racing. They're still P2 in class. Team Mad Red P3. And they're on the same lap as Talk Freak, although a little bit behind, about probably half a lap or thereabouts.
Looks like about 3 minutes and 45 seconds or thereabouts for those guys.
Yeah, indeed. There you go. 351. So yeah, and then Boost Ted. Oh right, boosted with the Ted uppercase. Red. They're fourth in class in the 040 machine. Then Bam Esports just exiting the pits there. P5. I feel like for them you got to say Bam Esports like that. I feel like that's how they intended that to be, saying the Bam capitalized. Black Adam Motorsports 66. They're still going as well in the number 66. And I think the last Armadi as well racing team, they're still going. And I think the last running Kia. We've only had 2 retirements in the Kias as well, so they've had a pretty good rate so far of non-attrition. Is that Black Adam Motorsports car? They're down, as I said, down in 48th still, but they are still plugging along, trying to get themselves back in the race. And again, kudos to them for coming back in and trying to plug it out to the end, which is good to see. So yeah, good stuff at the moment. And yeah, I think we're at about 42, 43 cars going. So yeah, again, good to see so many of the cars still run.
Yeah, definitely. James Poole having taken over that Black Adam Motorsport Kia. Well, we're going to take this opportunity to take a break once more, refresh, refill, and we'll be back very, very soon to bring you some more live coverage of the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring. We're going to leave the race going in the background so you guys can keep up, but we are going to take a quick break ourselves, and we'll see you very soon. You're watching the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring on V8's Online. We'll be back soon. And once again, we have returned. Welcome back. You are watching V8's Online's live coverage of the third quarter of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. I'm Reese Gardiner. Joining me in the commentary box once again, Thomas Hins. And Thomas, it's we're in that stage now where we're looking for a bit of action to be happening on the track, but everything's sort of stabilized.
Yeah, no, as we've mentioned, it's all a bit of a lull at the moment in the sort of middle phase, as with probably a lot of as we're on P12. Yeah, sort of like I guess most endurance races, certainly in terms of 24s, it all generally speaking kind of lulls in the middle. You know, as all the teams just trying to keep themselves on track and that kind of thing. Certainly at a track like Nordschleife where it's so hard to be on 10/10ths all the time. It's sort of a given that things are going to spray out a bit, certainly in the middle of the race. But I was looking at Jan now, who's running around in 12th overall in the GTs. But in that one, this is his second stint. It looks like they've been pretty regularly doing. In fact, I think they have all race long, very nearly, except for at the start they had a couple of single stints, but pretty much all race long, these guys, the number 4, they've been running double stints pretty much all race long. It's been very consistent throughout, so that's kind of good to see, some nice consistency from those guys. But yeah, I'm actually keeping an eye as well, of course. Patrick Wolf's still in that car. He's now been in that for over 50 laps, so he's been chugging along nicely as he tries to catch up to the Prickon Racing Audi. They are getting closer, I think, slowly but surely. I think he's definitely got more pace than the Prickon car. As they've just had driver change as well. Christian Andreas France in that car now. But yeah, going along all right. I also noticed a bit of one of the more known, I guess, names in sim racing back in the car. That is Mr. David Greco in the Wave driving Evolution car once again. So he's now back in that Porsche. See what he can extract out of that. Quite beaten up Porsche, let's say.
Yes, indeed. Patrick Wolf watching in the Pure Racing Team Blue car, looking to get a lap back from the Iberica Racing Team car, who's currently in P6 overall, P4 in class, and the Pure Racing Team Blue car is position 14 overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10th in class at the moment, looking to get a lap back. So focused on him at the moment. Adecoba Lopez doing everything he needs to keep that 4th place in the Audis alive. But of course, Patrick Wolf behind him doing some fairly rapid laps. Adecoba Lopez's last time was an 8:25. Meanwhile, it looks like Patrick Wolf's doing 8-minute 20s at the moment. He's actually on the 4th lap of his stint at the moment, having recently pitted, and you can see he's definitely got quite a bit of pace there over Lopez, and will want to get by him as soon as possible, try and continue his charge.
Indeed, he's certainly looking pretty rapid, and looking like he should possibly have a chance here, although I say that, and I'm pretty... oh boy. I'm noticing he's disappeared from my screen.
Oh,
I'm sure
yeah,
if
he has too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
yeah.
No, it can't be.
Yeah, it's looking like this. And they were just coming back through, too. They just caught up to those
guys.
Oh,
here we go. He's back.
Oh, he's back. Okay, there we go. Right.
He's back. Oh, okay. Cool.
Let's...
let not us preach doom just yet.
Poor Addy
Goodness
there, and
me.
then we disappeared again.
He is
God,
blinking.
Addy's probably watching his mirrors there, saying, hopefully he doesn't spawn inside me. That could be a lot of bad things, and unfortunately if that does happen, he's gone again. Yeah, oh boy,
he's back again.
Yeah, I'm hoping, because obviously we don't want to see the Audi Space Career program. We have seen it in force here at the Nordschleife. I've seen a few examples of Audi testing out their space program on their cars, and I really hope that they don't do it now, because that would just no, we don't want it now. But yeah, fingers crossed. Looks like Patrick's connection just stabilising a bit now, but yeah, it looks like
his quality's pretty low though. It's at about 50, where everyone else is about 99, 100.
Yeah, fingers crossed it holds out. He has been, again, as we mentioned, he's been in that car now for over 50 laps, so really hope it holds, because it'd be a really big shame for him to have been in the car for so long and then a connection ruins his run. That'd be a real shame. But looking like it's holding at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way.
Yeah, certainly. Whew, that was a bit stressful there. Of course, that was the car that started in position 1 all the way back at the start of the race, and now they found themselves in 14th overall, 3 laps down through various problems that they've experienced. So it would be good to see them try and gain a few more positions down in this section of the race. Where's the Precon Racing machine? It's just coming on to the back straight, around where the castle and the village of Nürburg are situated. Christian Andreas Franz at the wheel of the Precon Racing machine, while Patrick Wolf is still making his way through the twisty section just before that.
Indeed, it's not too bad. So sort of in the same kind of section of the track, the back section of the circuit. So good to see they're relatively close. And as we said, Patrick's doing some pretty rapid times. He's going quicker than the Precon guys are at the moment. So on that note, he should eventually catch him at some point. Hopefully pretty soon. I'd say possibly in the next few hours. Depends how quick the next driver is for him, because you'd think he's got to surely be out of there soon, because he's been in there for an awful long time. This has actually been his only stint in the race. They put him in on lap 54 and he's been in ever since, and this is the only time he's been in the race. I'm guessing it'll be the only time he'll be in the race, period, because I'm sure he'll be absolutely destroyed after this, which is again completely fair enough. It's a long time in these cars. So it looks like he's just holding station for the moment, possibly not quite got the pace to get Ade, and possibly even Ade's maybe picked up the pace a little bit this lap. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's just an interesting one to see, because I'm interested to see what Ade does. It's obviously down the back straight here at the slipstream. Patrick's car looks a bit straighter than Ade's, so let's see what happens here.
Yeah, looks like he does have a bit of a run here, and yeah, with your point about how long Patrick's driven, I know that if I were to drive 6 hours out of a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring, 6 hours straight, and then my teammate said, "Hey, could you come back and do it again?" I do know that my answer would not be yes. I'd probably have some very choice words for them. But still, yeah, taking away nothing from the effort that Patrick Wolf is obviously putting in at the moment, as is... Oh, okay. So, remember how we were talking earlier about Lauren Heinrich and the amount that he has driven in this race? Well, he's finally decided to stop, take a bit of a break. Patrick Pickler is back in that number 73 car, so... Congratulations to Lauren for that absolutely mammoth stint. You can have a well-deserved rest now.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how long. Assuming Patrick's probably going to probably cover for a good few hours. He may even have to do a similar length stint, which is again completely fair enough for Lauren. But again, kudos to both these two. You know, as we said, they're the only two in this car. It's a two driver lineup, which, you know, for any 24 hours, two's far from ideal. You generally want probably at least 3, probably 4 or more is the ideal amount. So again, huge kudos to both these guys for fighting for the leading class, which is the two of them. So yeah, I'm sure Lorene will have a nice, well-deserved rest, and I'm sure Patrick now will have a handle on things until they'll probably have Lorene back in, you would think, probably for the last maybe couple of hours or so, give him a good rest until he comes back in to bring them home, I'm sure. So yeah, that should be... We'll see how Patrick goes, though. I'm interested to see what pace he's going to do here compared to his teammate.
Yeah, for sure. So... looks like Iberica Racing Team has pulled into the pits, and Julian Rodriguez Moreno is now in that car, revving the engine a fair bit. Probably shouldn't be doing that in the pits.
Yeah, I think it's why, and as I've been told by others, I think if you actually rev the engine while it's refueling, it takes longer to refuel, because of course you're revving the engine, and you're actually using the fuel that's being put in, so they have to keep putting more in. I mean, it's not obviously huge amounts, but every second counts, especially even in endurance racing. At the end, that can be a crucial factor. So interesting decision, but anyway, he's out now. He's still in P4 overall, and still 1 minute 7 stock. There we go. So yeah, possibly a little bit longer than it need to be, but either way, still going along nicely, and that's the main thing.
Yep, certainly is. And they are still engaged in a bit of a battle with GT Ross. Juanma Frias Gamez is now in the GT Ross car, going down the back straight. Just gotten through the kink on the Grand Prix circuit. They are still locked in a battle.
Yeah, and I think they've actually, I'm assuming that has been updated, so I think they have actually jumped the Iberica guys, because they're just coming through the chicane of the GP circuit now, so I think that is GT Ross now ahead of Iberica, so they should be now in 6th overall. But again, whether that's going to be effective or whether that's the other way around with the strategies, again, we'll see at the end. There's a few of those that are like that, quite a few actually I'm noticing that are like that, which are switching with the stops, and again, as we said, we can't really calculate at this point where they're going to be come the last hour or so, but that's another one which might flip come the end. So still got some, certainly at the end, you guys who hang around to the end of the race, you got some good battles here that are going to all pan out in that last kind of hour of this one.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the Team Hosingfeld Engineering Audi, car number 4, we got a driver change happening in that at the moment. Jan Sendkowski has made way for Marcel T, and he's going to take over that car after Jan did a 2-stint run in that car. So Marcel T is now out on the track. It looks like he remains in 7th overall. Not 7th overall, 7th in class, sorry. So still very consistent stuff there from the Hosingveld Engineering boys.
Yeah, indeed. As I said, they're the guys who have been doing all of their stints pretty much up until about the 3rd or 4th stint. All been double stints. They've been super consistent with their drivers doing the same stint all the time throughout the race. I think they had Jan and Peter by the looks of it covering the last sort of few hours. So I'm assuming now Marcel and possibly even one of the earlier drivers, maybe Stefan maybe, or even Christian might be in now, and they'll probably switch those two, maybe give Jan and Peter a rest and bring them back for the end of the race. So very, very good consistent stuff. They're probably one of the most consistent I'm seeing out of all the driver swaps and stints. They're being super duper consistent, just 2 stints, 2 stints, 2 stints, which, as you said, I think that's the driver, that sort of thing, the driver efficiency with when you use them is another key part of endurance racing, I think, because obviously if you can do what they're sort of doing and giving them not too long in the car, but not just the one stint, give them a good amount, but not too much that they're being pushed too hard. That means that you can get the maximum out of them without them dropping off too much. I think they're doing a really good job of finding that balance so far.
Yeah, certainly. We got another driver change happening in the MSP Phoenix Racing car number 86. Alexander Thebe is taken over from Yazin Alpay. So they are going to make that change and come out onto the circuit again very shortly. They are currently in 12th overall, 3 laps down. Where's the Precon Racing car? Looks like it's about 3rd, maybe half a lap behind them, so I don't think they'll be facing any form of pressure from Precon Racing just yet.
Indeed, I think they should be good to hold that position. Those guys all sort of thereabouts. They're all in the same lap, but just at almost different sections of the lap. They're sort of different quarters almost of the lap. But MSP should hold that position. But yeah, pick on there or thereabouts. And again, you've got that's where the Pure Racing Team blue car is as well. So they're within range to possibly move up to 8th in class later on if they can just keep this consistency going. As Wolf, I think, has just pitted again, I'm guessing. Or, no, he may have had a cut track, actually. That may be why that didn't count. So, yeah, he's should be about 3rd or 4th lap in the stint. And he's going along nicely at the moment. Still going in that car as well. It's, It's over 50. It's about 53 laps he's now been in that car. And again, him and Maximilian Vaneca seem to be the ones who are doing the main stints so far. The Jonas Warmeyer has been in that car as well, but he was only for 1 stint. So yeah, it's been a bit of those two taking the load at the moment, but again, this might be a case of those two taking the load now, and then later on the others might start to take in. Maximilian might bring it home along with Jonas perhaps. They're just getting Patrick to cover this middle phase, which again, another heroic effort out there in the field at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Patrick Wolf still has his work cut out for him. Looking as though on the 5th lap of his current stint. So he'll be looking at pitting again soon. Remains to be seen whether he will actually hand it to another driver at the end of this stint, but I would expect it to be soon. Meanwhile, Precon Racing is just passing the start-finish line now. So
There you go.
they're going to start another lap. They have gained a position on the MSP
Yeah.
Phoenix racing car, who is still in the pits. That is worrying.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I wonder if, because their rear wing is quite damaged, I wonder if they're trying to fix some damage. I wonder if they're thinking, you know what, we're losing too much time here with the damage, why don't we fix it
Here we go.
and then head out? And that's what I'm thinking.
Away
They're
they
going
go.
now. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe they decided, they probably didn't fix all of it, as we can see from the wing still being quite bent, but they might have thought, you know what, let's fix a bit of this damage and see if that's going to help us get a bit more pace. And actually, I think he did a little weave there, it looked like, out of the pits, so I reckon, yeah, they may have decided to do a bit of a tactical repair and see if that's going to help them get some pace back here.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we'll wait another 16 or so minutes to see what kind of times they will be doing. The joys of having a super long lap. So if you're into timing and stuff like that, and you want to compare lap times, there's an awful lot of waiting involved.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, for sure. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I'm interested to see if that was what that was, or if they maybe just generally was slower. I'd assume it was damage repair, because it's the only thing I can think of that they could have done. As apparently they've even been jumped by Pure Racing Team Blue, according to what the leaderboard's saying. So that's interesting. So they must have, yeah, wow, they must have lost a whole lap or more. Yeah, that was a very long stop. But anyway, according to the timing, that puts Patrick Wolf now up into 9th in class. I'm not sure if that's a glitch or if that is actually true, but there you go. So that is one to watch. And actually, yeah, Precon, they've just entered the Nordschleife part of the circuit now. And Patrick's just going through about the middle part of the Grand Prix circuit, so he is coming at them. And again, he was 5 seconds quicker than Christian last lap by. Christian's doing pretty consistent mid to high 20s, whereas Patrick's doing pretty consistent low 20s, even in the teens. So that could be another battle that could come together in the next few hours.
Yeah, certainly would, and I'll definitely be watching that with interest. Let's check in on the overall leaders. So Vendaval Sim Racing is still enjoying a quite substantial lead as they go through the mini carousel. Last time by, it was 45.9 seconds over Pure Racing Team Black in second place, and GT Ross SST Orange another 2.5 minutes or so behind Pure Racing Team in third place. Meanwhile, Motorsports and Pure Racing Team are still very much in a fight. Of course, the gap between them is larger than it was, thanks to Pure Racing Team having taken their pit stop. But that battle for P1 and 2 in the Porsche class is still slowly bubbling away, and we'll be waiting to see how that eventuates. Team RSO, number 297, is enjoying a podium place in the Porsches with little threat from Momentum Endurance in position number 4 in class. Down to the Kias, meanwhile. Sorry, Thomas, go on.
Oh, that's all. I was just watching, because I was watching while you're talking there about Pure Racing Team Cup. They had to pass a Kia, and we were talking about Patrick Wolf. He's on the back of them right now. I think he might get past now, although Patrick... Oh, boy, that was a bit of a risky move. Patrick didn't much room. Yeah,
and look, the Porsche's going to come back.
Yeah.
Patrick's going to brake early.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, he's letting through. There we go. So I was just watching that because I was thinking, I wonder if he's going to let him go, and he has in the end. So probably a smart move, because Patrick Wolf is on a bit of a charge, and he's got a little bit of a straighter car. It looks like that Pure Racing Team Cup. That rear wing is not really a rear wing. It's more of a scoop than a wing. So I don't think its straight line speed is quite optimal at the moment. So yeah, good stuff there for those two.
Yeah, certainly. It's a bit of an awkward place to come up to lapped cars, certainly. That up there at Arenberg. Over that hump, it's the car can get a bit unsettled if you don't enter it just right and stick to the inside. So fair play to both of those guys. I guess that's why these are some of the best sim racers in the world. Meanwhile, in the Kia class, number 6 Pure Racing Team is leading. In the Kia class, Christian A. Koch is at the wheel, having literally just taken over that car. Still trying to find his way around the circuit. after last driving the car around lap 40, lap 41. Talk Freak Racing is in second place, a lap down from them, so not much of a threat to Pure Racing Team at the moment. Team Mad Red in third place.
Yeah, indeed. And
Wow.
I was just noticing again, just because I'm, whoops, maybe something there, but yeah, just something I've been looking at just with interest, all these laps and all the different stints. It's just something I'm watching with interest, seeing the different ways teams are doing it, because I'm noticing some, probably the ones with more drivers who can afford to, are sort of doing shorter stints. So some of them are even doing just one stint, with the drivers then switching at the end of every stint, which is interesting to note. The Pure Racing Team Kia, I think they're now the most consistent now I'm looking at them, because they've almost nearly all the time been doing at least 15, 20 laps with every driver there or thereabouts, like almost constantly 15, 20 laps, 15, 20 laps, 15, 20 laps. And we're on board with them now as they come through the back half of the circuit, heading in towards the carousel in the coming corners. But yeah, they've just been 20. So the first one was probably the most, 25. Then after that was probably the shortest, 16. There's basically been 20 laps, 20 laps, 20 laps, just 20 laps over and over and over with everyone on their drivers. So that's very consistent in terms of the driver stints, which is maybe part of the reason why they're leading. They're able to keep their drivers, get the most out of them, and then change them out as they start to tire.
Yeah, certainly. It's that's a very good strategy from Pure Racing Team there, and they've certainly made it work. Enjoying a laps lead over Talk Freak Racing, and having driven the Kia at the Nordschleife before, it's well, any car is hard to wheel around the Nordschleife, to be sure, but the Kia, a front-wheel drive car at the Nordschleife, where you basically need to engineer some oversteer into the rear to get the thing to turn. It's quite a challenge. You've got to be constantly on your toes, and even on the straight, you don't get much rest because, of course, you have faster cars coming up behind you most laps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you've got to try and fight the car around while also dealing with traffic, which just makes it even more difficult. So yeah, I definitely think possibly the Kia is probably one of the more difficult, if not the most difficult of all the cars. That may explain why a lot of the Kias are pretty beat up. I mean, even guys leading the Pure Racing Team Kia, it's got a couple of little dents in it here and there, so it's certainly not in perfect condition, and the rest of them are just as damaged, if not more so. Yeah, that's to be expected when you're driving the Kia. As you said, just getting around this circuit on your own is tough enough when you also deal with other traffic that's slower in the Mazda's case, and then faster in the terms of the GT3s and Porsches. So yeah, kudos again to those guys, especially for the ones who are still running. I'm just trying to keep an eye. There's a few of them in the pits actually that are further down. A couple of the other Kias that are trying to get to the end. That's the Armati Racing Team and the Black Adam Motorsports Kia. In the pits at the moment, not sure if this is a schedule for them. They might even be trying to fix some damage, certainly in the case of the Armati car, because that is a bit of a even more boxed version of the Kia.
Yeah.
The wheels are kind of sticking out a bit there. It's a bit damaged, to say the least. So it'll be interesting to see if they do keep going and maybe just doing a long stop for damage repair here, so they can get to the end in a bit more of a more comfortable state, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. Those Kias, like, I don't envy the position of basically the middle classes in these races, where you not only do you have to deal with passing slower cars, you have to deal with being passed by faster cars. It's quite a bit of a mental balancing act that you must do, but. Completing our run-through of the top three in every class, Team Potato is continuing to lead the Mazda MX-5 class, enjoying a laps lead over Team RSO, and Sloth Gnome Squad a further lap behind them. So fairly stable in the MX-5 class at the moment. They're just touring around, doing what they do, just keeping it on the black stuff, and yeah. It's not too much drama in the slowest class of this race at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, after that, some good battling, as I said, good battling earlier on. The top four were having some lovely fun in the opening hour or so of the race, having some great battles. Obviously, with probably instance for some of the cars and just generally driver strength, that kind of thing, they've eked out to quite a stable gaps at the moment. Really, as I said, for them, certainly for Team Potato, it's just a case of trying to keep it on the straight and narrow, just keep it clean, keep some decent laps going, and just maintain the gap, really, and trying and maintain that for the final parts of this race, the final 8 hours, I believe it is. So, yeah, getting into the final part now of this one, and I think 2 hours for us to go until we hand over to Race Spot to bring us home in the final 6 hours of this race. But yeah, it's still plenty to play for, as we said, still plenty of strategy, certainly at the front, I think, of both the Porsches and the GT3s, and even in the midfield, the GT3s, there's a few battles which are sort of up and down depending on who's pitted and who hasn't. So again, that's going to be something for you guys to watch out for if you're watching through to the end. Watch out for some teams having some interesting mix-ups possibly, and the order going a bit topsy-turvy and sorting itself out in the last hour or two of the race.
Certainly, and well, meanwhile, while we have this lull in the action again, I'm going to turn my attention back to all of you watching the broadcast chat. Thank you for watching. I see 106 of you are watching now at the moment. A reminder that if you have any questions for us, if you want us to explain anything or talk about V8s online or whatever, basically, we do enjoy our audience interaction here. So just drop a comment in the broadcast chat and we'll try and answer your question. Just leave it down there. We're monitoring the broadcast chat as we speak. Always got it open somewhere. Yeah, we hope that you're enjoying our coverage so far.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, as you say, just any questions for us, sure to leave them. Happy to answer them as best we can. As you said, Reese, I hope you guys are enjoying it so far in this middle part of the race. As the overall leaders pit now, Juan just going into the pits for this stint. We'll look at how long he's been. So he's done 2 stints so far, and again, they've been pretty consistent once more in doing 2 or 3 stints for everyone. And I find that a noteworthy thing that every single team, it's at the top of pretty much every class, has been like this. There've been 2 or 3 stints for their drivers and not pushing it too far. Apart from, of course, Pure Racing Team Cup, but that's more out of circumstance, I think, than anything else. We'll see if one stays in the car. No, he's not. There you go, and that continues the running theme they've been doing. And it should be Satiri Kekkonen who'll be in the car now. And I assume he'll probably end up doing 2 stints again if they keep this running theme going of how long they're doing the drivers for.
Yeah, certainly.
As I'm trying to see, I noticed Pure Racing Team Black, I think, have just had a change as well. Florian's out of the car after doing 2 stints as well. It's Sebastian
Schmalenbach.
Very nice. He's in the car now. We'll see how he goes. I'll see if he's did 8:19 apparently last lap. Oh no, that was Florian, so it was Florian doing that last lap. And Sebastian has been in the car before. He started the race for them and did a stint in the middle part of the race so far, so to speak. And so he's back in again. And I wouldn't be surprised if next after him might be Clements, actually, because Clements or Daniel, I would say, because Florian was in the car for 2 stints there. He'll probably have a good rest now, and he might come back at the end, because he did seem like he may have been one of the quicker drivers with his pace. So yeah, we'll see how this goes with Sebastian. I'm a bit curious to see his pace compared to the cars around him, because I know SST Orange, as I said, Alex has actually not been as... Oh no, okay, yeah, he's been doing 16, 17s. I think this lap he may have had some traffic, which is why it's a bit slower. But yeah, again, it's just a bit of an interesting one, again, to see the ebb and flow between drivers, the stronger drivers perhaps in the team, and the ones who are maybe not quite as quick as their compatriots.
So it was a 15-second longer stop for P1, the Vendaval guys. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. I don't know what that extra 15 seconds was for. Maybe they double stinted their tyres.
Yeah, I was just going to say tyres is the only thing I can think of, because as we can see, they both had a driver change, so it's not the driver change. So yeah, I'd assume it is tyres. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one, because that might be a bit of a point to watch in the stint. Maybe adjust the pace a little bit, but that will all sort of pan out over this stint. Definitely watch something of interest, I reckon, because that's not something that I was that's just it's a bit of fascinating. I didn't know if they would do double stinting on tyres and GT3s, but there you go. I guess that confirms that. Meanwhile, the Core Motorsports Porsche still leading the way in that class. Patrick, not quite as pacey, it would seem, as Loreen. He's doing consistent kind of low 30s compared to Loreen was doing mid 20s even in his pace. So that's going to be interesting. That might even give Core a chance here to just kind of eke out the gap again. And who knows, maybe that might be a chance for them to just consolidate that lead before Loreen gets back in that car, no doubt, at the end of the race to bring them home. As we're going along nicely, I think trying to see if there's any other good battles in the midfield. It's interesting to note a bunch of the GT3s further back actually that are at the back end of the GT3 field, all kind of piled together here further back. And man, there's some sorry looking GT3s back there. There's I'm looking at the cover, which one was the German Sim Racing.D white car in 21st overall. That rear wing. That's not a rear wing, that's just a bit of sheet metal that's kind of dangling off the back for dear life.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
I don't think it's really providing much focused on it at the moment, as you can see. I don't think it's providing downforce at this point. I'm pretty sure it's just
providing drag now.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Probably drag and then more instability through the corners and everything. So maybe they should just get that removed, rip it off in the pit stop, and just go from there. But just noticing a few of them there at the back end of the GT3s, some pretty beat up Audis, that's to be said. But they're all still going, so credit to those guys as they continue to go along. And actually, oh boy, I think I've found a better one. I think what's this, P20 overall, the PND Racing Audi. My word, that's a very flat wing.
For sure.
Looks like someone's just taken a bit of concrete and just smashed it down on the wing a few times.
Wow.
So some pretty beat up Audis around there, but they're still going, as I said, which is kudos to them. I think they've got the Iberica actually racing car coming up to lap them. 7th overall, so there you go. And they've got Julian, I think, back in the car, so he's just recently taken over from Ade Kober-Lopez.
Indeed, and he is led by Swiftly. That's a clear track ahead of him once again. For Moreno, the next car up the road is going to be Maciek Sakovic in the Team Mad Red Kia.
Indeed. As we continue to go along nicely. 2 minutes, so the Sim Racing White, the overall lead number 13 car, they go nice indeed at the moment. 2 minutes 16. What was their last lap? 8:21. So that was his. Oh no, sorry, that was his one again. Apologies, they just came out of the pits, so no lap yet from him, but we'll soon see. I think Sebastian's just doing his first lap now, so we'll see what his pace is like, although he's got a ways to go on that lap. And Alex is also just starting lap, so if anything, it actually looks like the stints have ironed out, which is interesting because I swear earlier on one of them was quite a way out, pit strategy wise. So I wonder, methinks, I wonder if one of them is doing shorter fuel stints, because I swear one of them, I don't remember which one, but one of them was out of sync, and now they're all basically back together again. So one of them's not able to run the fuel as long, which could be a factor later on, possibly. We'll see, but thing I'm noticing.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, so it looks like Patrick Wolf turning up in the broadcast chat, and his car is in the pits. I don't know if that was a scheduled stop or no. Well, his comment in the broadcast chat is, well, that was scary. So, has he had an incident somewhere? I'm not quite sure.
Well, it looks like he's had 3 laps in this stint that have been discounted, so that's a lot of cuts or off tracks. I'm assuming that's why those laps would have been discounted. So, I'm guessing whatever's happened, it must have been the last couple of laps with those discounts. He's still going, so obviously just popped into the broadcast booth just to let us know that there must have been a bit of a moment. Apologies if we missed that, Patrick. But
alrighty then.
He's still going though. Ooh, P16, P7.
We got a battle.
Let's have a look. That's the Porsche and the GT3. That's actually that's the that's the Phoenix one. That's the one that we saw have that long stop.
Wow, and he's catching up to. Yeah, wow. This is
Wow,
for
they
overall position as well. Catching up to
Yeah.
Michael Hammond. Oh, is he going to go for the move? He is
Wow.
indeed.
That was...
You're right.
Yeah, that was. I think, yeah, thankfully Hammond there, I think he was obviously, he's sort of in his own race, I think, just trying to bring the car around, so he wasn't going to fight that too much. 10-minute 13 lap for Mike. I'm guessing he's just pitted. I need to confirm this, but yeah, okay, he's just pitted. That's why he's had a long lap there. But yeah, a bit up and down, Michael. Obviously, as Evolution was saying, as Brendan mentioned, they're not regular Porsche drivers. That might be why they're not quite at the pace of the leaders in class. Still, again, fantastic stuff from them. But yeah, that's interesting. God, they lost a lot of time because remember they were ahead of Prickon earlier on for the last stop, and they're now behind two Porsches in the field. So they lost a lot of time in the pit stop.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, Patrick Wolf is continuing to slowly chip away at the Prickon Racing guys. Prickon Racing just coming into Arenberg now. Meanwhile, Pure Racing Team entering Hatzenbach is Patrick Wolf. So it's a very slow process, very slow process to try and get back up there. 53 seconds.
So I'll see if I can hang on. I'll see what's his, because last lap obviously Patrick I think had a cut and pitted anyway, so that didn't count. But I mean, he's obviously up and down with traffic, but he's been usually doing kind of mid-teens, high teens, whereas Prickon, at least with Christian in the car, have been doing mid to more like high 20s. So I mean, if he keeps up the pace he's been doing, Patrick, he could catch him at roughly 10 seconds a lap. So if he keeps that up, he might well get to him in the next 5-6 laps if he can keep that pace up. So this may not be as slow, maybe, as we think. We'll see. But this could be a nice little juicy battle we could have for overall position within a class, which would be very nice here in this middle phase.
Certainly would, and yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing if anything eventuates before we hand back over to race spot.
Indeed, and I'm just looking at Marcel as well. Wow. Wow, those laps from Marcel. So I think these have got to be the two most consistent laps I've seen so far. I really hope he does it again this lap, because that's amazing. So first lap out, 8:24.086. The next one, 8:24.028. That's
wow.
Yeah, that is ridiculous consistency.
Very nice.
I know it's only 2
Very
laps,
nice.
but yeah. Yeah, we'll see if he does it again this lap. That'd be, yeah, because if he do it again, I mean, mid-20s, not really anything too special, but in terms of pace to others in class, it's not with the leaders, for example. But damn, that's consistent if he can do it again. So, and as we know in endurance racing, I think consistency is a bit more important than raw pace. So if you can keep that up, that's very impressive in terms of consistency right there.
Yeah, certainly is. Very impressive there from Marcel T. Where is he at the moment? He is position 11 overall, and it looks to be 7th in the GT3 class. So, Hosingveld Engineering guys, they started in position 8. So, they're a bit on the back foot here, looking to regain some positions. But, yeah, with the way they're going, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd take a couple more overall positions. They'll definitely get momentum endurance, I think, by probably 3 hours to go at the most.
Yeah, you think so? They should be closing, obviously being different classes there, and they are going quicker than them at least. So you'd think they should get to them soon. I'm still looking at the Fitzstee Motorsport N24 car. I assume they're, because it's just an interesting note, Philip Pace is actually more doing kind of high 20s to low 30s in terms of times, and so far milking in at the moment, he's done 34 and a 33, and he's about to finish another lap, so his pace is not anything too special. Again, that car does look like it's, I mean, the wing's got a pretty sizable dent there. It's like someone took a pickaxe and just went bang in there on that part of the wing. So I suspect the speed isn't too good on it. But yeah, his pace is not quite up there with his rivals. So again, I can see that 6th through to 10th in the GT3s, and obviously 10th being Patrick in the Pure Racing Team blue car. They're all kind of sandwiching together a wee bit. And obviously, again, this is another sort of slow burner, but Yeah, I wonder if we could have a nice, juicy multi-car battle later on, because they're kind of just sandwiching together a wee bit. So that's one I'm to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, definitely. That car just in front of the Fitzstay Motorsport N24 car, one that we haven't really focused on very much. Xavier Torrent Roca Salva driving Race 4 Cat Motorsport Black. So that rear wing looks quite interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing pulled to the right a little because of the rear wing angle on that thing.
Yeah, and I mean,
But,
even the front,
yeah.
you see the front's even a bit dinted as well. It's a bit of a sorry-looking Audi, that's for sure. But yeah, again, they're still going along. As with pretty much everyone there at the back end of the GT3 field, they're all plodding along. As we've said, some pretty sorry-looking Audis in amongst those guys. But they are still racing. That's the main thing. As long as they keep plugging along, that's all that they can ask for, really. And as I said, I mean, certainly in terms of most of the classes, except for the MX-5s, the MX-5s have been the most attrition rate by far. From what I'm seeing with the retirements. But again, GT3's only 2 retirements so far. I think the Kias have had a few, or 3? No, 2, I think. Not even that, sorry, 1, I think. Yeah, 1. 1. 1 retirement in the Kias. And then the GT, and then the Porsches, I think we've got 3. So yeah, a pretty good attrition rate, apart from the Mazdas, which seem to be accounting for most of the retirements. Every other class, most of them are still running. So again, as we mentioned, kudos to everyone. There's so many of the cars still running out of those that started.
Yeah, certainly. And there's an interesting development here that I am noticing. That is that it appears Team Potato and Team RSO are on the same lap at the moment.
Indeed.
So, that's definitely going to be one to watch. So Nicholas Tiemens in the Team Potato MX-5 is coming up to Arenberg now, which is basically just a little. I think he even took that flat out, even just a tiny little lift in the MX-5. Whereas in most other cars it requires at least a lift. Meanwhile, Team RSO are pretty much just entering Hatzenbach near the start of the Nordschleife lap. So I don't know. This is looking interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot. Definitely one to watch. And they've also, keeping in mind, got one of the GT3s behind them on the track, and even another very sorry-looking Audi in the Osnos Sim Racing car. Sort of sandwiched between them and the Slothnom squad, who are 2 laps off. So Slothnom not looking like they could really be in that fight. As we're focused on them at the moment, again, that probably the cleanest of all the cars on the field. It still is looking brand spanking new, like they just pulled it out of the truck, which is incredible after 16 hours of racing. Yeah, that's again, I mean, they're not setting the sort of pace that the RSO or Team Potato guys are, but they certainly are keeping it clean, which, as we know, with endurance, especially 24 hours, is a lot of the key to it all is just being clean, keeping the nose out of trouble, and then you can reap the rewards just from not having any incidents. So they're still looking good though at the moment for the 13 class, because Crown Racing a lap behind and struggling a bit on pace as they have a very sorry looking MX-5. So yeah, if they can keep it up, keep doing what they've been doing for 16 hours, then they could have a podium, which would be a fantastic result for them. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. But yeah, definitely that Potato RSO fight is one to watch, because they're certainly closed up a bit since we last looked.
Yeah, and I've just figured out the reason for that. Team Potato just took a pit stop and had a driver change. So Tiemens took over from Iannucci in the position 1 MX-5. So we should probably expect RSO in at some point. Looks like they're just over halfway through their own stint, so the gap's going to go back out soon enough. Looking at the broadcast chat, Nilski says, Mazda has one problem, sensitive suspension that can't be repaired even in 23 hours. If you get a bit of suspension damage, you'll just be a danger, so it's better to retire. So that's the reason why we've seen so many Mazda retirements. You get even a little bit of suspension damage in that thing. Yeah, I've, now that I remember, having driven the Mazda in races, it does have a very sensitive damage model. Like the tiniest of taps can completely mess up your car. So Yeah, it
There you go.
probably is just the sensible decision to retire the car if you have a big enough smash, because apparently these virtual racing teams, they haven't quite taken the tools and parts to repair one of these cars properly,
Yeah,
which is a
yeah,
little
indeed.
unfortunate. But it's the same for everyone, so that's just part of the game.
Yeah, indeed. There you go. So yeah, that explains that. There we go. Good. Thanks in the chat for that one. That definitely it does nicely explain why there's been so many more Mazda retirements than all the other classes. So yeah, bit of shame there, but I guess a bit of incentive to keep it clean again. As I said, that just gives even more kudos to the Sloth guys for having a perfectly clean Mazda. So but yeah, going along nicely. Of course, still leading Porsches as well, although Patrick's kind of picked up the pace a wee bit. Did the 30.2 last lap, actually, not too bad. And actually basically matched the core guys. But that is, as I said, that's kind of ironing out. And I think Angelo had a bit of a tardy lap because he's been regularly doing 27s, 28s. In fact, wow. This stint, every lap apart from that last one has been a 28 or a 27. That's consistency right there. So yeah, so he's looking pretty good. And obviously Patrick doesn't quite seem to have the sort of raw pace that Lorene had. Even towards the end of the Lorene stint there, obviously hadn't been in the car for so long. So yeah, that could be the chance, as I said, for Core to just kind of eke out that gap, get it back out there to what it was before, and just sort of have a bit of a nice buffer in the lead of the Porsches as they go along. And yeah, otherwise, as I said, it's the Kia's Pure Racing Team Kia, probably the biggest lead of any of the classes right now. They've got 2 laps on the
Yeah,
top of Pure
wow.
Racing guys. Yeah, so that's a big gap for them. They're doing along very nicely indeed. Although I think, judging from the time, I'm assuming Talk Freak just did a stop, judging from their last lap time. But even so, I mean, that's got to still be at least a lap that they've got effective, which is crazy stuff. So yeah, doing very nicely indeed in the Kia class there.
Yeah, definitely. They've basically been the class of the field in our commentary stint at the very least. Christian Koch putting in some very competitive times there. Looks like Mark Elkerman set the fastest lap out of all of the Pure Racing Team Kia guys, an 8-minute 58.435. That's quite the time you've got there. Looks like Talk Freak Racing had a faster qualifying time, an 8-minute 52. But of course, they've obviously faced a few issues that have meant that they haven't been able to retain that lead.
Indeed, yeah, and I think looks like from what I can see, a lot of the Kia field, as I said, probably from what I could see, apart from the back end of the GT3 field, the Kia field's probably the most beaten up out of all the classes. I mean, even the pure guys at the front there, as I mentioned before, they have a pretty beaten up Kia. The front end there's got it's been whacked a fair bit by the looks of it, and the rest of them are either just as wounded or even more so. So it looks like the Kia is probably the most wounded of the lot. But again, as we mentioned, the Kia front wheel drive around the Multiclass, 400 horsepower. Yeah, it's not too surprising that they've probably got the most wounds out of all the classes. So again, kudos to all the guys who are still going, which I think, as I mentioned, is everyone bar the Tryhards Racing and Triple R team. I think they're the only 2 at the moment who aren't running out of the Kias. Everybody else in that class is still running, which is, again, kudos to those guys.
Yeah, certainly. Well, let's check back with our overall leaders. Santeri Kekkonen is piloting the Vendaval sim racing car, having set an 8-minute 19 in his first full outing in this stint. Still a very, very quick car, that Vendaval car. Enjoying a 43-second lead over Pure Racing Team Black when they last crossed the line. And the top 3 has remained basically the same. GT Ross SST Orange is in 3rd place, about 2 or 3 minutes behind the leaders.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's been a good one from them. I just noticed a bunch of people had their connections drop out to unacceptable levels. Looks like they're all people who'd subbed out anyway, so it doesn't really affect the race in any real way. But just something I noticed there as I was watching in the chat there. A bunch of them just had that happen. But either way, obviously, as I said, I don't think any of them are in the cast. Doesn't really affect anything on the actual track. But yeah, just something interesting of note. But yeah, everyone going along quite nicely. Vendevel, Sim Racing White still got the lead. Centauri going along nicely. Is still 2 laps into this stint, an 8:19 last lap, not too bad there. And on his second full lap now. Got about 40 seconds at last check to the Pure Racing Team Black, who will just come up on some lap traffic in the Speedworks Racing Team Orange, who just pitted as well. So he'll try and dispatch that fellow Audi as quick as he can. He's not really making it easy, the Speedworks guys. Oh, there we go, finally he lets him through down this short straight, I think. Just waiting, there he goes, yeah, brakes early there, lets him through, nice stuff. That just releases Sebastian there to continue going. And then, yeah, SSD Orange also dealing with some Audi traffic as well. He's got a couple of the guys further back to deal with. Gets through them by the looks of it, no worries at all though. But yeah, all going along nicely. It's all, yeah, as I said, there's a few pockets. I think GT3 is obviously, being the most out of any class. And they've got a few battles that I'm certainly going to be interested to watch. But I think maybe we do want to go on board with that. Patrick Wolf, he's just coming out of the final corner now.
All right, Patrick Wolf, let's go on board with a lap for him. We'll go silent and you can enjoy a lap around the Nürburgring. Patrick Wolf from Pure Racing Team. And there you have it. A lap at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with Patrick Wolf, an 8-minute 20 from him there. 0.2 faster than his previous. A couple of bits of traffic. But at the same time, scintillating lap there from Patrick Wolf as he chases down the Precon Racing guys who... oh, hello. They're quite a bit closer now.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Precon and Pure Racing Team Blue, they really have close up. Although look at that speed, we've had 14 seconds quicker than the Precon guys. So you can clearly see that pace difference coming into play here, and that's sort of what we were expecting. Thought this was going to close up. I didn't think it was going to close this quickly, but there you go. So if anything, yeah, Patrick might even have a shot at him nearly by the end of this lap. He doesn't pit. Let's have a look. When was his last stop? Yeah, he only just stopped before. So he's still got a good 4 or 5 laps probably on this stint. And same for Christian. They're both basically on the same sort of pit strategy. So we may actually have a genuine fight for position. Maybe even by the end of this lap, keep this up.
Yeah, here's hoping. Meanwhile, from the broadcast chat, we've got a report from Marauder that AusNZ Sim Racing had a dropout. So unfortunate for those guys. They're a bit on the back foot, but still got quite some time to go. 7.5 hours in this race. Anything can happen in that amount of time, so keep on pushing.
Exactly, yeah, certainly. Still plenty of time to make back what they've lost. Yes, they've lost a fair bit there from that disconnect, but they can still keep going away. If they can keep it up, they might be able to try and challenge Speedworks Racing Team Orange. So we'll keep an eye on that one as it goes along. But yeah, is that actually? No, it's not. Okay, didn't think that was for position. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think definitely Precon and Pure Team Racing Blue. They're the two to watch at the moment because Patrick's on very much a mission. He has been for quite some time, ever since he's got in the car. Keep in mind, although I think he actually has done the most laps now of anyone. He's even beaten what the Pure Racing Team Cup guys were doing, because he's got in the car lap 54 and it's now 113. He's only done 60 laps in that car. It's crazy. It is crazy. So and he's still pumping out 820s even though he's been in the car for that long. That is, that's impressive.
Yeah, very much so. Very impressive from Patrick Wolf, and he'll be seeing the Precon Racing guys come into view fairly soon. Christian Andreas Franz going through the compression zone right now. Meanwhile, Patrick Wolf is well on his way to getting there himself. Really looking forward to seeing how this battle turns out.
You'd think with the pace difference, I mean, as we saw, he's doing a good 14 seconds or so quicker laps. You'd think Patrick should be able to pass him pretty sharply, you would think, but we'll see. It depends. I don't know if Christian's going to fight it. He might suddenly, obviously, being on your own for quite some time, sometimes you can maybe fight position more than you really need to, kind of get lured into a fight to spice up your stint a little bit, so to speak. So we'll see whether he does that or whether he sort of lets him go. If he's playing the smart game, I think he might just let Patrick have it, because it should be clear how quickly he's been catching it if he's been watching the relative, but we'll see. But this would be for effective 8th in class for Patrick, and that'd be great for them. And the next one for them is the Henkerveld Engineering Machine, which is a lap ahead, so they've got a bit of work to do if they want to get another spot. But again, they have been doing some pretty speedy pace, Patrick has, and as I said, the Fitz D Motorsports N24, they're lapping actually quite similar to the Precon guys, so we'll see. There could still be some spots for Patrick to gain and that team if they keep this pace up.
Yes, certainly. Gap is now under 8 seconds between Pure Racing and Precon Racing. It's coming up to actually 7 seconds now, and Patrick Wolf has gained almost a second in just about 30 seconds worth of driving, which is quite insane. So we're going to wait and see how that turns out. Yeah, and now he's got a lovely, long, flat, straight section through Kesselken. Very easy to mess up there as that little rise in the track puts you off. Meanwhile, Precon Racing going through the left-hand kink on the way to Carousel. Another interesting fact, Thomas, if we can go on board with Precon Racing just quickly right now, as he comes into this corner and turns right, you notice that there's a bit of road that splits off to the left, and that was actually a part of the circuit when it first opened, the style Strecker. It was basically super duper duper steep and went over the crest of a hill, and cars would it was even more airtime inducing than Flugplatz. Obviously, since it was incredibly narrow and there wasn't really a place to a place to go if you made a mistake, they cut it off in favor of the carousel section, lengthening the circuit. And the style Strecker is still accessible, but it's incredibly overgrown, and it's basically just concrete slabs interwoven with grass and tree roots now. Very interesting bit of history there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. I guess it's made way for the carousel, of course, one of the, as we said, legendary corner in motorsports. So yeah, that's really interesting. There you go. So, good fun facts. Good to learn more about the Nordschleife. I feel like I should probably know more about it than I do, but yeah, so it's a good fact to set up. But yeah, while we've been talking, that Patrick is still just closing. I reckon you could just about, probably just, there you go. You can just see him as he went to the dip, I reckon. So he's
gap down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's seeing Christian now. He's getting the motivation in more now. I can see him right in front of him, and that's just giving him extra motivation. I notice when you were talking about the back there, he did go wide through the carousel. That shows me that he is actually still pushing, 110%, despite the fact he's 60 laps into his stint. He's still pushing all the way. And now they've got a Mazda. That's actually the Sloth Nom, the spotless Mazda, to pass. We'll see.
Let's see if it remains spotless.
Yeah. There you go. He gets out of the way nicely. Good stuff.
There we go. Nice and clean.
So yeah, this is a good one, I reckon. And as I said, we're pretty much at the end of the lap, and Patrick is just about on him. You can almost visually see just how much faster he's going. He just can carry so much more speed, and so much more confidence through every corner.
Oh yeah, certainly. Let's have a look at the laps. So Patrick Wolf is only 4 laps into his stint. Meanwhile, Precon Racing is on their 4th lap. So these guys are actually fairly even for position.
Yeah, and you can see, have a look at the speed. So Christian hitting 250. Oh, look at that. Yeah, he's got a good 5 kilometers on him on the straight. He's hitting 260, whereas Christian, he's just hitting 260 now, whereas Patrick's hitting 265. So he's got 5 kilometers that he's losing. That must just be that front end damage. It doesn't look too severe, but I'm guessing that some of the critical aerodynamics in that front right of the car is damaged, and that's what's causing him to lose some straight line speed. So that's only going to make it easier for Patrick to get past when he does catch him, which, look at this, it's going to be in the next couple of corners, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think he'll catch him by the Sud curb on the GP circuit, the hairpin.
Oh, look at this, he may even, wow, look at that, visually, just, he's so much
wow.
with the car, yeah, and yeah,
that's
he might
crazy.
Get him here already, yeah, so here we go,
jeez.
Pole position, yeah. Oh, wow, look at this, on the exit, look at the grip, just straight away.
Wow.
So much more confidence on getting on the throttle and straight up the inside. And there you go, yeah, Christian, I think, knows it's a done deal already. And there you go, easy as you like. Patrick up into, although he gets it very close to loose there on the exit. But that is, I believe, P8 in class now.
Yep, so Pure Racing Team Blue gains another position. So next up on the road, in overall points anyway, is Momentum Endurance, which is almost 3/4 of a lap ahead of them. So that's quite a bit of ground to make up, and I somehow doubt that that's going to be made up before the end of the race, but still, your racing team has gained another position. What more could you ask for in their circumstance?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're still, still 8th overall, with still a, solid recovery, considering how far back they were before. Certainly weren't. You wouldn't have. I don't know if they would have thought they would have gotten to these guys as quickly as they have. So I'm sure they'll be happy with that. They're making progress. That's the main thing. And yeah, they'll keep plugging away. Meanwhile, I'm looking, just keeping an eye on things here, and yeah, it's still with Porsches, Core Motorsports still picking up the gap. Patrick just not quite able to put together the laps that Lorene was able to do, and that's allowing the Core Motorsports Porsche to just keep eking out that lead. And although I say that, and then Paul goes
Oh,
wide
yeah.
the right hand, yeah, just going to get a bit too deep along the inside wheel. Just a bit wide, that's going to cost him a second maybe or two on that lap. Either way, they're still looking very solid right now. To continue just eking out that gap slowly but surely.
Yeah, and we got a couple of updates from teams in the broadcast chat. Looks like the Precon racing car had aero damage, so they let Patrick pass effectively. Meanwhile, Fitzty Motorsport says that they have engine damage, which is why the number 77 is slower than the start of the race. So so Fitzty Motorsport is nursing that car home at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, that makes sense. I've been noticing, as I said, the pace has dropped off in recent since, and yeah, that has actually. I was looking at when Philip first got in the car, and he was doing low to mid 20s when he first got in the car, and then after that first stint, it kind of dropped off. So I'm guessing sometime after that first stint, he does have a few laps there, 90, 91, 92, which are discounted. So I'm guessing at a few off-track / incidents, and I'm guessing that might be when that engine got damaged, because after that. The best they've been able to do is high 20s to absolute best. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame for them, but at least they're still running. They do have a bit of a gap, a fairly good gap to the number 4 machine, and they're in the pits now, the Henkerville guys, as well. So they've got a good gap that they might be able to nurse it. We'll see. It depends if the engine drops off anymore or anything like that. Hopefully, for their sake, it doesn't just start having any critical damage. But yeah, they've got a good gap, so you'd think they should hopefully be able to hold for their sake in 6th in class, which again, pretty good result considering they started 18th too. They started 18th from the grid. They're up to currently 6th in class. That's a pretty solid performance nonetheless from those guys.
Yeah, it certainly is, and hopefully their engine manages to hold out till the end, because that'd be a great result for them.
Sure, yeah. Looking back at the Kias, just keeping an eye on the Kias in the lower classes. As always, Pure Racing Team Kia still holding on nicely. They're about to come up on, or who is that they're coming up on? They're coming up on the BAM Esports 69 car. Just coming on to lap them, put them down the lap. Actually, I only just noticed, oh hey, we got I'm assuming David E. Barker must have just taken the BAM Esports car, because, well, maybe not. Okay, no, that might be an actual battle. It is an actual battle for position, so 28th overall. But I think that's 4th in the Kias. They've got a nice little battle here. It's the boosted basically red car versus, focused on him at the moment. It's David E. Baker at the wheel, and he's got Roman Marcel coming at him. Rapid Ray Watts, he was 2/10 quicker last lap. 1.8 seconds, and that number 69 machine was a couple of tenths faster than David last lap round. So we might have a nice little juicy battle here in the Kias.
Yeah, Romain Marchal there just set his team's fastest lap of the race, a 9:03.294, so he's on fire at the moment, currently starting lap 5 of his stint. Let's have a look at the boosted car. He is on his 4th lap, so these guys have just come out of the pits, and, well, relatively, they came out of the pits a little later than the BAM Esport guys did, and, yeah, they are on track together now. And meanwhile, the Pure Racing Team Kia, P1 in the Kia class, is coming up to lap them.
Yeah, and this is this is an interesting one. I mean, he's got, as we said, he's got a lap to Talk Freak, so he doesn't really need to do anything too outrageous here. He can just sit there and he can basically just chill. He doesn't really have to worry too much, because they're doing their own thing. He has just pitted, so he will have to wait a ways until he might pass them. He's got a good run out of third confirmed corner, as I think we should christen it at this point. And I think he might go for it. Yeah, looks like, there we go. That's good stuff there from the BAM guys, just letting him have it. So good smart driving there. And yeah, there you go. But yeah, that's a good little interesting battle there in the Kia. It's good to see that they're still so close after so much time of racing.
Yeah, for sure. And as they come onto the Nordschleife, well, this is where if you make a mistake, you truly do pay for it. So I guess eyes will be on Boosted Red. See how they manage to hold off BAM Esport.
Indeed, we'll see how it goes. I think they're both, from what I can tell, relatively similar. Romain's done, he's been slowly increasing his pace over the stint. He started on a 905, 904, and now to 903, so he seems to just be getting stronger as his stint goes on. I'm looking back at his previous stints as well to see if there's any relative time he's been quicker. He's generally been doing mid nine, 04s, 05s, thereabouts, depending on traffic and all that kind of thing, of course. But yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the 903 obviously personal best for that team and for him as well. I'll have a look at boosted. They've been doing similar really. They've been doing, although Dave did do a 902 to start the stint, rapid lap that one. So you'd think he'd have the edge, but we'll see. It looks like Roman might be on a little bit of a charge here. He sees him up ahead, has a bit of a sniff at a possible P4 class. That might give him that extra motivation to pull out the good lap times. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one, because that's a nice little battle that's shaping up in the Kias.
Yeah, certainly is, and we're on board with P1 and the Kias at the moment. Pure Racing team having just passed the BAM Sport car. Come to an area of the circuit that's very challenging for the Kias. Lots of braking and turning and coasting, which in the Kia is often a recipe for certain death.
Indeed, and you can see, I'm noticing, you can really see the brakes are being worked so hard. I'm noticing the Pure guys there through most of the corners. You can just see discs growing red, both of them in the front and rear. They're working that hard. Obviously, the brakes are being worked hard, the tyres are being worked hard. So yeah, I think the Kia's probably got the being stressed the most, I would say, out of all the cars. Because it's not an easy circuit for them. Any front-wheel drive car, to be fair, as we said, any car at all, but definitely the front-wheel drives that have certainly got a particular disadvantage around here, with it just being so demanding. Probably on par almost, you could say, with the open wheelers, just with being especially hard on those type of cars.
Yes, indeedy. Well, seems that Christian Koch in the Pure Racing team car, he's not pulling away from Roman as much as I thought he would. The gap's staying relatively consistent.
Wonder if Liz, as we've seen before, I think maybe that might be boosted. They're just trying to tag along. BAM Esports trying to tag along, just get a bit of a tow here, and sort of again maybe learn from the leaders in class, see what they're doing. And we'll try and gain that way on the booster guys, who I think just passed another one of the Kias. The Armani Racing team just put another lap on them. Again, this all the Kias, apart from, as I said, the Pure Racing team one's the cleanest of the lot, and even then the front end is relatively dented in, so they're all a bit sorry looking, but they're all going along still. Those two will become the Armani guys pretty soon.
Interesting point. It looks like that's very odd. Christian Koch's last lap was an 11:08. Okay, so that is a pit stop. The stint in the Kia is pretty short. So Koch has just come out of the pits, basically.
I was going to say that looks like
tires should be fresh. That's all right.
Yeah. I was going to say, I was looking at the laps. It looks like,
here we go.
5 laps. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they get past lap.
The Amati car lets them by.
Yeah, it looks like the stints in the Kias. Yeah, they're only 4 or 5 laps, even very short stints.
The Kia is a very thirsty car. Not only that, but it takes the better part of a decade to refuel the tank, basically. It's, trust me, like, I drove in the Raw before the 24, I drove the Kia in that race, and my god, it took so long to refill the tank. But if you made an error in your fuel calculations, you were boned, basically.
Yeah, well, I guess you look at the outlap. In the other classes, it's maybe a minute, maybe 30 seconds more. Whereas in the Kias, you're looking at 2 extra minutes, and I'm guessing most of that's fuel. So that is, wow. You could almost quite literally nip out, make a coffee, come back, and it'd still be refueling. That is pretty bananas.
Because and the reason for that is that the Kia is not refueled with a fueling rig. Or a fuel pump. They actually they simulate actually pouring a can of fuel into the fuel cap. basically, with a funnel and stuff like that. And if you pay attention to your fuel levels at a pit stop, you'll notice that the number pauses while your pit crew goes and gets another can of fuel to put in.
Only the Kia, I feel like. I feel like there should be a hashtag, just Kia things, basically.
Yes.
What the option is, just Kia things.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh dear. But I guess it matches, doesn't it? I mean, 400 horsepower, bonkers to drive, bonkersly fast for a touring car. Yeah, it all just matches, doesn't it? It's all of it is bonkers, basically. That's the Kia in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, they're going along as we said. Christian's still tagging on the boosted guys. The band guys, they're still holding on. Although, Audi having a little look through the sweeping. That's Alex Arana. That's third in overall. Ooh, and cuts across pretty authoritatively there on the Kia. Managed to get through, but that was a bit of a heart-stopping moment maybe for those guys. Got a Mazda there going right, a bit of a crabbing Mazda. I think he's seen what's coming, going, I'm getting well out of the way of this lot, and that's a smart play, I would say.
Look at the straight line speed of the Kia. Oh my god.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Audi being out-dragged by a Kia. There you go. Even in the slipstream, look at that, he cannot pass him. Even in the
look, flashing his lights. Please, get out of the way, please. I would like the best.
Again.
And away they go. Just Kia things. Oh my lord.
Gotta love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I will have to, having watched this now, I will have to do a race in the Kia just to experience the madness that it is, because it seems like it'd be fun to drive as Alex Pitts from third overall.
Yep, I would wholeheartedly recommend the Kia. Like, I think front-wheel drive cars get a lot of unnecessary hate from most sectors of the motorsports community. But the Kia, if you know how to drive it, if you know its quirks, it's a super fun car. It's one of those cars that, like, you got to get into it knowing what to expect. Otherwise, you're going to hate every single moment.
Indeed, yeah, sounds about right for it. So, yeah, no, good stuff to see. I think that was so the BAM guys have pitted, so there you go. That was that was only a 4-lap stint thereabouts. Yep, 4 laps, or 5 laps, I guess. But yeah, there you go. So that is that boosted. They're 1 lap less, or the 1 lap out of sync with boosted. So I would imagine they'll either pit this lap or the next. For those guys, so that's going to be interesting to watch. Again, that battle's a good little fun one for P4 in the Kias. I'll keep an eye on that one. That's a nice little battle further down the classes. Team Terra is still leading the Mazdas, by the way, as RSO pitted, and apparently we're inside a Audi from what I saw there for a moment, so that's a bit interesting, but
yes.
Obviously in the same pit box, but there you go. And actually, is that still... Is it just... I swear Marcel has been in the pits for an awful long time. Because I remember looking... I swear I looked literally the last lap and he was still in the pits. So I don't know what's going on, but that seems like an awfully long stop to me.
Not quite sure, eh? Let's, I'm going to put my rewind on 16x and see if anything changes. So far, nothing.
Because I swear I saw them into the pits a long time ago, and they've been sitting there for an awful long time. And again, I don't know what it's... Yeah, the car looks pretty fine. I mean, it looks like one of the better shaped of the GT3s, so I'm not really sure what the hold-up is, but...
Still nothing?
It seems... I think they've dropped a lot further down than the leaderboard is saying, because obviously they haven't crossed the lines as an updated, but I reckon they might even be down with Prick on, maybe even below them, I think, because I don't know what the go is, but something's up. I reckon something's up.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh wow, that's a real shame, because as I said, they were super consistent in terms of their drivers and pace. They're having a good run, but I don't know what's going on with Marcel, but there's something happening here, because they have not moved in an awful long time. So I guess what that does do is that may mean, I reckon now, Pure Racing may well actually be 7th in class, if that is... if they have actually been seeing that long. Finally they leave, here we go, so we might get an update on what they're doing. I think next lap, we'll see next lap if that changes.
Next lap.
Yeah.
They are well past the start-finish line.
Right, I reckon we'll keep an eye on that, because the pit box was after the start-finish line, so obviously if they haven't moved, the leaderboard probably wouldn't update until they get round again. So we'll look at the next lap, but I reckon I wouldn't be surprised if they even maybe drop back to where the MSP Phoenix 24 car is, to be honest, because I swear they were in there for, I'd almost say 10 minutes, to be honest, because I reckon we were watching the Kia battle and they were still in the pits, so I don't know what the go is there, but yeah, it'd be interesting to find out what the hold-up was, if there was one. Well, Patrick Wolf's still going along nicely as well. And yeah, there you go, look at that, Patrick Wolf, 7th in class. There we go, so there you go, wow. So Pat, this is interesting, because now that's what, we've had 2 teams that have had issues or longer stops, and that has now brought the Pure Racing Team Blue into the top 7 in class. So
Yeah.
this is just great for them. Now I'm sure loving all these issues for the other teams, because this is just elevating them further and further up the field.
Yeah, certainly is. So they're...
I was just going to say, yeah, there's Pricken as well. They're now passed, so... I'm actually very curious, because I didn't see that car looking at them, so...
Yeah, it would
I'm
be interesting to know. It would be interesting to know what happened to the Hostingveld engineering guys.
There you go. So yeah, a few little, I've had a few of those now. I've had a couple, I think, that have had those longer stops, either for damage or whatever the problem has been during this middle phase. So unless, as I said, maybe these teams have had damage. I know that who was it? I think it was the MSP Phoenix. I'm fairly sure 24. I think they had a longer stop as well. And obviously their rear wing, you can kind of tell they got some pretty major damage there. So I think in their case, it was trying to repair damage. I assume it's the same for the Henkerfeld guys, but I don't know. It didn't look like their car was damaged, but maybe they had some hidden damage that we couldn't see. Maybe engine damage. Who knows? Maybe they had some engine damage. Revving it too hard or something like that, maybe. But yeah, I'm thinking possibly, these couple of these teams maybe that have this damage are just thinking, let's just do some repairing now, so we can get the pace back for the last part of the race. Take the hit now rather than suffering on the rest of the race.
Yeah, certainly. We've just been made aware of the fact that the broadcast cameras are locked on the PND Racing Audi. Yeah, that's not intentional. We'll try and get to the bottom of that, see what's going on.
Indeed, apologies for that. So we'll have that resolved soon enough. We'll try and keep you updated regardless on what the rest of the field is doing. As I said, Henkerveld, I'm going to be watching them as they come around, because they should be being passed by a few. As I said, I reckon they've got to be down with Phoenix Racing 24, is what I'm guessing, once this updates, because where are they? They are 15th, so they're, 15th, 16th, sorry, MSP Phoenix guys overall. And they are just going through the first part of the track. Henkerveld are ahead on track, though. So either that means they nearly lost 2 laps, or 3 even, or they did actually manage to beat out the Phoenix Racing guys. We'll soon see. Sure on that one. But yeah, that's very, very fascinating. Had a few little developments like that. But yeah, I'll have a look at, I think Boosted is still going around, are they? Yep, Baker's still plodding along, so that battle is still neutralised for the moment. Did 902 last lap. I'll tell you what, Baker, consistent. Did a 902.2, 903.4, 902.8. So, got to say, excuse me, apologies there. Got to say, good pace from Baker so far. The stint, super consistent stuff.
Yeah, certainly, and we got a driver change, meanwhile, in the Evolution Racing Team Porsche, the 026. Michael Hammond has finished his stint, and Tom R. Jones is taking over that car.
There you go, yeah, indeed. That's Michael did 2 stints. I think Ethan did this same. Actually, no, Ethan did 3, I think. He did a triple, and Michael's done 2. So yeah, Tom obviously started the race for them, did a good, he did a good 24 laps he did, so he did a very long stint, and he did it again after that. So I'm assuming he'll probably do a bit of a longer one now, and then I'm going to assume either Michael Cracknell or Scott Lanarth are going to be coming in after him, I'm guessing. I'm assuming Ethan and Michael will probably have a rest now. And yeah, that'll be that. But so yeah, they're still going along nicely in 15th overall, or I believe 456th in class, so going along quite nicely there. So yeah, good stuff there from those guys. So yeah, wants to watch possibly see where they end up by the end. Again, as we mentioned before, obviously not the most comfortable Porsche drivers, perhaps, or most experienced, but yeah, in top split, plodding along quite nicely. Yeah, we'll see where they end up later on in this one.
Yes, indeed. As we see just behind the ERA car, or ERT, sorry. I'm still referring to them by their old name. Sloth Nom Squad comes into the pits. Eric Winter at the wheel of that, and he is going to hand over to Michael L. Willard in the number 40 car. Those guys are still maintaining third place in the MX-5 class, and I'm getting some word that the Kia leader has crashed.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
that car's looking a lot worse than it did before. If we could get yeah, we'll go back and see what happens there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've just seen what happened. Oh, so through the mini carousel before the straight, he's just gone in too hot, and gone in too hot, and the rear end just gave out, touched the curb, and around he went. Ooh, and
Oh,
a
wow.
whack on the front end there. Yeah, and then he's managed to just get out of the way. Another one of the Kias there had to avoid him, but managed to get going again. But yeah, not too bad. It was thankfully I think he hit the wall relatively front on, so I don't think there'll be too much actual damage there. I reckon that should be superficial, hopefully. But yeah, a bit of an old one. Oh yeah, I'm just catching it now. Yeah, so yeah, looks like another car. Ooh, boy. Ooh, yeah, another car's spun. Another Kia, and he's trying to. It's actually the boosted Kia. Ooh, that is key in that battle.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've he's in the lane. The boosted car is in the lane. So both of those cars getting some repairs done. Oh man, wow.
Yeah. That's a real, and I mean that was, it's so awkward because I think boosted, that's so awkward as it really is. He's tried to turn it round, and unfortunately Pure's come around, obviously blind corner, hasn't really seen him, tried to evade and just straight into the wall. That's a real shame, it really is. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. This might well be, Talk Freak might just be looking at this going, do we taste a class lead maybe?
Yeah, well, Talk Freak Racing is getting the lights in the mirrors as an Audi. Miguel Ramos in the Race 4 Cat Motorsport car is currently behind Bram Reniers in the Talk Freak machine, looking to get past, and he does. So, yeah, I guess this all depends on how long the Pure Racing Team Kia is going to stay in the pits, because I'm not quite sure how long damage takes to repair on the Kia Optima. But they are still in the pits. They do enjoy a lap's lead over Talk Freak, so I don't think they'll be too worried. However, I think, yeah, it'll definitely be something that they wouldn't have wanted to happen.
For sure, and what this will mean, though, is that we'll see them passing them right about now. BAM Sports now takes fourth in class, and that is effective because the damage for the boosted is enough that... Oh, he's just exiting now, but yeah, BAM Sports has got it, so they're now in fourth overall.
Well, from the broadcast chat, Willie Shanker says that other Kia was turned around by a Porsche. So, couple of multi-class mishaps going on around here at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, and yes, and it's all in the Kias too, isn't it? It happened to be two Kias that came together. So, it's all kicked off a bit. Yeah, Pure's still in the lane. They did take a pretty hefty hit. They hit the side, remember, and the front. And I reckon when they had the contact with the booster, they may have actually hit a front corner as well. So I don't know if they've maybe got suspension damage or steering damage. May explain why they spun a couple of corners later if it was some steering damage. So we'll see. As you say, they do have a lap, but that can erode pretty quickly with it if you think it can be a lot, and then all of a sudden there it goes. So we'll see. Yeah, the Kias just all of a sudden, space of 5 minutes, it's all changed. So, and again, this just shows endurance racing, doesn't it? I mean, it may seem like a bit of a lull, and then all of a sudden, like that, something can happen, and all of a sudden it's all changed. So this is why with endurance racing, even now, you've got to always be on your toes. You can't look away, can't relax too much. You've got to always be on your toes, focused the whole 24 hours. And that's kind of, I think that's the key, isn't it, for the teams that do really well in it.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we are looking. We're looking at P1 and 2 in the Kias at the moment, just to see what is going on. Pure Racing Team is still in the pits, still stationary. Meanwhile, I think Bram has gotten the hurry up from his spotters saying, hey, the leader's in the pits, we better take advantage of this. And Bram is now on his way towards Mini Carousel. He'll be jumping onto the straight very, very, very soon.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, I think you're right. Just given they've obviously spotted the leader in the pits and gone, all right, let's push hard now while they're repairing. We might be able to, who knows, take the lead if they're in for long enough. And I mean, I don't know, it might be. I mean, as you say, I don't know the repairs on the Kia either, but it did look like there was two pretty hefty hits. That front one wasn't exactly small, and then obviously the main contact with the other Kia was pretty hefty as well. And as I said, I mean, he hit front right and the left. So he had the right hit by the car and then was pushed into the wall and had the right hit as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is pretty extensive damage on that car. So we'll see. I hope for their sake that isn't too bad, because it'd be a real shame for their lead to be taken from an accident that they didn't really have any control over. They just came around the corner and they had nowhere to go. So yeah, we'll see. But they are still in the lane. Here comes Talk Freak, and I think this is to get a lap back. So I'm pretty sure they won't overtake them yet, but they should be on the same lap now as Pure as they come around here.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Talk Freak is now on the start-finish straight. Pure Racing Team still stationary. And away goes Talk Freak, getting a lap back on Pure Racing Team. And who knows, in these final 6 or 7 hours of the race, they might just have a shot at victory.
Yeah, indeed. I'm noticing again another car that's been in the lane for a while and actually lost a position overall, a certain Evolution Racing team. They've dropped back behind Wave Driving Evolution once again. And yeah, Tom has been sitting there for an awful long time. Again, I wonder if this is, they do have a bit of damage, so I wonder if this is a bit of a tactical repairing going on. But yeah, this is fascinating. We've seen a few of this now, haven't we? We've seen GT3s, now a few of the Porsches. I reckon possibly some tactical repairing just going on here as they are getting into that closing stage. And I guess they're thinking, let's get this car as good as we can get it, and then just really go for it in this last 5 or so hours of the race.
Yeah, certainly. I'm trying to review that original incident with the other Kia that was spun by the Porsche. I wanted to know what Porsche it was, because I've gotten some comments from John Roberts in the broadcast chat saying that that's the second Kia that Porsche has turned around in that stint. So it would be interesting to know who that was. But unfortunately, I think I need to change a few settings in my replays, because half the field just disappears for me a lot of the time, especially at a long track like this. So unfortunately, I can't quite get to the bottom of that, but I guess that'll be a mystery for another time. Yeah,
indeed. I mean, I'm looking at the SimRC.de Kiwi car. I know it's always looked a bit sorry, but I don't know if it maybe looks a little sorrier than it was. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like it's maybe got a couple more dints on it, so I could just be remembering wrong. I haven't really been looking at them too much lately, but yeah, it does seem like it's a little bit more wounded than I last saw it. But yeah, definitely, a bit of a shame we can't figure out what the go is there. But yeah, real shame for those guys. And yeah, Pure are still in the lane. We'll see. I mean, Talk have got a whole lap to make up here to, I think, take the lead next time by. I'm fairly sure they're on the same lap now as Pure Racing. We'll see. But yeah, they're still in the lane. It's an awful long repair. And I mean, if they take too long here, Pure, they may even get taken by Team Mad Red, because they're on the same lap as Talk Freak. So
yeah,
if they're not careful, they could even drop the third in class, which would be just a massive shame.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I do have an answer, Thomas. Have gotten to the bottom of it. Thanks to everyone on the broadcast chat. Turns out the Porsche that caused the incident was the 109 Momentum Endurance. So that's unfortunate. And answering Randolph Chenoth in the broadcast chat, what time is it in Aussie time? Well, it depends on what side of the country you're on. For Thomas, it is basically 4:45 in the afternoon, and for me, it's 2:45 p.m.
There you go. Yeah, obviously that's how the size of the land down under. It's different sides are actually a few hours apart. So yeah, that's there you go. There's your answer to your question. But also, I was just going to point out, because it's finally obviously updated while we're looking at the Kias, the Henkeveld engineering crew, so they've now been updated, now where they actually are. They did manage to beat out the Phoenix 24, so they are, I'm fairly sure, effectively in 9th in class. So they did at least beat out the 24 guys, and they have only really lost effectively 2 positions, so it's not too bad. But they are now a lap behind the Precon Racing and Pure Racing Team Blue guys. So a bit of a shame for them, as I said, not sure what the goal was there, but they are still going at least and can press on now. And yeah, so we now have, I believe, 50 or 45 basically minutes to go for us before we hand back over to Race Spot.
Yeah, in our final hour, and yeah, I've got to say I've had a pretty good time so far. Yeah, it's been quite fun doing this for the last 5 hours. It's been very long, especially for poor Fonty in the UK. He started at 1 a.m. GMT. It's now, what, like 6 or 7 in the morning over there in the UK? 7:45, he's just told me. So, yeah, Fonty, our displaced Kiwi director, has pulled an all-nighter. So, yeah, putting in those hard yards for sure. Pure Racing Team is still stationary in the pit lane.
Boy, I reckon the damage must be very bad, and I mean, yeah, it's looking, it looks like Team Mad Red, by the way, are just about to come up to, I think, put themselves back on the same lap as Pure, I would assume. By looks of it, they're just coming through the final few corners now, so it's not looking good. I mean, we don't know how much there's left. Obviously, can't see their pit timer, but yeah, I mean, if it's got a similar, I won't be surprised, because obviously it's not it's a racing car, but it's not like a GT3 or anything like that. It's more of a touring car, so I wouldn't be too surprised if the repair is a bit long, especially with the refuel being as kind of primitive, I guess, as it is. So I won't be too surprised if it's quite a long repair, and if that is the case, then yeah, I mean, well, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they do actually drop the 3rd in class, which again would be a huge shame. But yeah, it's not looking good. Well, again, we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, it's not looking too good at this point.
Certainly not. Well, Bram Reniers is coming up to Carousel at the moment, and I'm sure the Pure Racing Team guys will be checking that out and just crossing their fingers. I mean, as we just said, we have no idea how long is left on those repairs, or even if they've retired the car full stop. I highly doubt they would, especially at this stage in the race. You would keep going, but yeah, the very, very sad looking Kia Optima, the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking actually at the battle. Still going for 4th in the Kias. It's reversed though now. Now it's Boosted trying to chase down BAM Esports, and it looks to me like, yeah, I think David on a mission right now after that incident with the Porsche. He's on a bit of a mission here to get back to 4th in class. They're probably separated, I'm guessing, by something like 5 or 6 seconds. It's pretty close, and I think Baker's got the edge on Roman. Roman did a 9:05 last lap. I mean, we were seeing before Baker was doing consistent 02s, 03s, so I think David has the edge, but we'll see. That could be a nice little battle. Once again, that could reignite, but the other way around now, thanks to the incident before.
So Randolph in the broadcast chat, did I mispronounce your name? Is it Chenalth? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your last name. Get a better last name, mate. It's okay.
Yes,
it's just banter.
It's just Aussie banter. It's all good.
Yeah.
But just keeping an eye back at the front, also let me look back at the very front end of the field. Sim Racing White still leading the way, number 13 entry. Juan still at the wheel. Juani Lopez. Oh no, he's just got in the car. Sorry, there you go. So there's a driver change that's just happened. Satiri doing only the one stint, doing just the one fuel stint, that was it. And then Juan's back in again after he did a double stint last time round. So it's obviously they're prioritising their faster guys, perhaps trying to continue to keep their lead nice and comfortable. Sebastian going along alright, doing, I think he just pitted, so that's why his last lap was a bit slower, but he's a little bit up and down, but doing at best 8.14s, probably averaging about 8.17s as we're focused on him now in P2 overall in a bit clear track right now, having a nice lovely time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's
they're going
only
along quite nicely.
Yeah, it's about 12, 13 seconds between them and the Vendaval guys. Looking very interesting, that battle. We'll see what happens when it comes to the pits, though. Wait for that to eventuate. I'll just have a quick look as Torque Freak Racing is coming to the end of this lap. They are going to pass the Pure Racing Team machine once again.
There you go. And as we said, we think that's for the lead, but again, that'll update once Pure actually gets going and does a lap in the update. The leaderboard will update. I'm fairly sure that's for the effective lead from... There you go, it is, yep, so there you go. So now Torque Freak take the lead effectively of the Kias. What a massive shame that is for Pure.
Yep.
They're still sitting there, such a long repair, so that, I guess, confirms the Kias. They have a pretty hefty repair. They may even explain why they're so beat up. They might be in a similar case to the Mazdas, where the repair is so great that it's better to just limp on rather than trying to repair the damage.
Yeah, very true. Well, Juani Lopez in the Vendaval Sim Racing White Car has basically just started a stint. He's only about a lap into it. Meanwhile, Sebastian Schmallenbach for Pure Racing Team has also pretty much just started his stint. He's on his third lap of this stint at the moment. So we're looking at an actual proper battle for the lead here. Pure Racing Team coming up against Vendaval. I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out.
Yeah, it's interesting. As I said, it's interesting. I think it may have been Pure that were on the ones that were a bit out of sync. It looks like they've come back into sync. I don't know if they've maybe either turned the engine mix up and they've come back together that way, or if they've turned it down even. And they're trying to extend the fuel stints. But I swear that they were pretty much the opposite to Sim Racing White and the number 88 machine. So that is fascinating. That could be one. I mean, if they actually are saving fuel and still managing to lap, pretty consistent 17s, 18s, then that could be a juicy one, and that could even play into their favour later on if they can reduce the amount of stops they're doing in the last part of this race.
Yes, more Kia news. We talked earlier about the Triple R car as one of the retirees, but no, Neris Kaminskis is back out on track, and they've gained a position back on the Blackadder 666 car. So we've got a little bit of a battle going on even at the back end of the Kia field, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, that's good to see the Kias. Yeah, a few of them jumping back in. In fact, I think Blackadder, I swear they did come back, but they're not loading for me, so unless they've... oh, no, that was Blackadder 66, I think it was, that I was looking at possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah, still either way, yeah, it's good to see Triple R coming back into it, so they're going to try and press on, try and get to the end, so that's good to see. And yeah, good stuff from those guys. And yeah, Pure still in the pits, goodness me, and I think... Oh no, yeah, Pure still in the pits. I'll see where Team Mad are there. They're still coming through the back half of the circuit, so they're effectively almost basically, what's that, probably half a lap, 3/4 of a lap behind Torque Freak. But still, Pure, they have not got out, and if they don't get out soon, they may even drop to third in class. Depending how long the repair is, who knows? Maybe even fourth or fifth in class. It just depends entirely on how long that is. As we're riding on Torque Freak, Fonty just going for a quick pit stop for a couple of minutes, so we'll be focused on them for the next couple. As we watch them coming through the first part of the lap.
Randy asks, how many cars have we lost out of how many started? Well, we have lost quite a few, most of them MX-5s. Looks like the last car running is the Triple R car, and they've got a few retirees between them and the next Kia, which is the Amadi Racing Team. So that's P38. So I'd hazard a guess that 39 cars are still running.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, because it looks like I don't see any others behind the Triple R guys that are still running. So yeah, there's a little bit now. We had a few more now that have retired since we joined. I think when we started, we had about 42, 43 still running. So we have lost a few more. But I mean, as we said, we're nearly into the last 6 hours, the last quarter of this race. And we've only really lost, about 16, 17 out of the 56 that started. So not bad. I've got to say, not bad at all. And again, considering it's an ultra life and the different speeds of classes we have, I think it's pretty impressive that this many are still running at this point of the race.
Your racing team are back out on the track in the Kia class, so they've lost quite a bit of ground to Torque Freak, but wow. They're probably very grateful for having such a big lead because that gives you a bit of a margin for stuff like that happening.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're P2, so it looks like they have managed to stay ahead of Team Mad Red, I'm fairly sure, so they should be P2. So they are still there or thereabouts. And they are on the same lap. I'm fairly sure it's Talk Freak as well, if I'm not mistaken. We'll find out on that when it updates. But if not, they are still in P2 in overall. So, at the end of the day, they're still in the top 3 in class. So, as you say, it could have been a lot worse. If it had been a lot closer at the front, they could have lost a lot more, but because they had that nice buffer, they've managed to not lose too much in the grand scheme of things. And as you say, that's what the advantage is of having a clean race and just managing that gap, eking out, so that when things like what happened to them does pop up out of nowhere, you have that nice buffer to be able to play with, so you don't lose too much in the end.
Yeah, for certain. Well, they are on the same lap, these guys, now. Pure Racing, Team Kia, and Talk Freak. Having a look at how far Talk Freak are into this stint. Bram Reniers is on his 4th lap as he has a spin.
Oh!
Round he goes. But he's kept it out of the wall. That's cool. Very good. But he's gone the wrong way.
Oh boy,
and,
watch out for the DQ.
This is going to be an awkward job for him turning around.
Oh, is an Audi coming? No, he stopped. Okay,
yeah,
seen it.
He's got to wait.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done.
All right.
Yeah, now he's got a nice gap still going. That was good spotting on the relative there from Bram. Used the relative to see the Audi coming, didn't just plough into him. So that's good stuff there. So a little bit of a spin. That's going to probably just give Pure a little bit more motivation. So maybe keep going, because I think they are quicker than the Talk Freak in race pace potentially. I feel like I think they were slowly eking out. I know Talk Freak's probably had some issues, but I feel like in race trim, Pure might just be a little bit quicker. So we'll see. Again, that could be a nice little battle that might come together at the end of the race. So yeah, more juicy battles is good. There's some good setup going on here for a bit of a interesting final part of the race.
Yeah, certainly.
I was just watching the, looking back through the Porsches again. A little update on those guys. Core still handsomely leading at the moment from Pure Racing Team Cup. Again, that lead's just kind of been slowly eking out. Got about probably about a minute-ish or 40 seconds maybe thereabouts between the two of them, something like that. So yeah, Patrick's, as I said, not quite got the pace of Lorraine, so he hasn't really been able to close in. He's probably just slowly losing time. If anything, he's been doing pretty consistent 830s in that car, whereas Angelo's been doing 830s lately. Actually, he's dropped off a bit since his last stop. He's been doing basically 830s, if even worse than that actually, since he stopped. So I don't know if he's had a incident or something or anything like that, but seemingly struggling a little bit. Oh wow, he's wobbling everywhere as well. I don't know if he's got some steering damage, because he looked like he's a little bit unstable across the hump there. Oh, big lockup as well into the right hander. I'll see it on cockpit. I mean, a bit of lag, hard to tell, but I don't know. I think he might have some damage, because he doesn't look comfortable in that car.
Well, meanwhile,
sorry.
I was gonna say, just as an aside, our overall lead gap is staying relatively consistent at about 13.5 seconds. I'm definitely looking forward to the conclusion of that little battle, as wow, Juan Lopez just did an 8.16 flat on that lap. Let's have a look at what Sebastian Schmallenbach can do, as he crosses the line to do an 8.17.76. So Vendaval currently have a bit of an edge over Pure Racing Team.
And he just got a little bit more pace from Juan. I think that's why they've got him back in. I think they know that he might be one of, if not their quickest, probably one of their quickest drivers. So they've got him back in, knowing that Santeri wasn't quite doing the pace. Although he wasn't doing that badly. I mean, he's dipping in the 16s, maybe not quite the sort of pace that Juan's able to do, but not doing too badly, to be fair. But I think, yeah, they've seen the gap possibly and seen what Pure are doing. And they're thinking, you know what, let's get one back in there. Let's get that buffer back out a little bit, and then we can have a bit of an easier time in those closing hours.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're coming up to half an hour or so left in our broadcast. So, as Fonty has returned to us, so we'll be able to get some of that other action on the track.
Yeah, no, it's for sure. We'll have a look around at what's going on. Although, as I said, not many other direct battles. Although, again, BAM Esports and Boosted are kind of having a little bit of a relatively close. Although I think looks like BAM possibly, yeah, they actually did open up. Yeah, Baker actually had a 909 last lap. That's not the best lap there for him. As I said, last stint before the contact, he was doing 902, so that indicates to me that there might still be some damage to that car. I think they may have cut the repair short and thought, you know what, we just got to get out there and try and minimise the damage here rather than sitting in the pits repairing. But they do have a nice gap back to back out of 66, though. They have a nice 5 laps, so at the very least, they should be safe in P5 in class if they can just keep on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, certainly. Meanwhile, it looks like Torque Freak has taken the Kia lead from Pure Racing Team. When did that happen?
Oh, that was when, remember, Pure were in the pits, right? That was
Yeah, but they
Freak,
came out in the lead, didn't they?
Yeah. Torque Freak did, yeah. Pure is still second in class, yeah.
Oh right, I thought I assumed that Pure Racing Team came out with half a lap to Torque Freak.
No, yeah, I think Torque Freak was.
But it was
yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. Right.
Yeah. But,
well,
I think I know what you mean, because I think the names I was getting a little confused as well.
And of course the timing screen only updates every lap, and my brain is derp.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Well, yeah, fair enough. It's been a long stint for us in the box, just about the end. So yeah, our minds are slowly turning a bit to jelly. So apologies if we miss anything in this last bit. We're trying to hang on best we can here in this last little bit of our broadcast here. But again, hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. I think we've both had a good time overall. Despite it being a bit of a lull, we've generally had a fun time, and we hope you guys have too. As we look to wrap up now in the last half hour of our broadcast.
Yes, indeed. So Juan Lopez, currently, where is he at the moment? We're focused on him. Looks like he's just come out of. Yes, he's at the miss corner. Because I remember watching one of the driving instructors at the Nürburgring taking a car around on a lap guide, and that triple apex corner before the start of the lap. You know what? I'm actually going to take Randy's advice and actually pull up a track map, because I'm forgetting the corner names here. Uno momento.
Obviously has a little look at the track map. I'll just have a little look through a little update on the Kias. Torque Freak looking nice in the lead still from Pure. Also in the Mazdas. We'll just have a quick look at the Mazdas, because we haven't had an update on the Mazdas in recent time. Team Potato still leading that nicely from Team RSO. They're still on the same lap though, so we thought that was before we said it was with Potato doing a stop. I'm just looking to see if RSO have. Oh, they look like they might be on a similar strategy now. Oh no, okay, no. Team Potato should be at the back end. Oh no, they did just pick the driver change, so it looks like they're on the same strategy as well. So that should be effective. So it's good to see the two Mazdas on the same lap. Although Potato look like they've got a good, probably quarter of a lap or so on their rivals, but still good to see the two cars on the same lap. Sloth Nom squad still chugging along nicely in P3 in class. I was just seeing one of the Audis, that is the Phoenix 69 car, passing a Kia there to map him. But still going well on the Mazdas as well at the back end there.
I've got it. That triple apex corner is called Versiphon.
There we go.
Right. So, Juan is currently travelling up to Hoheacht I've probably butchered the pronunciation of that. And now he's down to Hedwig's her, or something like that. I'm not too sure how to pronounce the German umlaut above the O. I think it's like an sort of sound. Umlauts always throw us anglicized Germanic language speakers off.
Oh yeah, throw a bit of a spanner there. Yeah, just trying to look at this gap for the lead. Where is he? So, yeah, he's just coming through the YouTube corner, as it's affectionately known, where we always see on. There we go, 14 seconds. Okay, so it's pretty stable this lap, so that's good to see. But yeah, just going through that famous corner where we see everybody crash on the old YouTubes, which is, again, fair enough, probably one of the most difficult corners I would say on the track with that camber, just the car always wanting to float. You just think, oh, I'll go on the power now, but no, the car just keeps wanting to float until you find yourself in the wall. It's very easy to see why so many people have trouble through that corner.
Yeah, certainly. Meanwhile, Neris Kaminskis in the Triple R Racing car, still plugging away. He's currently done his 36th lap around the Nordschleife in this 24-hour race, and yeah, I mean, a lot of people would have given up easily by this point, but you know, there's always some places to make up, I suppose.
Indeed, yeah. I think they just recently got past the Hours Racing machine. I'm fairly sure.
Yes.
So they've done that, so that's good to see. And the next stop would be one of the Mazdas that's retired as well, but I'll get past them, and then they will have a couple more retirees. But yeah, again, good to see them plugging along, continuing to keep at it despite being a bit further back. Again, that commitment is always what we love to see in endurance racing. I think that's a key thing for making endurance races as great as they are, is the drivers committed to continuing and finishing, even if they are a bit further back, which is good to see. But we've just got Juan coming to the end of the lap, so we'll see what this gap is. But I reckon it may be pretty similar, to be honest. It looks like Sebastian's either upped his pace or possibly Juan's had a bit of a tardy lap. Ooh, yeah, 8:18 for Juan. Let's see what Sebastian's done, but a bit of a tardy lap. I suspect traffic involved. Let's have a look what Sebastian, 8:17. Yeah, ooh, 3. So yeah, he gains
right.
12 seconds. This is looking juicy.
Yep.
Battle for the lead.
It certainly is. We've got about 25 or so minutes left in our broadcast before we hand it back to Race Spot. And thanks to Randy for tweeting me a track map of the Nürburgring with accurate corner names. I can see that I was indeed wrong about Versheifen. It was the corner after that is actually Versheifen, not the one I was referring to. So thank you very much. I will be making use of that map for future broadcasts.
Yeah, sounds like it sounds like a very nice map. I love that. Nice, accurate map of Nordschleife. Obviously, with so many corners, it's good to have one of those around. But yeah, looking at... Yeah, okay, I thought it was a little bit remote there for one of the Porsches, but all good. Yeah, again, Core Motorsports has been stable actually for quite some time now, ever since Patrick kind of took over. The guys there at the front in the core machine have been slowly eking out. I think Alexander, yeah, just got in. So Angelo just got out of the car. Now Alexander Vob is in that machine. We'll see, he was in earlier on. I'll see what sort of times he was doing earlier on in the race. He was doing mid to low, pretty much mid 820s. Yeah, basically 824s, 25s is what he was doing. And if he does that, I'm pretty sure that's quicker than what Patrick has generally been managing. And it is, yeah, because Patrick's only been doing kind of high 20s through to sort of low 30s. So if he can match his pace from earlier, he's only going to extend that gap at the front of the Porsches even more.
Yeah, Alexander Voss, they're going through a bit of MX-5 traffic, putting a move into one of the faster turns on this circuit. Oh boy.
And we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how he goes though, because I think, as I mentioned, I'm just looking at Angelo. Yeah, like at the end of his stint there, it seemed like he was struggling. Ever since that last stop, he sees times Early on, he was dipping into the mid-20s, generally in the 20s somewhere. And then after that last stop, he couldn't break into the 20s. In fact, he didn't once. So now that may be traffic. He just got unlucky in that stint. But it seems strange that he wouldn't at least get one lap where he was similar to what he was doing before. So I wonder if they either tagged the wall maybe and damaged that left front even more, because it does look pretty heavily dented. And in which case, I'm just curious to see whether Alexander can actually match his pace from before if the car is noticeably damaged.
Yeah, certainly. Got a little bit of drama down in the field. The Fitzty Motorsport guys with Christian Mikler at the helm of that car has been having a little bit of trouble getting past Alexander Thieb for MSP Phoenix Racing. I've noticed that Christian was getting very, very close to Alexander, trying to put a lap on him. Of course, Christian is in 9th overall. Alexander is in 14th overall. But yeah, he's just having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, indeed, and as mentioned before, as we know, they've got that engine damage. That's why they're struggling a little bit more now than they were earlier on. Best lap for Christian so far has been an 8:28 earlier on in this stint. In fact, it was the first lap by the looks of it in this stint. Whereas, let's look at what Phoenix 24 have been doing, and they've been doing 8:20s, yeah, so theoretically, Alexander should be able to pull away if his current pace is even to go by, especially with the engine damage for Christian. You'd think he'll be pretty slow down the straight. In fact, I think you can already see through there. I think Alexander just a couple of Ks quicker than what Christian can manage, so we'll see. This could be interesting.
It's entirely... Sorry, I was just going to say it's entirely possible that I was mistaken and Alexander has unlapped himself from Christian. My brain at the moment is firing on no cylinders, so that's a big possibility.
Yeah, fair enough. As I said, we've at 6 hours, so we're trying to get through to the end as best we can. But what I am thinking this is going to make interesting, possibly, certainly towards the end. Yet again, this is all kind of boiling towards the end of the race rather than right now. This is long term more than anything else. What this does possibly do, I'm just trying to see where they are. Possibly even the likes of the number 4, the Henkerveld guys, because we know they have good pace. Just obviously getting caught out with whatever issue they had in the pit lane, but that could possibly work in their favour. Maybe that might give them a chance of catching the 24 guys, and also for the Fitzy guys, again, look who's behind them, a couple of positions back. Good old Pure Racing Team Blue once again. I wonder, will they gain from this? Because they have been obviously catching them slowly but surely, because they don't have the damage that Fitzy do. And I've just noticed again, Patrick Wolf's still driving that car. He's nearly done 7 laps.
God. Patrick, do you need help? Blink twice.
God, that is crazy.
Oh, wow.
That is mental. Wow. So I don't want to know. I just don't want to know how many laps that is, or how many hours that is, because that is just mental. And he's still doing 8:20s. He's still pumping in the laps. So
yeah, and he'll be getting a hell of a draft from this Porsche. His Pure Racing Team compatriot Patrick Pickler. News from the broadcast chat about the Triple R Racing Kia. Apparently, their second driver succumbed to gastro this weekend. A very yeah, gastro is not fun at all. Commiserations. So Neris Kaminskis is doing it solo, and a second driver is to do a late stint. Well, good on you guys for pushing on regardless.
Indeed, again, that's that fantastic commitment we love seeing out of our endurance drivers. So again, big commiserations to those guys. Well, yeah, gastro is no fun at all. And yeah, hopefully the recovery of him is very, very swift, I hope. And hopefully it's all can be passed very, very soon. But just looking again at the leaders there, I think just coming around towards the back end of the circuit once again. Again, it's hard to tell just from the eyeball how that gap's going, but I reckon it may have swung back the other way. I think whatever issues Juan had on his last lap, he seems to have gotten over. Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He's pushing that Andy pretty nicely. Looking very smooth as well, I've got to say. Very smooth inputs, not really sliding around too much. Yeah, looking like I reckon he might have extended that gap possibly a little bit more once again, although we do have some traffic ahead of him. That's the Race for Cat Motorsport Black car. a heavily damaged Audi, sorry, for them. And I think, yeah, surely Juan's going to lovingly get past, get that lovely slipstream, go thank you very much, I'll take some of that, and be right past you.
Yeah, certainly. Look at that draft that he's got. Wow, that's incredible. On Cheap One in the broadcast chat asks, are there any clean cars left? Just let me check. Slothnom squad? Probably. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're still clean. Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. I see a little bit of front left quarter damage.
Yeah.
There are no clean cars left.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Damn it, Slothnom. Yeah, one job.
Oh, man.
So I guess, yes, everyone has at least a scrape now. So there you go. Everyone has some wound, no matter how big or small it is. Everyone has one. So there you go. We've finally, how many hours? About 17. That probably may have happened a little earlier on, but let's just say 17.5 hours in. And finally, every car has some sort of damage. But yeah, kudos to Slothnom for going that long without any damage. That's a top effort, that is.
That has to be some kind of record.
Oh, sure.
It has to be.
It's got to be, surely. That's
yeah.
Really impressive. But let's have a look here. Gap at the front. Yeah, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, it's just gone out to 16 seconds from 12.
Okay, Juan, 8:15. That's
Whoa.
why. And look at Sebastian, 8:19. That's why that's just extended. So Juan just seen the gap and gone, you know what? I'll just pop in an 8:15. There we go, another 4 seconds.
Time to flick the switch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's interesting because, as I said, he's been really consistent with doing 8:15, 16. So I assume that 8:18 might have been some traffic. I'm guessing he might have caught either a Kia or a Mazda a bit of an awkward time, possibly, and that's what that was about. But yeah, there you go, just opens it up. But even so, I mean, Juan obviously he can't do the rest of the race, so they have to put him on their other drivers, and he isn't quite up to the pace that Juan is. There's always the chance that fight at the front could get closer.
Yeah, certainly is. Question is, like, who would they put in after him? Would they? Because I noticed that Juan and Santeri Kekkonen have been sharing driving duties for the last 5 or 6 stints or thereabouts. Would they put Santeri back in, or do they call upon one of their other drivers, Matty?
No, I was just thinking, looking at the stint lengths, I think Santeri, I'm guessing, I'm thinking they'll either put him in for one more, and then maybe even try Juan again if he's up to it, maybe put him in once more just so he can pump out the laps, or...
Maybe even Robin Sundqvist.
Yeah, I was going to say, Robin, I noticed, has only done the one stint all race. He did the one fuel stint, and that's it, so I'm assuming that surely they're going to save him up for the end, because again, look at his times, I mean, he's 8:15, it's 8:16, so his pace is pretty good, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe him and maybe Matty might bring the car home. That would make sense for them. That may explain why Robin's only had the one stint so far to save him for the end.
Yeah, certainly. And having a look at Robert's stint, he ran some incredibly good times. I don't think he, apart from his in-lap, went above 8 minutes 18. So, yeah, good idea to keep him nice and fresh for the final part of the race, for sure.
Indeed, and I noticed also driver change in the Porsches. David Greco is out of the number 2 machine, away driving Revolution. We've got Maurizio Mecconi in that car now. Dave did 2 fuel stints and he's now handed back over. So they are sitting still, where are they now? They are 4th, 5th, 6th in class at the moment, still ahead of the Evolution Racing team. They have managed to get out. They get out a while back finally after that longer stop. And Tom Jones just going along nicely there in 6th in class.
Yes, indeedy. When did Maurizio last drive? He started the race and he's done sporadic stints since then, so he's probably had a nice sleep and he's back to take over driving duties once again.
Indeed, yeah, I assume. They actually have been, the drivers have been pretty spread, actually, like pretty much all of them. I mean, Maurizio started, then Greco, and then Greco did a bit of a break, and then back in at the end, and even Marco, their other driver, he's been a bit sporadic. They've been a bit pretty spread in their driver stints. So obviously, whether that means that they're letting their drivers do a couple of stints, have a rest or a sleep even, then come back, I'm not sure. But interesting to note how spread out their drivers are. Unlike a lot of the other teams, obviously, you kind of almost assigned sections of the race. You two do the start, and then maybe you two do the middle, you two do the end. But with those guys, they're doing it a bit more spread out. But that might just be the way they prefer to do it, which is obviously different for every team. Yeah, it's interesting to note there. I also noticed the Abrica guys, sorry, have jumped the core guys, and actually the cores, they must have pitted. So Core Motorsports have pitted. That's why they've dropped down to second in class now, behind the Pro Racing Team Cup car.
Yep, and Adria Perez has taken over the Iberica Racing Team car on his first lap out on the track, taking over from Julian Rodriguez Moreno. Adria Perez, interesting to note, these guys have spread out their drive as well. Adria started the race and then came back for an uncharacteristically short stint. Only 4 laps from 64 to 67. So there was probably some kind of problem that kept Adria from completing that second stint, and now they put him back in.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, hopefully well rested. Obviously, only done the one stint. By the looks of it. Oh no, started the race and then that sporadic stint there in the middle. So I'm sure they're nice and fresh for the last bits of the race. What I was gonna look at, I noticed something. What was it? Oh yeah. Four Machine, the Henkerveld engineering car. Noticing that rear wing looking a bit sad. In fact, the left side of that car looking a bit battered. So I'm guessing they've either had an off or a bit of contact somewhere, because that car's not as healthy as when I last saw it.
Oh
they're
yeah.
now down in 12th in class. Yeah, so they're a bit of a fall from grace, it seems, for these guys. Because remember, they were up, I think, at about 7th or so in class, and they're now way down in 12th. 6 laps off the lead. So looks like it's had a bit of a sorry last few hours for these guys.
Yeah, certainly. News from the broadcast chat from Nilski. Schedule for the number 13, the lead car, says that Santeri is in next, then Adrian, and then Matty to the flag. So,
Okay.
No clue if they stick to that plan, though. I can completely understand that. At Fusion Sim Racing and Magenta Warriors, the teams that I drive with, we almost always sort of work out some kind of schedule, but we never end up completely sticking to it. So it's just one of those things, Racing is inherently chaotic, and you got to respond to stuff as it happens.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, certainly. Yes, the way it's a lot of time ends up being. I know it's the same thing for me with the various endurance stuff I've done. With things happen, you may have an accident when you least expect it, or something like that, and then you might just decide, what, we'll switch now rather than extending it too long. So yeah, definitely can understand going off schedule a little bit. But so that means if they do sit the schedule again, as we say, big if there, if they might decide to change it depending on how things are developing. But if so, that should mean that this might be one of Juan's last stints. I'm not sure if he'll double or not. If he goes by his last stint and how he's generally done, he's either going to double or triple in this stint. There's just a little flash there to get past one of the Kias. I think it's the boosted. Oh no, yep, boosted red car. So if he sticks to schedule, this should be his final stint. Then Matty and Coda bring it back to the line. But yeah, again, looking pretty solid. Again, Juan's been just very solid, really, lap-wise. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yes, news from GT Ross, SST Orange. Apparently they've had a huge crash. That's the 3rd place Audi and 3rd overall. He's been sitting in the pits for quite some time, I noticed, as you were talking, Thomas. I'm not too sure how that happened. I'm going to go back and see if I can find out what happened to them. But they've been in the pits for quite some time.
Yeah, indeed. I'll see if I can have a look as well, though. I've got the same thing as you. It cuts out for me as well when they were on the other side of the track, but fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully they were. I was near them when the crash happened. But yeah, looks like it was sometime on lap 126 from what I can tell.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whereabouts. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so they've just pulled over there. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I don't think I've seen the crash, but I can see the result. Their car was... Yeah, that's really crabbing bad. Ooh, yeah, I can see why they have a long repair. That is in fact, I think they pulled over and towed. I'm pretty sure they pulled over and towed that thing because it was just too badly damaged to limp it back to the pits. Yeah, there you go, so they did. Yeah, they had a contact with someone and it was that bad they've had to tow it. that it's just too
Wow.
wounded to bring it round. And it happened near the start of the lap, so that would have been a whole lap anyway. So probably a smart call to tow it, but I mean, that may well give the Aberka guys a chance at a podium here in the overall if the repair is long enough.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'm taking a look myself to see if I've gotten anything from GT Ross. I mean, if anyone in the broadcast chat knows what happened to GT Ross, then we would appreciate some extra information, because yeah, that's potentially race-changing stuff there.
There's the
Yeah.
Triple R, obviously in the same pit box, pops in for a stop, and we have an Audi mating with a Kia temporarily. There you go. But yeah, GT Ross still waiting. But as we said, I mean, the tow time is going to be... Ooh, hello, as... What was that? I just spotted... Ooh, yeah, I just saw Adria nearly spinning it. Oh, on the entrance to the Nordschleifer section, just drifts it through the corner. Manages to stop it going in the wall. That was actually a pretty good save there from it just going all the way around. But yeah...
Oh, yeah.
We'll see how this goes. But so yeah, they've got a bit to make up. I think they should be now on the same lap, I assume. So I think they've got another whole lap to make up. But I wouldn't be surprised if they drop down, because obviously, as we said, they've got a big toe. We know how long the toe is here with the lap being so long. So they've got a long toe, and then they're going to have to repair the damage. As I said, from what I saw, that looked like it was crabbing really badly. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a very, very long repair indeed.
So as we come up on 8 minutes to go, in this this commentary stint of ours, I do have some information from the broadcast chat. Thanks to Dennis Fiedler and David Barraclough, GT Ross got caught up with car number 66, Blackadder Motorsport, with Troy Maguire at the wheel. So that's a shame. More multi-class mishaps.
Indeed, yeah. The Kias are getting all sorts of trouble, aren't they? Just in the last couple of hours, we've just been getting all sorts of little dramas with other class cars. That's a real shame. Real shame that's affected one of the top cars in the field. They're gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop a fair way down the field, because I suspect that'll be a pretty hefty repair. And I mean, if it's long enough, I don't know if it'll be 3 laps long, but again, if it's long enough, once again, Pure Racing Team Blue. I swear that these guys, they're just anything happen, they're just like yonk, yonk, yonk. They're just yonking the positions left, right, and center. And again, Patrick is still going. Again, still going. He's done 70 laps now, pretty much, in that car, and he's still trundling along. And he's, to be fair, he's been super impressive here. He's consistent. He's kept out of trouble, and they found themselves on the border of the 10 to very firmly in the top 10, and possibly even better if these incidents ahead of them keep happening.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely. Well, the lead battle for the Kias, another slow burner here at the moment. Pure Racing Team, 9 minutes 15. Their last couple of laps with Christian Koch at the wheel. Torque Freak Racing has just pitted, meanwhile. So that's going to be an interesting battle to see the eventuation of. They are on the same lap, Pure Racing Team about half a lap behind. They are just coming up to the carousel section now.
Indeed, yeah, and I'm just looking at, again, keeping an eye on Core Motorsports once again. And he's only done 1 lap, Alexander, but I find it telling, and it's an 8:30. And again, as I mentioned, he was doing mid-20s pretty consistently in his first time in the car, so that confirms to me that that car's pretty leery to drive. And I think I saw before he had a little bit of a moment through one of the corners, so I think that thing it's not pretty right now to drive, and their pace is dropping a bit. So 8:30 is still pretty solid. I think that still more or less matches what Patrick's generally doing, so they're still at least matching them. But yeah, if that's going to be the best they can do for the rest of the race, surely once Loreen gets back in that Pure Racing Team Cup car, then they might start really closing in for the lead of the Porsches.
Yeah, they may, but fortunately, that's something that we won't be covering, and it will be Race Spot covering it. We're coming up on about 5 minutes left to go in our broadcast, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and thank you for your engagement and your help with incidents that we weren't able to see. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely backing up what Reece said. Thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully, once again, you've all enjoyed it. This coverage of the third quarter of the Nürburgring 24 here on iRacing. Hopefully, you've enjoyed it even more than we have. To be honest, that'd be the ideal situation. And again, yes, thank you very much for all the engagement. We always love seeing the chat engaging with us. It's always a fantastic thing to see with the broadcast. I think to me, if that's happening, it shows that the broadcast is a success to me. So yeah, again, thank you very much for everyone that's come along and put in some comments and helped us out where we can. Because obviously, big track, we're not going to see all the incidents that occur. But we try to do what we can. Again, thank you very much for those filling in the blanks for us on things that we may have missed.
Going to give you guys one final update on how many cars are circulating at the moment. Looks like the last running MX-5 is once again the Pit Demons GT. Amadi Racing Team is currently in the pits. Looks like they may be doing a driver change. Jeremy Boucher taking over that car. Triple R Racing is still circulating. Simon White at the wheel of that car. Keep on going, guys. Keep on plugging away. You can do it. So they have, between them and Amadi, they have 4 cars. So I think we're still at 39 cars circulating at the moment. 39 out of 58 or so car grid. Which, you know, to have more than half the cars circulating at this stage is actually quite impressive. I honestly wasn't expecting this many cars to still be circulating.
Yeah, indeed. No, yeah, agree. I think like we were all sort of at the start, we were sitting there going, oh, by the time we get to this phase, there'll be like, what, maybe 20, 25, you know, still running. I think we legitimately thought that would be the number, but to still see, you know, most of the field, and over half just in general still running is fantastic. It's really good. You know, to me it shows that it's good to see the drivers putting on their endurance caps. You know, they've been thinking like an endurance race, not been doing anything, you know, too crazy or anything, just thinking, you know what, it's 24 hours, we've got to get to the end, you know, let's drive accordingly. That's really good to see. So yeah, definitely fantastic to see that so much of the field has made it this far. And I'm sure that's, yeah, we've got a fantastic final 6 hours ahead for sure. It's a nice proposition, I think. We've got the battle for the lead in GT3s, we've got a good battle for the Porsches, we've got some battles all throughout the GT3 field, the Kias even, or even the Mazdas might spice up. You know, it's all, the ingredients are there for it to be a fascinating final 6 hours.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm hearing some news from the broadcast chat that Crown Racing, the number 20 MX-5, is out of fuel. That's a shame. They're sitting in the pits at the moment with no driver in the car. I think they are undergoing a tow. So, yeah, it's missing the pits at the Nordschleife when you're almost out of fuel has to be one of the most dreadful feelings in the world, because, I mean, you can't even sort of coast around for a lap at the Nordschleife because it's so long, so very long.
Yeah. Exactly right, yeah, so it's a real shame for those guys. They will at least be able to keep going. What this might do is allow Pit Demons GT to possibly overtake them. They are just entering the last sort of half of the lap at the moment, so they've still got a bit of time to make up, as again we have the Audi there dwarfing the Mazda. There's a nice little comparison in size between the Audi and the Mazda. I think that is, I'm trying to remember which GT3 that is, the P&D Racing GT3 there, obviously being given the same pit box as the Mazda, or being in the same place, and you can really see the size there. I mean, look at the Mazda, it looks like a miniature car almost compared to the mighty Audi, but yeah, no, it's a bit of a shame for them, but that could be a potential make-up position for Pit Demons GT. They might get a bit of a yonk here and possibly take fourth in the Mazda class.
Yeah, certainly. And meanwhile, as we were talking, Patrick Pickler did a pit stop in the Pure Racing Team Cup car, and that means that Hosingveld Core Motorsports has taken back the Porsche lead. So that battle is going to continue on for the final 6 hours of the race, but we are just under 1 minute to go in our broadcast, so I think it's a very good time to wrap this up. Well, Thomas, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. It certainly was entertaining, and I think we had a really good time.
Yeah, for sure. No, I definitely agreed. It was, yeah, great fun, as we said. may not have been the most interesting part of the race, but I think for me it was still plenty of stuff going on. You know, we had the Kias have a lot of dramas there in the midpoint, and then we had some battles going on with the Porsches, the GT3s, and as we said, I think this was almost a staging part of the race. You know, we're setting the stage. A lot of teams getting into their little grooves and places in the field to position themselves for that last few hours. And as I said, I think we're going to have a lovely finish to this race. And again, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Thank you all for coming along and watching and engaging with us. We always love that. And a big thank you, of course, to you, Reese, as well for coming along for this, and also to Fonty, of course, for the fantastic work behind the cameras there.
Yeah, definitely a huge thanks to Fonty for pulling this all-nighter. Well, I think it's time for us to say goodbye. One final position update in overall positions. Vendaval Sim Racing White is leading by about 20 seconds or so from Pure Racing Team Black, and GT Ross SST Orange is lining up in third place at the moment. Be sure to subscribe to V8s Online on YouTube, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter at V8s Online so you can get some updates for when we do future broadcasts and see the kind of stuff we do outside of this fantastic event, the Nürburgring 24 Hours by iRacing. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to hand over to Race Spot for the final quarter of the race. You're watching the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring on V8s Online for the final time. The best race here. See you next time. Thank you for watching.